Late. Late box. What a fucking idiot. Oh shit. Hey. Sorry I'm late, guys. What the fuck? Terrible behavior. Okay. How are we? I'm good, thanks for asking. We've got a slightly busier day today. That's nice. I don't have to be anywhere immediately or some shit. Early compared to yesterday. Man, yesterday was such a fucking... It was mostly technical, but God, what a massive meltdown. Fuck. Oh, shit. I was just ready to end it. Not live, I mean streaming. I was just ready to fucking... look up master's degrees or some shit. Fucking hell. Oh well. We're good. Today's fine though. Can you at least start music at first? I mean, I can. It can't really be amazing music though, because it's because otherwise YouTube will copyright it, right? So I don't get these people. I guess these people who play Spotify stuff on their YouTube stream are probably taking the ad revenue from while the stream is running, but then they just take the copyright claim afterwards because most of the viewers are from the time of the stream, not afterwards. Not as many people just watch the VODs. I can do some royalty free, yeah, but I don't know. I used to just loop my own music, but I don't actually have enough music to make a loop that would last a whole week on that. Not finished anyway. I could loop demos. Could loop demos. That's possible. Find standard elevator music. No. Used to do that for ages. It was so bored. The fucking lo-fi girl. Ugh. Sick of that shit. Trash. Speaking of music, I saw this thumbnail today that just baited the shit out of me, so... Ah! You haven't picked up the guitar since you moved. That is not true. I just haven't done much productive with it. What is this? This is the Gen Alpha melody. I don't even know what the Gen Alpha melody is. I don't listen to that much Gen Alpha. What the fuck? Do I even know it? Do I know the Gen Alpha melody? Someone somewhere is missing out on millions of dollars because of a melody they wrote. Whoa! Bit loud. What is it? Oh, we're gonna get copyright slammed to death. No way. I don't know that song, but that's familiar. What the fuck is that? I really hope this isn't something that 2020. I really hope this isn't something that I wrote in like 2017 and just thought and just never finished. Kind of lazy bastard. I don't think if I'd written it in 2017, it's probably not that original either. If it's like traceable, original songwriter. What is that progression though? That's not like I guess the melody is like a na 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 na. It's like a 6-2-5-1. The notes like it's like the sixth and then it's a minor. Is the sixth and then the second and then the fifth and then the root. Fucking key is that? Is it G? No, it's A flat. Yeah. Like that kind of shit, right? I definitely remember. I remember when I had a moment like this. This is like, I didn't know this was Gen Alpha though. This sounds like something that I heard in like 2017. Is that Gen Alpha? Oh, I know why it's like really familiar to me. It's It's Claro, isn't it? It's Claro. That. Wait. Was that? Oh shit. I think we could do it if we try. Wait. Is my keyboard fucking weird? Like, that doesn't sound like a. Is that an F? Am I going fucking mental? Why does that sound like a different note? Is it modulated? What? I think we could. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I'm just being retarded. All right. Yeah, it's this. It's that, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. You can't tune enough. Shut up. Nobody said that it would last forever. Do you have perfect pitch? No, I don't. I used to have pretty decent relative pitch, and now it's not as good. It's the Strokes had that a relatively new song of theirs that does this as well. Hey, there it is. Oh, there it is. Shit. Wait, what other songs do this? What the fuck? It must be an old melody because I've done this as well. I remember that I changed the chords. I didn't do the typical chords that you normally do over that. Although you could actually do loads of different ones because it's like it doesn't have to be what was she doing when she does that? I mean, she's doing like minor. Is it minor? No, it's not. Wait, what's the actually? Is that actually an A minor? Which would make it a 6, 7, 5, 1. If you were in minor. Otherwise, what else is going on there? That's like what was the one I did? I think it was like this. Was I doing a 6 as well? No, I was doing a 4. Because I had one that went like holy shit. Why is it modulating? I'm not touching it. Doesn't sound too bad when it's modulating. It's really distracting. What the fuck did I do? I went to A. And then it was like a... It's like that, right? Yeah, that's what I did. No? Like this. Yeah, it's like that. Then... Yeah. But that's the same idea. It's just like the... Nope. 6, 2, root, 6, 2, 5, 1. Yeah, alright. Whoa, but you could do loads of different chords over that, I guess. That was just me trying to be like fucking fancy, I guess. Like... Yeah. That one sounds quite good on the guitar, but not the voicing on the piano. Okay, okay. You can swap the 1 for a 3. No, that's fucking shit. Don't do that. I hate when people do that. Not even entertaining it. Oh, because Lady Gaga does that, doesn't she? Bad Romance. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bad Romance. Yeah, she does major, meant to the minor. But that's not good. We don't like that. Fuck Lady Gaga.
So, okay, so what's going on here?
That's a Zoomer. That's a Gen
Are
Alpha.
they all copying the same melody? Might just be a coincidence.
You said it earlier. Oh, fuck Thank you. Holy shit! Everyone's doing this shit. Wait, yeah, that's because it's like that's not like that's a melody. That's not a motif or a fucking sample. That's a fucking melody, dude. You're not supposed to take melodies. What? Oh no! What's going on? Is it because no one knows who the original writer is of this? I guess it is kind of. You'd say it's kind of obvious, like it's not, but loads of melodies sound like they're obvious, but obviously they're also original. Like
All right, I get the point, but you know, it's only pop music. It's not even like real music.
2010. Okay. Could this be an issue because it's literally the same songwriters for most of the songs because most of them are chart toppers? Yes and no, because like I don't know how it works with motifs that just appear in music all the fucking time and no one really knows where exactly it originated. I don't really know how they resolve that. I guess like they find the original, but yeah, usually when there's like plagiarism suits and all that, sometimes it's over things that are quite specific, you know, like Creep Radiohead, like being a very obvious rip, like so obvious that I think they didn't even want to put it on the album. They did it because the other people told them to, the managers or whoever. But something like this is still like, there's only 7 notes in the scale, and in pop, there's even less wiggle room for what you do with those 7 notes. But even just that, I didn't come up with that. The one that, like the version of it that I did like almost 10 years ago now, that was, I was thinking of Supertramp. But the way I justified it to myself was usually like, if I was going to steal a bit, it would usually be like if I was changing it to a point that like I was changing it to what I wanted it to be. So the Supertramp song was can't remember the chords. It was Breakfast in America. You know the hoping it's going to come true. But it doesn't go to the resolve. It goes to like, but there's nothing better to do. Like something like that. So I was like, what if it just did this? Like that kind of shit, right? So I just did that one. I just did that myself. Yeah, fuck. But even they're doing the first half of that melody, but not the second. I just never liked where that second like line went. I felt like I could have gone somewhere better. But whatever. Fuck. Not to step on anyone's toes.
Okay, but
didn't Led Zeppelin steal a bunch of blues? Yeah, Led Zeppelin like straight up just fucking plagiarized very unique sounding, very original sounding songs. Yeah, not like a motif that everyone was using. Yeah, they went fucking tits on it.
You know, they're all in English. All those songs, they're all in English.
Oh no, it's also in Spanish.
Okay, that's weird, but you know, it's only countries from Western culture.
Whoa! No, I went down. Oh no! India? Hey, it's Lebanese. Whoa.
I've named this melody the Gen Alpha melody,
Whoa.
referring to the time period most of these songs were released. But why is this interesting?
I just don't know Gen Alpha that much though. Clairo, I know obviously because that was a really big one of hers. But it's like you've customized it enough, right? Like every single one of these is like, or not, most of them are like slightly different. They're a little bit different. Like Clairo does the if only to say you're mine. Like that's an extra little. That's a different. That's a change.
The world of music is built upon inspiration and melodic and harmonic norms. So being inspired is inevitable. This is seen throughout
Yeah.
history in chord progressions such as the 1-4-5s of
Wow.
blues or the 2-5-1s of jazz,
Yeah.
or the axis of awesome progression in pop music.
Yeah, true.
It's also seen in different production techniques such as the use of sampling, jazz and soul and hip hop,
Yeah.
or the heavy use of chorus in the 80s. This is why we call things cliches, because our ideas inspire each other. But the Gen Alpha melody is different, and that's because it's a fully fledged melody being copied.
I'm not gonna skip to a One Direction song from their official channel, but yes, I don't doubt that it's also a One Direction. Yeah,
This means
thank
it's
you.
a very specific melody, and a melody that could have easily been a victim of copyright. What makes this so interesting is that I've never seen a specific melody come even close to being as used in popular music. The only ones I can think of are melody writing techniques such as one-note melodies like the supertonic melody,
Oh,
which
yeah, we love that.
Hong made a video on, or like the triplet flow of trap music. But the Gen Alpha melody is a bit too...
Supertonic's just the... Wait. Is it the second? Why did I forget what the fucking seventh is? Or the third? Subdominant, dominant, whatever the fuck the sixth is. Isn't the sixth like something tonic because it's like a minor? I don't know if I remember. I don't remember my...
a hypothetical
I remember my tonic and dominants, okay? And apparently my subdominant and my supertonics. Isn't it like just leading or passing? That's what I used to call it. Leading or passing, though, for sevenths. Is it leading? What the fuck is it? I can't remember. I can't believe I don't remember this. What the fuck? Idiot.
Person would be
Mediant. And then six is sub-mediant because it's like up a third and down a third. But yeah, seventh is just the leading though, isn't it? Does it have like a more fucking fancy name? Is it really just leading though?
If the riff or the melody to Seven Nation Army was copied 100 times and no royalties were being paid to the White Stripes.
Yeah.
But what makes this melody so specific? Here's how it works. Alright, so the melody is made up of 4 notes split into 2 phrases. It starts on the 4th degree and is then followed by the note a tritone below, which is the 7th. Next up is the second phrase, which begins on the 3rd and then jumps down a 5th to the 6th degree. If that didn't make sense, I was just naming the different degrees of the major scale as opposed to just the names of the keys, because the melody isn't always in C major and the notes are therefore not always F, B, E, A. Make sense? Great. Also, not all melodies including that specific series of tones are the Gen Alpha melody. For example, last year I tried going viral by jumping on the trend with this composition, but it didn't really work out. What constitutes the Gen Alpha melody is therefore that these 4 notes are the...
And it's not really, like, as an interval on its own, you wouldn't normally do that. Because it's like it's a... Fuck me, it's a tritone. It's the devil.
It's just so snatchable. Spiritually Israeli melody.
Thanks to the $10, Jane Sox. Appreciate it.
All other tones revolve around these because they're landing on strong beats or the melodic phrase ends on them. The reason I think this is such a widely copied melody is because it's a prime example of a good melody. And good melody is obviously subjective when talking music, but at least in traditional terms. Melodies in classical music are built up by questions and answers. It might seem a bit weird to call a melody...
Is AI at a stage where it can actually just look through and find exactly who the first person is that did this? All I hear is bad romance. Yeah, but bad romance doesn't actually do that though, does it? Bad romance does like the it goes to the major, not the minor. Am I wrong? Or does it only do that once? Does it go both? Because sometimes you would do both.
A question,
one after the
but
other.
I never really asked for your opinion, did I? Another way to phrase it is as dissonance and consonance, which is basically what all music is built up
True.
on. You can hear the first phrase is setting up to something, but you can't really just end a phrase there. And to that question, we get an answer, but it's sort of inconclusive. It's not really, the answer you wanted. So it's followed by.
It's also just very like chorus friendly because you're going up to that set 6, whereas like the verse is probably somewhere between the root and the 5th, and just quite logical.
Question. And then you finally get the answer you wanted. It feels consonant, or it's a nice feeling ending on this tone. There are obviously some small deviations with the different examples, but all the melodies all share this characteristic framework, those 4 pillars. In conclusion, it's a great sounding melody by itself and has this bittersweet quality, which also makes sense given that heartbreak or melancholia is one of the most common lyrical themes in all of music, like nearly all of the uses of Gen.
Now I'm just wondering, what's the Zoomer music that I know of the Gen Alpha? Magdalena Bay. did they do it? I remember they do have one thing that sounds similar, but it's not that one. Isn't it like that fucking grape sounding melody? What is the She Looked Like Me, where she's like, I didn't know when you walked in. But that just makes me think of don't you worry, child. Like just like the way that the but whatever. I got really anal about that shit, or like when I was writing stuff, because I would always think, like, I'd always really quickly hear some kind of similarity, even if it wasn't very direct.
Alpha melody
just like a loose
have lyrics
similarity
that are about heartbreak or melancholy in some shape or form.
What if I'm trying to save your love for? Oh no.
All the examples I've shown follow this formula with the 4 pillars, but there are hundreds more examples out there. Here are a few more.
Holy shit! I don't know any of these, do I? Selena Gomez. Who are these people? Am I supposed to know most of these names? What the fuck?
When finding these examples, I stumbled upon hundreds of examples of songs that sounded alike from different users on YouTube, Reddit, or TikTok. And some come close, but not quite to being the exact melody. And that's because they only contained at least 2 of the aforementioned pillars of the Gen Alpha melody. For example, I've seen Lady Gaga mentioned several times on posts on this subject. You probably recognize this melody.
Hey! But it's going major, so it's not the same exactly.
The difference here is that the last pillar ends on the 3rd instead of the 6th, which means
why would
it
you do
only
that?
has 3 pillars instead of 4. Here's some other examples of outliers of the Gen Alpha melody.
I've been thinking about it lately.
Hey.
Does it ever drive you crazy? Just how fast the night changes.
Why would you do that? You're just repeating the same shit. Fuck off. Oh, I know that one. Yeah. Isn't like it's not the same, but I'm thinking Viva La Vida a bit. Oh, okay, wait. Why are we saying a cross on that one? Is it just because she goes up? That's ending on the minor. What? Why is that a cross? You fuck. What? What's he doing? The chord's doing that. Bam, bam, bam. What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. That's not a cross there. It's on the minor. Am I fucking mental? Who's a musician here who can tell me why this is getting a cross? Why is this getting an X? Is it because you're da 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 instead of da da da? What the fuck? That's different. Why is this not getting a pillar? It's not because she goes, oh, is this nothing? It's not because she goes up like that. There's no fucking way. There should be no cross. You're right. There's no cross. Yeah, I trust you, Oxygen official. You know what you're talking about. My learned friend.
Most of these definitely have the same vibe and sort of the same structure, but I wouldn't categorize.
I'm pissed off. I should write a comment. I'm not going to.
System as using the Gen Alpha melody. It's just sort of the same vibe. There are many examples of this, but here are a few more.
Oh, okay. Oh, that way.
Alright, so I want to make it very clear that this is in no way an attempt to bash any of these artists or to claim lack of originality.
Bashing you for crossing out that pillar that shouldn't have been crossed out, prick.
Of these songs.
If we're focusing on where it ends, because obviously there's variation between the target notes, but there's 4 target notes and she hit all of them. What the fuck?
Have these different features that make them original other than the melody, whether that being the harmony, lyrics, groove, or production. But again, this doesn't really seem like a coincidence.
Why are the Strokes
so
all over this? Because the Strokes
question.
have that song from like 2020 or whatever that sounds like that does the same thing. They mentioned that earlier, didn't they?
Lawsuits in music are always a popular topic because nobody wants to see anybody take credit for somebody else's work. And on the flip side, nobody wants to see somebody get wrongly accused of stealing when they aren't. In broad terms, the way it works is that if you make a song with a melody from another song or very similar to another song and get sued, a court decides whether or not you have to give songwriting credit to the original songwriters, which is a cut that varies. The metrics which the verdict is based upon can, for example, be the aforementioned pillars of the Gen Alpha melody. Some popular examples of songs that had to pay the original songwriters for copying include Stay With Me by Sam Smith and I Won't Back Down by John Petty.
Okay.
Creep by Radiohead.
Obviously. From the Hollies, The Air That I Breathe.
And The Air That I Breathe by the Hollies.
That's crazy.
My Sweet Lord by George Harrison.
This was such a shame because this was like this was his first song after leaving the Beatles, wasn't it? Was it his first single? Was it? You can never really tell if they're doing it intentionally as well because like it's so easy for melodies and tunes to get buried into your subconscious and reappear like a long while afterwards.
And He's So Fine by the Chiffons. But even though Radiohead, Sam Smith, and George Harrison had to give songwriting credits to the original songwriters, I don't think those examples come anywhere near to being as similar as the hundreds of uses of the Gen Alpha melody. And that's because the Gen Alpha melody is a case of what's called interpolation. And interpolation involves taking part of an existing musical work as opposed to a sound recording and incorporating it into a new work. This means it's not sampling, but rather a copy of the melody. Some artists do this consciously, like Ride Round by Flowrider, being an interpolation of You Spin Me Round by Dead or Alive. Or Seven Rings by Ariana Grande being an interpolation of My Favorite Things from Sound of Music.
Yeah.
This is what a lot of EDM
People have done that for
do,
fucking decades though. And,
because they know the popularity and recognition of the melody will make it easily digestible, which is great solely from a financial standpoint because it'll get more streams and the cut you have to give to the songwriters is made up for by the recognition and therefore more...
This isn't Gen Alpha. No, the Gen Alpha thing's at the start, isn't it? Because all these early ones are like 2020 to 2026.
streams
Right?
than if it had another melody. Some also do this subconsciously, meaning they probably weren't aware that they were stealing. Artists like Ed Sheeran and Oasis have been accused of this several times. Either way, they have
Yeah,
to
but
pay.
Oasis, like, I don't know, does Ed Sheeran ever admit to doing this? Because Oasis just say, yeah, we're doing this, and you're going to listen anyway. Like, they don't give a fuck. Yeah, we're going to put the beginning of Imagine, just like shoehorn it into the beginning of this fucking tune. You're all going to listen to it. That's like the Oasis attitude. I don't know if Ed Sheeran was ever the same with that, though.
A huge cut to the original songwriters if the songs are not in the public domain. A counter argument to
Wait, what?
Cut to the original songwriters if
Photograph?
the songs are not.
No Scrubs writers. Was this by the All Saints? I thought it was All Saints. Wait. There's no Scrubs by the All Saints. No, TLC. It wasn't All Saints. It was TLC. Fucking idiot. Okay. Yeah, I remember that.
Not in the public domain.
I just can't remember the name of the song or the band, the group apparently.
Plagiarism in music is that there are only 7 notes to choose from. But that argument falls short because there are endless possibilities when it comes to even the major scale in a 4-bar phrase. Look up pandiatonicism, for example. In pop music, what happens is that once you're confined to having it sound easily listenable, it narrows the options down significantly, since common chord progressions and pop formulas are the norm. This is why I don't think most of the songwriters of songs with the Gen Alpha melody made a conscious decision to steal or interpolate, but rather just fiddled around with the melody to a very common chord progression and subconsciously heard what sounds good from their past listening experiences. Okay, so everybody's copying everybody, and they are basically doing an interpolation of this melody. That's fine. But who made the melody? Who gets the money? Clairo is a name that pops up a lot because Sophia was such a big hit, and most of the examples of the Gen Alpha melody come from 2020 and onwards. She's also a very respected artist, so nobody really sees her as unoriginal.
Oh!
But she didn't write the melody, because I can find several other examples from before 2019 with the exact same...
Was that like a general dig at Clairo, or just because of this song? I remember there was some whole fucking controversy about whether or not she's an industry plant, but fuck knows.
All the cases from the 2010s lead back to Lady Gaga, which I mentioned used a variation of the Gen Alpha melody. But this is still not the bottom of this rabbit hole.
Oh no.
Because through this extensive research, all clues lead back to one person and a song released in 2004, which is the oldest use of this melody I could find.
Okay. Shit. Now we know. It was the mums. Damn, get her on it, man. Get her on it. She's sitting there sweating, hoping that no one realizes that she had taken it too. Oh no. I'm not following. Can you please play the Gen Alpha melody? It's just this. It's with variations, but it's just it's just like a variation of that. It's just like those target notes. And obviously you can transpose it, obviously. Just that type shit. That's all it is. You can do a lot. There's like a lot of wiggle room, obviously. That's like the Clairo one. Yeah, you can do a lot with it. Fucking, what do you think of Andy Burnham? Yes, bad Roma. Yes, fucking hell. We're starting to gauge the average, the average birthday of our viewers here. Damn, fucking boomers, millennial bastards. There's one more at the end. The Beatles. Wait, is there? No way. Did the Beatles do it? What the fuck? Then it's definitely stolen.
Oh, and just on an ending note, there's this obscure Scouse band who used it, but they probably didn't influence anybody.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh no. John Lennon. Oh no.
Oh, and just on an ending note, there's this obscure Scouse band who used it, but they probably didn't influence anybody.
God damn it. Good catch. That's a clever creator. Good memes. Good memer. But that was actually quite close, wasn't it? Because it's even got the emphasis on each target note as well, and not just kind of passing through it. And yeah, it is what it is. Oh, that's a shame. What can you do? Why is fucking Frogan on my feed? I watched Oh, it's it's the conduit approach. Growing tentacles. I don't want to watch Frogan for a week, man. She's suffered enough. No. No, 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 no. I am seeing, however, Noah Samson's got videos on the go.
It's official. It's happening.
What?
I am getting sued.
Whoa!
Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, millionaire and host of the H3 podcast, has sued me for defamation. Here's the complaint. It's 31 pages, and I'm getting sued. About a year ago, I released this video to YouTubers who backed genocide.
Let's
and
go! Look at me, I fucking... He didn't...
About a year ago, I released this video to YouTubers who backed genocide. And in response, Ethan Klein immediately began threatening to sue me. Then, a year later, just 2 days before the statute of limitations was up, Klein filed his lawsuit. In the complaint, Klein alleges that I defamed him by falsely painting him as a supporter of the genocide of Palestinians. The complaint presents 6 allegedly defamatory statements, including the title and
there's no way this actually like succeeds, right? In the United States, I'm not saying I know better than Ethan's lawyer or whatever, but like defamation in the United States is hard enough to prove as it is, let alone over a word like fucking genocide, which just apparently means anything to anyone these days. Like I don't get it. It's so bizarre. Like Noah probably thinks that genocide is like literally, like even if Israel had killed like fucking 80% Hamas soldiers in that entire, like even then Noah would call it genocide. He wouldn't give a fuck. Like, yeah, I really don't know.
Thumbnail of my video, and it makes several claims.
Unless Ethan has messages of Noah describing intent, yeah, you're right. I don't think that's how that works, but
related to
you can infer intent.
Statements made about Israel, Palestine, atrocity propaganda, Nakba denialism, misinformation, and more. There's a lot of stuff in this thing. It's 31 pages. For now, all I can say about the lawsuit itself is that I think Ethan's claims are meritless, and I intend to defend against them. But to do this, I need your help. A full-length defamation trial can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I don't have that.
Can we read the complaint? I think we did read some of it. Did we not read it? I don't think did we read all of it? We read a lot of it. Some of it's like completely fucking, like... Some of it is him reading. It's like, yeah, they're talking about like how Noah brings up like Jewish history, right, or Zionist history, and he mentions the Nakba and the fucking Jewish exodus from the Middle East, and he cites some Bad Empanada videos as his like source for why that's bad, or like Ethan's words are wrong or something like that. But they litigate that in the court doc as well. Even though I'm not sure how much that has to do with genocide, apart from that it obviously, like, it does show Noah's credibility to be fucking in the trash, but you can't really, that's not criminal. You can't, like, it's not criminal to be retarded.
So I started a GoFundMe. It's linked in the description and the pinned comment. You can also find it by searching Klein v. Samson on the internet. I set the goal at $200,000, but any funds we raise above this goal will be donated immediately to Palestinian aid. And any money that goes unused or is recuperated once legal proceedings conclude will also be donated. Last year, around the time of Ethan's initial lawsuit threats, we did a fundraiser for UNRWA, an organization that provides aid to...
They gave themselves the best odds they could, even though it's gonna be tough going. You're right, it's a tough tort to prove in the USA.
Thanks for the $10. Why are you gonna give me $10 if you're a fucking lawyer, bro? In the United States, shouldn't you be rolling in it? Fuck you.
Palestinian refugees, and we raised over $500,000, so it would be cool if we could do something like that again. I'll be hosting a fundraising live stream this Friday, May 22nd, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. It's a marathon stream, so it will go for 4 days straight, maybe longer. We'll have lots of guests calling in to hang out, play games, or do tier lists or whatever else. So far, we've got FD Signifier, Boy, Big Joel, Denims, iDubbbz, Frogan, Elliot Sang, Chris Kunzler, Overzealot, Spooky Scary Socialist, Ahmed Sarsour, Colormind, Oli Sunvia, Cavernacle, and more. We'll have lots of fun donation goals. You may get to see me chug a gallon of milk. I
was about to say something very regrettable. I'm not doing it. The something Avengers, fucking
pie to the face, wax my legs, cosplay your favorite influencer, do the hot chip challenge, run a marathon, and more. We'll have the wheel going as well, like we did during the last fundraiser. And for the grand finale, if we hit $500,000, I will ride a bike 120 miles from San Diego.
Here's $10.
Thanks for $10.
Go to Hassan Piker's house to beg.
Sad to see Big Joel on the list. Man, it's like it's all a fucking friend group at the end of the day. I'm pretty sure Big Joel is smart enough not to support the kind of like deranged fucking terrorism that Noah is clearly a huge fan of, but you know, is what it is.
him for
more. Or they just turn a blind eye, or they don't care, or they don't think the things that Noah supports are that bad, or something like that.
Money. Klein v. Samson, GoFundMe, link in bio.
Donate. The video, dude, the video that he mentions is like, the video that he's actually being sued for. Noah, he gives a whole, we watched the whole thing. Noah gives a whole background on like Israel, Palestine, and Gaza and all that shit. He claims in that video, I wonder if it's still there. He claims that October 7th was Israel killing hundreds of their own civilians through the Hannibal Directive. He actually says that. I wonder if that's still there. If it's not, I can see it in my response. I don't know if he would. I don't know why he would clip it out. He's pretty fucking lost in the sauce.
Not a dollar, but something lawyer.
Hannibal?
The deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the Hannibal Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians as a matter of official policy.
Many hundreds official, but this guy's fucking mental, dude. Like, literally no one says this. Even the UN of all people, like, even they don't claim this. They claimed that maybe like a dozen people were killed and they were soldiers. The Hannibal Directive ones would have been soldiers. Most of these friendly fire deaths were accidents, though. Like the ones of civilians and the ones for soldiers. Yeah, they mentioned the Hannibal Directive being invoked for maybe even less than 10 of them, maybe 5. Yeah, there was like, fuck, hundreds. Where the fuck you getting hundreds from, bro? Jesus. But yeah, like it's not illegal to say this kind of shit. I don't support Ethan taking a defamation suit over it, but man, it is really fucking frustrating that like that this is just kind of allowed to be a thing. That for alt media people, there's just like no repercussion or other than what other alt media people can try to hold you account for it or can try to criticize you for it or to correct you. Is this the video where he says we have to escalate? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's that part is no longer in this video though. I think it was this video. Maybe not actually, because I remember him being in a different room when he said that. But yeah, he did say at one point that we need to escalate and we have like direct physical access to propagandists and all. Yeah, he was inciting violence. He was inciting an attack. Interestingly, the thing he said, if you'd superimpose what he said over the attack on that weapons warehouse with the big fucking hammers, if you superimposed what Noah was saying over that, it would look like, yeah, it's just like straight up incitement.
Guys, he's just a little quirkchungus. How could evil Ethan do such a thing? Ethan would have been better off spending the money on a missing sign on a milk carton for Noah's brain. Police light emoji, police light emoji, police light emoji.
Thanks for the $10. That's crazy.
To help defend free speech on YouTube and send money to Palestinian aid as well while we do it. Thanks for watching. See you on.
Okay, bro. Remember what he said about the embassy employees? Yes! He said, what was it? Oh, just read what they were saying, bro. Just read what they were saying. Interesting. As far as I can tell, all she did in relation to Israel-Palestine was that she supported some fucking tech cooperation between Israelis and Palestinians through fucking startups. But that is actually very bad for people like Noah Samson. He doesn't want Israelis and Palestinians to get along. Fuck that. ZJM, thanks for the 5 gifties. Whoa. Very sweet of you. Hello, Tom Shepard. He said using Ethan as a way to push it makes it more financially viable. Yeah, it's crazy. What can you do? Fried spam and chips. Did I miss your dono? Where was it? Probably missed it because it's a fucking £5, not TTS shite. Here's £5. All I ask is that you play some Avril 14th for us, bud. No, sorry. But Henrik, thanks for the tier 1 sub as well. For 34 months now. Wow. Long-standing user. Shit. She worked for the same tech thing that Marwan Barghouthi's son worked for. What, Tech for Peace? Really? Are you sure about that? I don't know if that's true. I know he did something similar, but I don't know if he was actually involved in that one. Barathome, thanks for the tier 2 sub.
No one ever cared about free speech. He was calling Chud a pedophile a few years ago. These types never actually want free speech. They just want the exclusive ability.
Thanks to $10. Shit. I mean, that's kind of obvious, though, isn't it? I know some people might deny that, but yes, if Noah Samson was in charge of the planet, or of even America, or even of a state, yes, he would clamp down the fuck on free speech, because all these people do. Because, like, unless he just simps for fucking authoritarians and like hangs out with people and like endorses people who support authoritarian regimes, or like his fucking best friend on YouTube is literally a massive authoritarian. But maybe Noah just wouldn't do that, you know. Are there any claims that Tankies used to make about IP a couple of years ago that have now become true? No. I mean, they'll try to say that they're vindicated on this and that, but it's always like they'll claim like 110 happened, and then like 10 or less than 10 will happen, and then they'll claim they're vindicated. That's usually what happens. Do I want to do this shit first? There's actually not much of it, so maybe. Do you see JStock had CSAM? Okay. Sure, bro. What's your opinion on the press death claims? What, like the journalists? The 200-something journalists? I know that Islamic Jihad commander's obituary list has gone up to 300 now. Over 300, actually. Quite a few of people in there are journalists, actually. Surprising proportion of military commanders. But I don't know. My guess is if it's like a combination of things. One is like the obvious modern like broadening of the term journalist, like someone who has a camera and posts on fucking Telegram every now and then is like a journalist. It'd be a combination of some of them would have definitely been collateral deaths. People who were in an area. Others or we know now that some of them, not a majority that I've seen, but some of them were just soldiers, straight up. And then others, the more extreme claim would be if Israel was targeting a journalist that was doing like Hamas propaganda, but they weren't doing it to a degree that you'd be violating the Geneva Convention or being seen as in like active hostilities. And given Israel's actions in the past, they probably have done that. That would not surprise me slightly. I'd be more surprised if they hadn't done that, actually. Ryan Grimm v. Sam Cedar. What the fuck are they arguing about? What's this? Oh. Dems slam Maureen Galindo's comment. This is a Democrat candidate, is it? Some leaders are alleging GOP interference. Don't know that bit. Said she would turn Carnes ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists if elected. Okay. She's from the Moron Party. Wow. Good one, bro. Fucking banger. Democratic leaders are condemning Texas congressional candidate Maureen Galindo over her latest round of anti-Semitic comments. Okay. Galindo, who finished first in the Democratic primary for Texas's 35th congressional district and is in a runoff election against Bexar County Sheriff's Deputy Johnny Garcia. Democratic leaders in Washington. Wait, so she finished the first primary and is a runoff against the county sheriff's deputy. Okay. Democratic leaders in Washington and Texas have backed Garcia amidst a mysterious six-figure advertising campaign to boost Galindo, a sex therapist and housing advocate. Okay. Last week, Galindo said in an Instagram post that she intends to write legislation to turn Carnes ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers for human trafficking. Interesting. She said Zionist though, so wait. Oh, it's here. Wait, dark money? Listen, we'll come to the camps, okay? Leaving the concentration camps aside for a moment. Are you telling me this person was taking fucking dark money? Fuck! When Maureen gets into Congress, she'll write legislation so that all Zionism and support of Zionism is undoubtedly anti-Semitic. Since it's Zionists harming the Semites. Holy shit, man. What the fuck? Okay. You got him. She'll turn Carnes ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers for human trafficking. It will also be a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists. Okay. Politics. The proposal is the latest in a line of anti-Semitic comments Galindo has made, which include saying that Jews run Hollywood and worship the synagogue of Satan. This is a fucking psyop. Are we serious? This is a psyop, right? This is not like this is a gay-op, like a political gay-op. What the fuck? What's going on? A flood of Democrats, from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to New York Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to Texas Democratic Senate nominee James Tallarico, have condemned Galindo's comments, and they've slammed Republicans for their seeming affiliation with the pop-up PAC spending hundreds of thousands on Galindo's candidacy. Yeah, this is... what is going on? Wait, is she so she finished in a Democratic primary, which means she is a Democrat. She's running as a Democrat, right? Is that how that... Is there an exception to that? Oh, fuck me. Oh. This anti-Semitic rhetoric has no place in our politics, Tallarico said in a statement to the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, adding that he would not campaign with her if she were to win the runoff. We need leadership in both parties willing to stand up and call out hate wherever it rears its ugly head. The runoff is highly consequential for both parties. Republicans in the legislature redrew the San Antonio area seat last summer to turn a district that Vice President Kamala Harris won by over 33 points into one that would have backed Donald Trump by a margin of about 10%. That's, perfectly legitimate redrawing of borders per the Supreme Court. Advertising dollars have poured into the seat, which includes parts of Bexar County and rural counties to the east, backing both candidates. All of the pro-Galindo spending has come from Lead Left PAC, a pop-up group that was formed in early May and has not yet had to disclose its donors. Lead Left PAC appears to be tied to the GOP. Punchbowl News reported that the metadata on its website initially linked to WinRed, a major Republican donation platform. Lead Left PAC has not responded to questions about its donors or what entities are behind it. Dark money. The PAC has spent nearly $600,000 on broadcast and cable and additional funds on mailers boosting Galindo and bashing Garcia. Madison Andrus, a Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee spokesperson, called seeming GOP interference on Galindo's behalf extremely dangerous. So what's the discourse surrounding this person now? What was she saying? Wait, what was she saying before these comments, before the scandal? That would be a good question. No matter what your politics are, using virulent anti-Semitism for your own partisan gain is nothing short of disgusting, Andrews said. In a joint statement, Jeffries and the DCCC chair, Susan Del Ben, pointed the finger at GOP leadership. House Republican leadership must immediately cease propping up this anti-Semitic candidacy, pull spending in the race, and forcefully condemn those comments, the pair said. This vile language by her is disqualifying and has no place in American politics, and certainly not in the Democratic Party. To embrace and uplift a fringe candidate with anti-Semitic and extremely dangerous rhetoric and views in order to win an election is beyond the pale. The National Republican Congressional Committee, meanwhile, did not address the allegation that the GOP was meddling in a Democratic primary in its own statement. She could be a genuine psyop. I mean, it's sounding like that, although it would make me question why she's getting support. But that's a separate question. Hakeem Jeffries' pathetic handpicked candidates were already staggering through the cycle with embarrassing fundraising numbers, zero grassroots energy, and no real support from Texans, NRCC spokesperson Christian Martinez said. Now, Democrats Johnny Garcia and Maureen Galindo are tearing each other apart in a full-blown primary civil war, turning their own races into a circular firing squad while Republicans stay focused on the issues Texans care about and build the coalition that's going to win in November. So we're sounding very divide and conquer there, okay. Republicans have a runoff of their own in the 35th Congressional District between State Rep John Lujan and veteran Carlos de la Cruz. On X, De La Cruz condemned Galindo's comments as well. I wore the uniform to defend every American, no matter their faith. This rhetoric is disgusting and has no place in Texas.
USA!
In recent weeks, Garcia has been endorsed by national and Texas Democrats alike, including former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair Greg Cesar, whose district was dismantled to create the one Garcia is running for, and Rep. Lizzie Fletcher, the chair of the Texas Democratic delegation. Garcia has responded to the pro-Galindo spending with an ad of its own, calling Galindo MAGA's favorite, and saying Republicans were propping her up because Galindo's conspiracy theories and hateful words make her the easiest Dem to beat. In addition, the Blue Dog Action PAC, which backs centrist Democrats and has endorsed Garcia, and Project 218, a Democratic Party-aligned super PAC, has spent nearly $600,000 on their own ads supporting Garcia. In a statement to the Texas Tribune over text, Galindo stood by her proposal, instead condemning the media for miswording my proposal to sound anti-Jew. Yes. What a fucking queen. All politicians who have taken Israeli money should be tried for treason for aiding a foreign national with materials to harm Americans, Galindo added. When asked what she made of Democratic leaders condemning her, Galindo said she doesn't care what any Zionist-owned politician thinks. They're exposing themselves as Zionists, which will backfire on them. Yeah. Man, she's, Now here's the real question. All the people who are saying this is anti-Semitism, whatever, like even like, well, is it not anti-Zionism that she's saying it's for Zionists, not all Jews? What? Because the kind of people who say that, and there was a discussion about this on Twitter as well, fucking Avi's in the trenches over it. People who say, oh, that's actually not anti-Semitism, that's anti-Zionism. Why do the people who say that suddenly decide that this is anti-Semitic now, even though she's still just saying Zionists? Because you can't say it's only anti-Zionism when I like it, and as soon as I don't like it, we just call it anti-Semitism. It's clearly denims in disguise. Shut up. Like this is just anti-Zionism. Actually, it's just a very bad form of anti-Zionism. Apparently, Hassan went after her.
Popular leftist Twitcher Twitch live streamer, went in a deep dive on me, on my anti-Zionism on his page, and I just hope that he saw that almost everybody in San Antonio agrees with me, and it's not because we're anti-Jew.
Hey, to be fair, I did say she might be perfect for San Antonio. Oh, I believe her. I'm just saying, it's not for me, okay? I don't live in San Antonio. I don't want to be a carpetbagger. I don't want to touch this race, okay?
I'm sorry, but how different is this rhetoric to what Hassan says? He thinks that Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis, and Nazis were put into camps by the Soviets that Hassan laments the loss of.
I think she might be right, bro. No, that's my suspicion as well. The SA does not fuck with her, but normies here like her a lot.
Popular leftist.
Interesting. It just sounds worse. Yeah, but it's not. But that's what I mean. It's not that different from his rhetoric. It's not. That's not that different at all. It's obviously more. It's less optically friendly. But I mean, is he trying to say that this is right-wing rhetoric? We're gonna put ICE officers into a fucking detention center, along with Zionists, not Jews, Zionists. Zionists are harming the Semites. That Zionism and support of Zionism is undoubtedly anti-Semitic, since it's that's a sentence that Hassan would sign off on. Hassan probably wouldn't put all American Zionists in prison. Maybe a few too many of them. A prison for ICE officers human trafficking? I mean, if he saw a tweet accusing an ICE officer of human trafficking when he's in power, of course he'll fucking jail them. What? It will be a castration process. I don't know actually what Hassan's position is on Zionists being pedophiles, though. Isn't this literally a BE point that you debated him on? Yes, he thought the Zionists, on the whole, should be re-educated in camps. Yeah. Yeah. He said that like pretty much verbatim. And Hassan promoted him for a year. Oh, shit. So at the very least, to this guy, it's an acceptable disagreement. But, you know, what am I now? I'm just being a hyperbolic Hassan bad guy. Soulsborne, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Tilda Swinton playing Tom York, thanks for $4.99. I wonder if the more caricatures of anti-Zionists get promoted, the more that Hassan will have to overcorrect back to a rational level of anti-Zionism. Well, no, because apparently now, and I've noticed this, it was fucking Avi in the trenches over it, yeah. I think, because even people like AOC and all that, like, people who are generally very anti-Zionist, like, it did seem like quite a few people were just saying, no, this is actually anti-Semitism now. But why? She's saying Zionists. Is it just because it's bad? As soon as it sounds bad, it becomes anti-Semitism and starts being anti-Zionism? Doesn't make sense. What is this?
Been doing.
Why is it? Oh, okay. Sure, I'll take it as a download. Ah! Why is it fucking muted, bro? I'm just opening in Discord, whatever. We'll just listen to it.
Been doing to the assholes of the people that they imprison for doing nothing wrong, involving, among other things, extensive dog. Of course, the New York Times published this only under their opinion section because they're still cowards and this is still an Israeli rag. And yeah, we know that Israel uses...
Okay.
dogs to rape people, trains them. Training dogs to rape sounds like blood libel. It's crazy that it's true. We must appreciate the work of Zionists who have eliminated blood libel by ensuring that Israelis do everything you could ever accuse them of doing for blood libel, therefore making it no longer libel. Blood libel is now impossible. If you accuse Israel of having done a bad thing, you are correct. Yes, they're just called blood truths.
So far, I can see the only evidence for this is a few people have quoted anonymous sources saying so. One of them is literally a fucking unemployed Twitter retard who got kicked out of fucking uni because he was accused of like unsolicited sexting of minors or some shit. And the other one was that Rami Abdul guy who runs Euromed, even though Euromed is like, you realize that Euromed is literally just like a fucking pro-Hamas like fucking guy posing as a human rights official. That's all that is for Euromed. Like the guy literally was like, there's like pictures of him dating back 10, 15 years of him hanging out with fucking Hania and shit. And it's basically the go-to for all of your completely fucking deranged, like outlandish claims. Like, oh, every time there's a fucking dust cloud, we're going to say it's white phosphorus and all that kind of shit. God damn. So no, I don't think I'm convinced that they're training dogs to rape prisoners. I don't even know why you would make that assertion. There's plenty of more credible evidence that they use dogs to abuse prisoners, that they use dogs to like scare them or maybe even to set them on people. We know that, but the idea that they're using dogs to rape, like why? Why do you have to fucking... Why, dude? Like that's pretty extraordinary as a claim. Pretty extraordinary. I know claims were made about... It's a claim that was made about Chile as well, under Pinochet. But I think in the Truth and Reconciliation report that they did, even that claim was basically treated as more of a rumor than anything that they could substantiate. Like poodles, chihuahuas. I mean, they would be dogs that... The same kind of dogs that cops use, wouldn't they? They'd be like German Shepherds. No? Anyway. I'd be curious to see what... Because Avi's a very logic bro kind of guy. I wonder where he places that whole discourse about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and are they the same, or where's the overlap, or are they separate enough that they should be treated as separate things? I'm kind of leaning towards that last point now. Where did this even start? Oh yeah, AOC tweets, "This is absolutely disgusting. The bigoted garbage and anti-Semitism should be nowhere near our politics. If you're in TX35, vote for Johnny Garcia. And the donors behind the Republican super PAC funding her should be exposed." Dark money. Is this whole shtick of framing anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism when you disagree with it, but framing it as merely anti-Zionism when you agree with it, fooling anyone? Anti-Zionist filth should be condemned as anti-Zionist filth. This is clearly anti-Zionism. It's just not the sort of anti-Zionism you agree with. Condemn it as such. Condemning it as anti-Semitic is just cowardly. Interesting. Do you think it was a coincidence that it dropped the day before the October 7th SA report? Did we know that the October 7th report was going to drop on that day? I have no idea. I honestly, my guess is probably it would be a coincidence. I don't think these people give a fuck about what an Israeli fucking independent organization is saying about anything. I don't think they're threatened by it in the slightest. I just don't think they're threatened by it. Like, why would they be? I know this is in poor taste, but is Hassan jealous that the IDF is better at training dogs than he is? Shut up. what's going on here. You're close to getting it. We disagree with anti-Semitism, whether it's coming from a Zionist or an anti-Zionist. There's no hypocrisy in an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist denouncing Galindo's conspiracy theories about Jews or her calls to put Zionists in concentration camps. Yeah, but why is putting Zionists in concentration camps, according to these guys, why is that anti-Semitic? Because Christians are Zionists in America as well, as are atheists. Perhaps this will explain where I'm coming from. Say an anti-Zionist says the following: we should round up the Zionists and throw them in jail. Now, you may find this abhorrent and worthy of condemnation, even as an anti-Zionist. That's fine. There's nothing inconsistent about that. What would be odd, though, if you condemned it as anti-Semitism rather than an extreme form of anti-Zionism that you reject. Merely expressing a wish to put Zionists in jail isn't anti-Semitic. Now, perhaps in her case, there is more background information about her being so anti-Semitic to put such comments into a broader context. But one, the statement, the direct quote here, not the misquotes about internment or concentration camps, still is far more clearly anti-Zionist than anti-Semitic. And two, the background information isn't the target of the specific condemnations. The specific statement is. I agree that if the term Zionist is being used correctly, then a call to round up and jail Zionists is akin to call to round up fascists or communists or libertarians or Republicans or whatever. While odious, it would not be anti-Semitic per se. Zionist is often misused, though it can be a dog whistle. So what if she meant it then? What if she wasn't dog whistling? What if she just meant Zionists? That would be the next question here, right? If someone says something nuts like, I'll turn ICE detention centers into jail for Zionists, it won't instantly label her an anti-Semite, but will look for additional context. In this case, AOC provides plenty. So yeah, they're saying it's not inherently anti-Semitic. Okay. What the pedophile thing also would be, according to the standard that people use, that wouldn't be anti-Semitic. It would just be anti-Zionist. Billionaire Zionist Jews, okay. Cabal of Jewish Zionists control Hollywood. Okay. She's anti-Semitic for sure. Okay, let's see. Okay, if AOC is replying to the additional context in the story in the reply, but not the quote that she quote tweeted, then I agree there's a stronger case for it to also be anti-Semitic. It's not clear to me that people, including AOC, are actually doing that. But if she is, there's a stronger case to stand on. Even so, I would still take this to be a combination of both anti-Semitism and anti-Zionist extremism. Both should be condemned, but only one seems to be politically acceptable to condemn in the circles AOC is in. Why are you even debating this? She is. That's not the debate. The debate is over whether or not, like, just this quote would suffice to call her anti-Semitic. If you're looking through the lenses of people who claim to be, well, we're just anti-Zionist, we're not anti-Semitic. Because people who say we're anti-Zionist, we're not anti-Semitic, are usually people who will say that not all Jews are Zionists and not all Zionists are Jews, therefore, blah, blah, blah. It's a political view, you're not born one or whatever. But then the question would be, is like, well, what's an example of bad anti-Zionism? And it would probably be something like this, but people tend to see this and just call it anti-Semitic. I'm wondering, like, why? Why is that? Like, why is that becoming a bar? Who cares? Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know who cares. Go watch someone else. Fuck. Not me. I'm not caring. Look at me go. Oh, I didn't see Willie Mac did a fucking quartering video. What's going on with him? Is there still more? At least a 15-minute. Okay, he's got two quartering videos. Shit. I enjoyed the quartering drama. Fuck that guy. That was refreshing. More lol cows. Okay. Why do I keep getting like 1-year-old fucking news videos on YouTube now? That's really odd. I'm not used to it. Let me go bathroom though, and then we will fire in. Oh yeah, there is a Chud thing I wanted to watch. Apparently, it's him discovering. I didn't see the full thing, the context. I am actually becoming like the more I see, the more I see of it, I'm getting strangely invested in this fucking Snark server discourse. But why is it because why are some of these kick videos not working for me? But they do open for others. Wait, can I watch any old kick streamer? Yeah, okay. So why can't I see this? Do you have to be subscribed? Wait, where's Chad Logic? He's not fucking banned, is he? There's no way. Chad Logic.
Look.
He's live.
What's Big Bungie had to say about this? Whoa. Okay, that's
Ethan
nice.
Klein lawsuit drama. Okay, we love it. Ethan Klein, let's go. Is he just streaming on Kick now? Right. Where did that... So I can't access these videos, can I? What? Which stream was it? Which stream was it? Fuck. Was it 3 days ago? Is it this one? Is this where he finds out about Shamu and the doxing shit? Crazy. Fuck.
How much?
I don't know. Why is this fucking link not working? It should be. Wait. No, it's not this one.
Stop this, man!
Oh! Is it this one?
Hello?
How long ago was it? It was yesterday.
Morning!
Yesterday? It was not yesterday that he found out about Shamu. Shut up. There's no way. Yesterday he just found out about Shamu doxing people?
Who?
Oh,
What?
he did. Okay. Be right back.
So, again, the Israeli state didn't compensate like the person who was involved in the terror. They arrested.
Yes, they don't
right?
compensate the fucking terrorist. If he got injured, if he was shot by a Palestinian, and he, son of a bitch, deserved to be shot and lynched by a fucking
Wait, was
mob,
the guy that was actually burning and attacking Palestinians get shot? Sound did the guy
have a
who,
different
the
subject.
Israeli settler that was attacking Palestinians, did he get shot?
No, he did not get shot, but he could have been.
Fuck. I thought I heard a bit of good news.
You know what? I might as well go to fucking Hawara and shoot the very first settler that comes my way.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about like a farm.
In a video game. Is Queeman defenseless? Mate, Queeman is a 13-year-old trapped in a 12-year-old's body. What's this gonna... Destiny versus Queeman. What's this gonna... What are they going for? The fucking super gay weight twink-off championship? Okay. We are gonna get to the bottom of this. There's no escape. How is this only a day ago, though? Was it really only a day ago that Chad Logic found out about this? And I thought it was several days. What the fuck's happened to my sense of time? What the fuck?
Ning.
Ning, 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 ning. What did we say there? Buh.
Okay, let me try and see if this works. Let's see if this works. Will it work? No. No. I'm banned from Discord.
What? Like
I'm
the
banned
entire...
from Discord. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I can't do it yet.
Why is he banned from
I got
Discord?
banned. Well, I say banned. That's a bit of a spicy way of putting it. But I got I got timed out for a day. I got timed out. I got like suspended for a day, basically.
What'd he do?
So there we go. Yeah, dude. I mean, what do you want me to say, bro? What do you want me to say? It's nothing to do with Shamu, banning Shamu.
Yeah, obviously.
It's obviously having that conversation last week has led to this, you know, effort to loop me into stuff I'm not involved with.
Because you people keep reporting him. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we're about, just so you know, we're about to watch a few clips of people talking about how you shouldn't loosely web people in because of the actions of other communities and other people in those communities. But okay.
By like deplatforming and shit against me. And I mean, I don't know, dude. This seems to be the inevitable consequence of that, is that all my shit is getting reported.
Not good.
Well, the problem is, I don't know where it's coming from. I can't prove who is doing it. But I mean, the timing. I've never been suspended from Discord before. Never. The Twitch ban is fucking insane as well.
You got a Twitch ban?
You know, it's quite transparent that there's this effort to loop, you know, me in with all these other people.
What? Because of the slurs that were said. Can Discord ban you for stuff that you say on Kick? Was he streaming on Twitch when Destiny came on? I know they used to not let you do that, but maybe they changed it, or I thought they changed it. What was he saying? No one never trusted Jew. I remember he said that.
And justify whatever fucking tactics against me.
Someone showed Discord the logs. Yeah, but Trot's not in that server, though. Maybe it would have been spicy.
It is frustrating. It is frustrating to deal with, but what can you do? What can you do? You just got to keep plugging away, keep moving forward. We're at war. I'm not a fucking war, dude. I'm just doing my thing. How do they even get banned off Discord? Well, I did say a slur.
Oh no.
I did say a slur. I said the J word. Yeah, dude, honestly, I am so fucking annoyed with this narrative that I'm the fucking Judas and I fuck Shamu over, right? Meanwhile, Shamu doesn't say a single thing about him giga rape doxing people 3 years ago. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? How am I the Judas?
What the fuck is giga rape doxing?
In this situation, bro. What the fuck, man? If I'd have known that, I obviously would not have fucking gone to bat for him as hard as I did. Because, dude, I was defending him on the basis, we'll talk about it more in a sec. I was defending him on the basis of his trustworthiness as like a credible content creator, right? Meanwhile, and he could have told me at any point, hey, Chud, listen, dude, I've got some pretty crazy logs out there from a few years ago. So just, you know, don't go to bat for me so hard. It's so insane, the narrative, that I'm the bad guy, that I'm the person that's doing something wrong, when I've been totally fucking misled by this guy. And I don't fucking hate him and have a problem with him necessarily, okay? But it's fucking insane that I'm the bad guy when I've had crucial information withheld from me and defended someone. What do you mean he did nothing wrong? What are you on about? Dude, he was rape doxing people 3 years ago, bro. What? Dude.
Are we going to find out what, like, he's not just throwing that in because it's like a big dox. Like, there's doxing and then there's rape doxing, which is like, I guess you get their passwords or what? I don't know.
Dude, what are you on
there's
about?
more to it. Okay.
These logs are fucking insane. These logs are crazy. These logs are fucking crazy, dude. Like, you know, I'm seeing people talk about it.
Didn't you watch this yesterday? Like, I saw the clip yesterday, but now we're seeing the full context. It was a teaser yesterday.
Is it really that bad? It was a few years ago, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, bro, these logs are fucking nuts, man. These logs are crazy. Who cares? Me. I care. Because I don't want to be fucking associated with that shit. That's nothing to do with me. I don't like this fucking doxing stuff. No, we haven't all doxed. I have never Never doxed anyone, and I never fucking would. Yes, I understand it is this gay effort to fucking, you know, use Shamu's sins against other people, and that's, you know, a shitty thing to do, obviously. But like, like, dude, the logs are the logs. I don't know what to tell you, bro. They're fucking insane. They're fucking insane. There are bigger issues at play. My issue is that Shamu has not been transparent with me. And I've gone to bat for him on the basis of his trustworthiness, and he knew that there were logs out there that undermined the basis of that defense, and he didn't say a fucking word to me about it. He didn't, at any point, he could have messaged me and said, hey Chud, just so you know, I do have these crazy logs just to be transparent with you. But he didn't say anything to me. And I've got to be honest with you, dude. I got to be honest with you, okay? I don't have any personal problems with the guy. I just don't think Shamu's very honest. I don't think Shamu is a very earnest person.
Sadly, you're right.
And this defense of him is kind of irritating.
Shamu like the dude who got bit by zombie and lied to
because
the
he's not very
kindness
earnest.
of your heart before you let him into Chud Nation. Now we all suffering from Jew disease.
Thank you for the kicks, thank you. No, dude. I knew that he used to mix about in, like, bad circles. And I thought that maybe he was involved in a bit of, you know, trolling, right? Like some trolling, possibly. But not, like, rape docs. That's what I'm calling it, rape docs.
Okay, why? Come on. Let's define our terms for the uninitiated.
Because the reality is, Shamu says, there's a lot of dishonesty in what Shamu is saying. And like I say, I don't want to fucking, like, fuck the guy up, right? I hope he does well. I'm not saying that I'll never speak to him again in the future if things, you know, progress forward and he's, you know, continuing to be a non-doxer. But it's like, fucking hell, dude. That is a big piece of information to not, you know, reveal at any point in any of this, before this even, and just put it down to, oh, it's just trolling, you know? Shamu did a stream. I'll look at his tweet. I'll look at his tweet about it and talk about that. But I don't think I'm going to watch his stream, though. I did watch a bit of his stream. I mean, dude, it is, you know. I agree. Dude, this is the problem. I'm too nice. I'm not talking to Shamu. And I've got no ill will towards him. I don't want him to do badly. I hope he continues to make videos. Okay? But I am too nice. And I see people, I think, getting unfairly maligned. And the thing is as well, and the thing is too, is that those logs were not doxing still. Like, that hasn't changed. I don't think there was any doxing happening in those logs. I think that Nicandros was referencing a tool that can be used for doxing, but he just wanted to check if prior usernames, you know, showed anything, basically. So I don't think that's changed. I don't think that, you know, the analysis of the logs changes necessarily. It's my interpretation and my view on the person that's changed. You see what I mean? I cannot in good conscience say... The logs do raise a question
over why someone is just mentioning that tool in a Discord and no one else seems to bat an eye about it. That's kind of odd, but okay.
I believe Shamu is a trustworthy operator who is, like, diligent and handles this stuff correctly. Like, I can't say that anymore. Let me put it to you like this, okay? Let's say that you know someone that gets accused of rape, right?
Okay.
Let's say that someone gets accused of rape, and you say, I know this guy. I trust this guy. It's not the kind of thing he would do. It's not the kind of thing he would do. And then you find out
that he's raped
3 years ago,
okay.
There's evidence that he'd committed a rape.
Uh-huh.
Would you still have the same perspective?
Oh, now it makes sense.
I know
okay,
this
I
guy, I trust this guy, and it's not the sort of thing he would do. No, you wouldn't. You would go, oh, okay, well, that changes things, actually. You would think, okay, that new information changes my interpretation of his current acts. Not to say that it's definitively bad, but it reduces my willingness to be, you know, as defensive on his credibility.
Breaking news. Police light emoji.
Do you see what I mean?
Police light emoji. Private first class Chud Logic has been wounded on Sweeper Hill. He was found wearing civilian clothing, however. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thanks for $10.
Fucking save Nicandros. I mean, Nicandros has got his own problems.
What's his problems?
Nicandros has got his own fucking problems, dude. I don't think he's doxed, right? But like, his changing story is bad, right? And on top of that as well, the other problem too is he's way too fucking close to it. Dude, that's another piece of
proximity.
Is it dishonesty or is it like, you know, he just doesn't see it? It doesn't see it necessarily. Shamu said, I was too close to stuff back then, and I'm trying to move away from being too close to stuff, right? And what is the topic that we're discussing with these new logs? It's them trying to establish whether or not Tectone has broken his protective order and getting involved in that. Newsflash, that's called being too close to it. That's called being too close to it. If it's some sort of video or something like that, right, there may be some slim justification if there's, you know, if you're trying to like find an account. So for example, if you're trying to find out if something's an alt account and say, look, I found this account and it's a Tectone alt or something like that, maybe there's something there that you could justify. But like, Nicandros in one of his tweets said, I want Tectone to go to jail. And if you think that personally, that's your prerogative. But you are then engaging in actions that you think are going to uncover something that you can pass on and put them in jail. That's not your fucking business, dude. As an old friend once said, you shouldn't be writing the docs, you should be reading the docs. Okay? You shouldn't be writing the docs, you should be reading the docs. You should not be concerning yourself with bringing about legal consequence on that sort of basis. I think that, you know, for example, if you had evidence that someone was like raping a kid or something like that, I think quietly and discreetly passing it on to the police privately in your own discretion, yeah, I could see a justification for that perhaps, right? But like, trying to find out if a Twitter alt is linked to Tectone so you can report it to try and prove that he's broken his protective order to potentially bring about legal consequence, that's fucking absurd. You're not a dude. You're not a fucking private investigator. You're not a vigilante. You're a fucking YouTuber, bro. Make a fucking video. Make a fucking video. Yeah, but he's getting maliciously maneuvered by shitty people to stick to the standard by dishonest hacks. So I agree with that, right? But let's not be fucking sides-cucked about this, please, right? You know, I understand that and it's frustrating, okay. And I know, and I'm experiencing that myself. There's a desperate effort to like smear me and act like I'm participating in this fucking Discord or some shit when I've got nothing to do with it. Literally nothing to do with it. I understand that's frustrating. Okay? But I don't fucking care about your fucking gay little war. I don't give a shit about that, okay? It's not my fucking concern. I'm not in this stupid fucking Discord. It's literally nothing to do with me. My concern is that Shamu has not been transparent with me, okay? And that is a problem. That's a problem for me, okay? Regardless of everything else that's going on, regardless of whatever fucking bullshit war stuff's going on, it's a problem for me personally because Shamu has not been transparent with me. And if he had been transparent with me, you know, well, I mean, the problem is, if he'd have said, I doxed people 3 years ago, I probably would have had to say, like, yeah, that's like...
It would also have been an easy out, right? Oh, yeah, I did it like 3 years ago, but I'm not the same person anymore, blah, blah, blah. Not even that. It's like, yeah, it was pretty cringe, not going to do it again. Even that would have been a fine out. Who would have cared about that?
Unfortunately, going to have to be the end for us.
Are you branded for life if you've ever doxed someone? Like, this guy sounds like he's a fucking teenager as it is. So was he even an adult when he did this dox 3 years ago?
He could have at least told me that there was this fucking shit out there about him.
From YouTube. Hope the move proves to be a positive change for you. Thumbs up sign.
Thank you. Thank you for the kicks. Thank you. Yeah, dude, exactly. I feel like my boots have been pissed on and I've been told that it's raining.
You
know?
Yeah.
Well, let me show you. Dude, this is the other thing as well. Some people that are talking about this are not showing the logs. They're not even showing you the logs. They're just talking about it and characterizing it. Let me show you what Shamu was up to 3 years ago.
I didn't realize would be so much fun to do that. Because, man, dude, all I did was, man, you remember how this whole thing started? It was because I mentioned this server, and I said that it was funny because people were using dog shit arguments against me and like preparing a fucking stream video takedown, whatever. Like that's how that started. And also these people are kind of nutty. They're like a bit fucking cringe. I can totally see the benefit in not publishing the entire log now, because it's put everyone who was involved with that server into a state where they seem very on edge about it. And I wonder if that's because they don't know what everyone else knows. Because they can't be saying, well, yeah, it's a nothing burger, bro. If it's so bad, just release the logs, huh? You're not releasing them because you got nothing. Release the logs. Why don't you release the logs? If it's so, why don't you do it? If it's such a nothing burger, do the fucking M&M 8 Mile and just publish your own logs. But I think it's because they don't know how much deleted stuff people have and like how far back it goes and what other servers have. Yeah. So that's a bit kooky.
Okay. Email,
it's so
username, hashed password, IP address.
Yeah.
What? Dude, this is fucking insane.
Whoa.
Dude, this is fucking insane.
That's fucking insane.
This is fucking nuts,
That's a
bro.
rape dox, that is.
And the thing is, I understand the idea of like people can move on. This was 3 years ago, dude. This was 3 years ago, bro. It was 3 years ago, bro. It's not even that long ago. Oh my God, dude. People are like, oh, what's the problem, man? Like, yeah, it was bad, but he's changed.
The funny thing is, most of it has nothing to do with Loner. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, but it's got very fuck all to do with me. Yeah. One might say, I don't care about this gay fucking war. I'm just watching it play out.
I don't fucking know that. Dude, I don't fucking know this guy. I know nothing about this guy and what he's up to, right? All I know is his videos about Tectone are fantastic, and I stand by that. They are really fucking good, okay? They are really fucking good. And, you know, you shouldn't change that perspective. I wish him well and hope he doesn't do this shit anymore. I'm not like fucking, you know, hating the guy necessarily. But this is fucking nuts, man. And honestly, some people that are talking about this are just cooked in the fucking head, dude. You know, acting like, well, Chud shouldn't have banned him. Chud shouldn't have banned him. Dude, 3 years ago, he was posting this. This is fucking crazy. This is fucking insane, bro. Look at this as well. Yeah, Quackish Ashley. If you tell you... So, 7th of May, 2023. 7th of May, 2023, bro. If you tell her you're going to contact her care workers and have the documentation that she can't care for herself, it will make her spurg more. Bro, this is fucking insane. What, dude? People are just like, well, it was a couple of years ago. It was a few years ago. People change.
That is
People
quite
change.
insane.
Dude,
A
maybe.
fucking IP address.
Maybe he has changed.
But
I
he lied
don't
about
fucking
it.
know, dude. I don't know what this
He tried
guy's
to
getting
hide
up
it.
to outside of my
Fuck.
fucking view. And the thing is, another thing I heard is, why didn't Chud talk to Shamu? Why didn't Chud talk to Shamu? I did talk to Shamu, you fucking retards. I did talk to fucking Shamu. I did talk to fucking Shamu. I met the first thing I did, because I obviously saw that there was a bit of scuttlebutt going around about some new logs that got dropped, right? But I didn't want to fall into the same mistake of like looking at it live and then people are trying to fucking get. So I thought, let me take a look at it and figure out what's going on here. So I took a look at the logs.
Yes, I do have the Iran war story lined up. Don't worry.
I messaged Shamu.
We'll get right on it.
Okay, and I said, hey man,
man,
what's going on with these new logs? They look pretty rough. And, you know, I was hoping for like, I don't know what I was hoping for, but maybe there's been a mistake. Maybe it's a different Shamu. I don't fucking know. Right? And he said, you know, yeah, that there's basically the logs are true. And he's trying to move away from it. That's another piece of look, okay, again, I'm not trying to like shit on Shamu too hard, okay? But like that's another piece of dishonesty too, isn't it? You have found success outside of this crazed doxing fucking ecosystem, okay? And you've had normies and normal people engage with you and watching your videos, and you'd rather this just not be known about. You know, that's why he never... I mean, I was never told about this, and I've spoken to this guy in 2 separate fucking streams, right? Okay? In 2 separate streams. Bro, I don't give a fuck about Destiny. Dude, this fucking narrative that I'm trying to cut off Shamu to placate Destiny. Dude, Destiny is still fucking tweeting bullshit about me. There's nothing I can do about that. There's nothing I can do to control that, dude.
That's not an explanation.
There's a desperate effort.
I guess it's more likely that because Chud has been reported quite a bunch of times now, is he just wants to keep his channel safe and keep his head down. And he probably also has like a fucking... like Chud's got like a family and shit. He's got kids and he's he's got a house. Like, yeah, he probably doesn't spend. So Chud probably goes off stream and doesn't spend the remaining 8 hours of his day in discords with these fucking nutters, like talking shit, workshopping arguments and all that nonsense. Guy just wants to do his job. Evil Elrond, $95. DGG immigrant here. Are all the snarkers turning on each other now, or is it just these two? No, I don't think they're generally turning on each other, but there does seem to be like a sense of unease, I guess, with the way I've seen them speaking. It's interesting because, like, if I was because people, it's funny that like Destiny seems to be the one who's going to be like leading the charge on this now because he wants to make a manifesto and all that shit. It's interesting that he's, because of like who he is and who his community is, like he's overlooked a few things maybe, or just doesn't really pay that much attention to some things, but that do matter to the community. So for example, the slurs, right? Like these guys love fucking slurs, and people like me, like, I don't really give a shit like people doing that. I don't think it really tells you all that much about who they are politically. You need more information. Destiny probably doesn't care about the slurs because he's a isn't this the N-word manifesto guy? Yeah, like he but for that community that thrives so much off of Hassan retweets and likes for the algorithm and everything, they probably do. So it might be a case that like if you wanted to turn Hassan off these people, all you need to do is show him like how many slurs they use. But obviously it's like different priorities for different groups. So
to try and loop me in with all of this stuff that's nothing to do with me, and I can't control that, and I can't do anything about that, right? My issue with this is that Shamu has not been transparent about me whatsoever.
Hutch has been talking about it. Right?
And this is the problem for me, is I'm not going to just lower my standards and what I believe because, you know, there's an effort to try and loop me into something that's unrelated. That's the other thing to bear in mind with this as well now. That's the other thing to bear in mind too, okay? Dude, yes, exactly. You must take a side in the retarded dox wars. I don't want to be anywhere near this shit, dude. And I'm not anywhere near this shit, fortunately. So I'm just going to fucking crack on and do what I need to do. But I'm not getting involved in all this fucking doxing fucking nonsense and shit. It's fucking insane, bro. Exactly, dude. Like, I understand you guys want to make this all about this stupid fucking...
Don't let Destiny releasing it curtail your commentary. Do what you want. Yeah, I'm doing it, yeah. I'll do exactly what I want, which is fuck all. Yeah.
You know, DGG small...
I still haven't read that many of the logs. Like, it's just, there's just too much. I've probably read like less than 5% of them.
Commentary war, and I understand that, and I get where you're coming from, and yes, we should be cautious. Like, for example, it's important to say that this is unrelated to this Discord server that's being discussed. So pointing that out is important, and I agree with you. Yes. Okay? Yes.
Is doxing the worst of it, or just the initial shot of the logs? I don't have like a fully formed opinion on that yet, because I haven't read enough, but I will say that doxing does seem to be like a very arbitrary standard that these guys set. Because what is doxing and why is it bad? It's bad because, what it is you either repost or you dig up and introduce what would otherwise be private information to the public sphere for the purpose of harassing or humiliating someone or whatever else, right? Because there aren't that many things that you can do there aren't that many things you can do to other people from behind a screen, right? Like you can't beat them up or whatever. Like, but one thing that you can do to affect them like quite physically is just to do things that like get their heart rate up. Like that's kind of like the one thing that people can do. Like if they're getting blown up online or like they're getting exposed or their dox is out, like you just make them fucking panic and make their like life a bit uneasy. And 99.999% of the time, nothing's gonna happen. Like even if you got your address out there, like my address was out for well over a year and like fuck nothing happened. And even though the guy putting my address out was literally a fucking terrorist who was very unsubtly inciting violence against me, nothing happened because what the fuck are these people gonna do? Like come over my door and fucking batter me? Like no. But that would entail leaving their house. But it's interesting that these people like will draw a line on doxing, but there are kind of like other disseminations of personal information that they seem okay with, like and I was asking this question actually to one of them on on my server. I was asking the question like, let's say, maybe chat can answer this as well. Okay, you have some nefarious person who has sent you a message, okay, and they're like, hey, was he throwing it out all over the place? I mean, he put it on an Instagram story and tweeted it whenever he could. So, and Hassan put it on his screen and watched him do it. So, I don't know. Pretty out there. People were spamming it in my chat. I had to like go in and go into my fucking YouTube restrictions and ban it as like words from my chat. But anyway, let's say someone comes to you with an email and they're like, okay, I don't like you. I'm going to fuck you over, but I'm only going to do it in one way or the other, okay? I've got 2 boxes here. And one box has your full name. That's it. It's your full name, which you have otherwise kept quiet. The second box has all of your private messages between you and your ex-wife of 10 years, all from the cringe flirting at the beginning to the fucking all the love and vulnerability in the middle and to the fights near the end and then to the breakup at the end. I've got all of that and a bunch of sexting as well. I'll blur the nudes, but I've got, that's the second box. I'm going to publish all that. Which box would you rather get opened against you? Like the first one or the second one? Would you rather the box that's got your full name in it that you've kept quiet, or the logs between you and your partner of 10 years? All of them, all of the DMs. I would rather be doxxed. I'd rather you just said my name and fuck yeah. Like assuming obviously like the second one doesn't have your name on it. Like the names are blurred out in the second one, obviously. We're talking about fucking hypothetical, bro. I've never been mad. You're a fucking retard. Stop doing that. Jesus Christ. Is this a real question? Yeah. But I had breakfast. Dude. Jesus Christ. Like personally, because like again, it depends on like, I think quite a lot of people are fairly private to the sense that they would rather their full name go out than the fucking, I shouldn't ask chat this because chat's fucking retarded. Chat doesn't actually realize that getting your full name put out can be quite stressful and quite scary when it happens. And then it takes you like 2 or 3 days to learn to realize that like not that much happens. Maybe if you're in America and people want to swat you and it might be different, but outside of that, like in most situations, nothing's going to happen. Like nothing. And like every other creator that you know about is probably doxed somewhere. Like you can find their name or address somewhere. But the fact is that it's just not as world ending as people think it is, like on the day that it happens. Whereas getting like logs from like yourself and like a partner for several years or 10 years or whatever, and it's got like everything about like your intimate private life in it, including like maybe even sexual stuff and all that. Like obviously the second one getting out there would be worse, I think, to most people. if you don't realize that, then you're a fucking idiot and you just haven't been doxxed and you just don't know. Like, or you haven't had either of these things happen to you, so you don't know how to compare them. But that's why I find it odd that like someone like JSOG or Queeman or Chud or whatever will draw this incredibly firm line on doxing. But if someone that they are like, you know, someone like me or someone like Hutch or someone like Destiny or whatever has like a bunch of like private intimate messages leaked about them, then they will just they'll fucking make an entire content piece out of that and they'll like make fun of you for it and all that shit. It's like, but that's still a dissemination of private information, especially if it's like, because usually these logs get leaked without people's consent, right? That's a dissemination of private information, whether or not your intent is, even if you're because at least when my leaks went out like last year, Queeman and Chud were defending me, so that was amazing, very appreciative. But it's not like there wasn't also a pretty fucking clear undertone of humiliation and harassment that went with it, right? Like everyone knows that, everyone would expect that, they know that. But that's why I'm wondering, like, why, like what where is this ethical principle actually being drawn from? To me, it doesn't actually make that much sense. Personally, if fucking... Unless there was something like crazy incriminating or whatever, like, yeah, like, if any like private messages of Chud's got like leaked out of there of him being cringe with a partner or whatever, I don't think I would want to read that on stream because it just feels like kind of gross. But again, I'm not saying like I didn't really feel particularly horrible about them doing the thing to me, but definitely, if I had to think about it, like, would I have rather they done that or if they just said, oh, by the way, Lornabox's full name is John Cunt? Like, I'd have easily preferred the full name. That would have been much nicer, but fuck knows. And I don't think I'm alone in feeling that. Chud read them fully on stream while giggling before saying there was nothing there. Yeah, I know. I was like, he spoke to me about it as well. Yeah.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you. But I'm not just going to look the other way and ignore something like this and not, and you know, not adhere to an own standard that I've got. You know, just because I like know there's other stuff going on here. Do you see what I mean? Like, this is fucking nuts, man. This is fucking nuts. Dude, I already know what Shamu's side is. I'm not watching his stream. I already know what Shamu's side is. It was a long time ago. Okay? It was like trolling. You referred to it as trolling. This isn't fucking trolling. This is worse than trolling. You know, and he doesn't want to be associated with this anymore. But here's the yeah, this is some sort of old sector-associated blood sports docs type thing or something. Dude, that's the other dude. People keep saying like 4 years. This was 4 years ago. It wasn't 4 years ago. Why do you keep saying 4 years? I think that people are doing this thing where they're trying to distance
3 years
the
ago?
time frame because they want to make it sound longer ago than it is. This message is from the 7th of May, 2023. That's 3 years ago. This was the 26th of March, 2023. That's 3 years ago. I hate this thing where it's like, oh, well, we can just like do the little tricks because it's someone on our side. Fuck off, dude. I don't give a shit about that, man. I'm going to maintain my own views, principles, standards on this stuff. This shit was recent in terms of the internet.
Do not free
right?
Willy.
Shamu keeps saying he wants...
Whoa, thanks for 35.90 shekels. I appreciate that. Whoa.
...to move away from this. Okay. Right? The reality is, I know exactly what's happened. I know exactly what's happened, and people are missing this, and it's really fucking annoying. Okay? Shamu has found success outside of this ecosystem because he keeps saying this thing as well of like, oh, when I started making content, I moved away from this.
Publishing identifying information can carry significant legal and ethical risks if your actions incite harassment. I don't know if you're saying that as an argument for why the like doxing the name is worse, because what someone tried to tell when I'm coming back to, I'm just having a shower argument now, even if you're saying that or not. Someone was arguing to me that even though the private messages thing is might be more humiliating or might stick to you for longer or whatever like that. Someone putting out your real name is still potentially worse because it can lead to swatting and like real life harm. Well, then I'm like, dude, how many most political commentators use their fucking real names? It's just not like, because they know that your real name doesn't actually, it carries like a non-zero chance of swatting and real life harm, but it's so low that people don't take it clearly don't take it that seriously, right? Like, I'm just saying, there's a reason, like, if even the small creators, like your fucking Chris Kunzler or whatever, is happy to call himself that online and tell you about where he got his degree and all this shit. Like, but he won't want you to to see what goes on behind the curtains with it. So no.
That's another fucking lie. That is just a lie. That's just a fucking lie. Shamu has been making videos for years. Shamu's been making videos for like 5 years, okay? It's not that when he started content, he moved away from this. It's that when he started to get attention from a sort of ecosystem that wasn't this cancerous, okay? He wanted to move away from this because he knew this looked awful. And he knew that someone like myself would not be cool with any of this. And so he just kind of hoped, I think, that it didn't come out and it didn't kind of like, spill out more publicly and more people looked at it. Do you see what I mean? And that's a problem for me. It's like, just be transparent with me. Just be transparent with me. And, we'll go from there. And it can be, we can figure out like the best way to handle something. The problem with this is like, this is fucking terrible. Do you see what I mean? This is fucking awful. So it's like, I can't really like go to bat for this. Like, this is just like, yeah, this is fucked up shit happening in the last 3 years. And also the other thing as well, and this is the other problem I've got too, right? People are like, it's 3 years ago. The logs show his behavior from 3 years ago. Why, when I've not been told about this, am I going to go on a limb and go, oh, it was 3 years ago? Because I don't know what this guy's been fucking up to, bro. I've got the logs from 3 years ago. I don't know that that's the end of it. So what? 7th of May, 2023. He's talking about contacting care workers. Okay?
Holy shit.
And that's the last thing that he did. And there's nothing else.
That's pretty rape docs. What the fuck?
How do I fucking know, bro? How do I know? I'm still willing to say that I don't think there was doxing happening in those screenshots because there wasn't. I don't fucking know what this guy's up to. Dude, I did speak to him about it. I did speak to him. And the other thing as well, the other thing you guys need to understand, okay? I do not have fucking time in my life to be investigating someone's fucking background at this point. I don't have time to go to fucking Shamu and go, oh, film.
Dude, if only. Maybe we should. Maybe we should background check your orbiters or your associates or whoever these people are, your colleagues. Because fuck me, they're definitely mods. Oh my god, they're just because there are so many people who just turn out to be complete fucking lunatics. I don't know if it says something about judge of character or because it's online, you only get to know a particular impression of someone that's being conveyed. But damn,
in all of your fucking past, right? I've got a fucking house that I'm working on. I've got shit going on in my life. I don't have time to fucking dig into all the fucking shit this guy's ever done. No. It's fucking ridiculous. And this is enough for me to go, that's really fucking bad. That's terrible. I'm not going to take the fucking punt on this guy having definitively changed. And listen, I was very pleasant to him in DMs. I was very pleasant to the guy in DMs because at the end of the day, I don't have any like ill will towards him as a creator or something, right? I genuinely hope, I feel bad that I can't fucking go to bat for him on this. Do you know what I mean? I want to defend people. I want to back people up. But this is indefensible. It's not as far away as people are acting like it is, okay? And I have been misled. I've been misled. It's, as far as I'm concerned, a lie by omission. Shamu has not been transparent with me. And I've gone to bat for someone in this conversation, and now this has come out days later, and it undermines my fucking credibility, okay? And from my perspective, it demolishes Shamu's credibility as someone that could be trusted with PII. what am I like? How can I earnestly say, oh, Shamu is to be trusted with PII? He's a diligent operator.
Yeah.
When he was doxing people 3 years ago. It's fucking absurd, bro.
Okay, so misled by Shamu, very angry at Shamu, fuck Shamu, shame because I thought it was cool. Don't care about your gay little content war. Okay, I get it. I understand. Spoken like a true champion. Do I need to see more of this, or is that the gist?
I've seen about how, oh, I'm an idiot or something for banning him. Bro, what are you, what, dude? If you don't want to ban this guy and you want to be, mix it up with him, that's your fucking lookout and that's your discretion, okay? I'm frustrated that I've been misled and I feel like people are acting like, you know, oh, well, I can be sure that he's changed. And if you think that, on your head be it, but I'm not fucking risking someone that was doing Giga Rape Docs 3 years ago has definitely changed and I can trust them to not, you know, engage in certain behavior. If I had to, like, you know, from my heart,
stand firm.
My heart, I'm thinking he's probably changed.
Sadly, you're raped.
Chud Imma throw hard fast ball at you. Will you ban Nikandaro too? What about Adain? Remember, he did funny as doxing shit to Lio Convo. Comment Chud. Comment.
So,
that's an
I don't think I'm
unfortunate.
going to ban the Kandros because I don't think he's doxed.
I don't even know who the
anyone.
fuck Hayden is. Who's that?
Okay. But, like, I'm not going to be, like, palling around with him. Not that I really was anyway. But he's a fucking liability, dude. He's a liability. And I don't think it warrants ban from the Discord. But I can't be associated with people that are, like, so retarded that they change their story and then they're talking about how they want to get Tectone sent to prison. So they're monitoring Twitter accounts to see if it...
Talk about about liabilities, man. Like 3 people in that server that I'm aware of now, at least 3, are like regular Kiwi Farms posters. It's like, and they use I know that because they're the ones, I know it's at least 3 because they're the ones who use the same names on Kiwi Farms. But damn.
It's an alt to see if they can get him sent to prison. That's not my fucking intro. I'm nothing to do with that. That shit's fucking stupid and you shouldn't be doing that. But I don't think he's done enough.
Okay.
To warrant getting banned.
I don't know who he's talking
about
here, so it's hard to tell.
But this is the other point that I feel like people aren't really kind of like engaging with. Is like, you know, what is this shit of like tracking and seeing if Tectone has broken his protective order? Like, what is that about? That's not what you should be doing as a fucking YouTuber. In terms of Aiden, yes, I agree that Aiden did something atrocious. I am giving him a second chance in terms of like not banning him from the Discord. He did get banned for a bit and then he's back in. The reason I'm giving him a second chance is I think he's younger. I don't think he was doing this. I don't think he was engaging in this sort of level of behavior. And it's more of, you know, it was more of like a sort of, he was drunk on a phone call and I believe he said someone's name or something like that. Is that bad? Yes. Should he do it? No. But I feel like, you know, that's a different level that's worth of a second shot for a younger guy than this. Do you see what I mean? It's like, Shamu is not a kid. Shamu wasn't a kid a few years ago.
Are you
sure?
sure?
See what I mean?
Wait, really? How old is Shamu?
So, yes, I am being...
I don't know, I haven't doxed him.
Giving Aiden
Shit.
a second chance. In terms of being in the Discord. He was banned, but, you know, I think he does regret what he did. And obviously, you know, if he does anything like that again, it's definitively done. But he was nowhere close to this. I mean, this is fucking mental. You know, not only just... the thing is, it's twofold. It's not just posting the docs. It's also this here. It's also this part here. You know? Where he's like, you know, contacting care workers and shit like that. Dude, it's tough. It's tough, man, because I do like Shamu, okay? I do like Shamu. And I think he does good videos and he's a great content creator and I really enjoy his content, you know? It's not to do with his videos or what he's like now or as a person now. Like, probably, yeah, he's changed and he does want to move away from this. You know?
Okay,
but like,
this one's circling the
I'm
brain
sorry.
a bit. Okay. The thing is, I don't even... Chud's not involved in the server. Yeah, he's not in the server that I've got logs of. Destiny seemed convinced that Chud like knows more than he's letting off, but I've not seen that. I don't even know if I believe that. I'd have to be shown something to show that, or to believe that. What the fuck? Because it seems like Chud actually didn't go on the fucking epic 1.5 year long crusade against Destiny's career like all these other people did. So I don't know why, like, where the heat is coming from there. Huh. How many in Spicy Chat are in the other server? Well, I don't know. It'll all come out in the wash, I guess. Okay. People wanted me to watch this yesterday. He involved himself in the last debate, but not in like the last year of whatever project like this quiet server was on the go with. Yeah, this is Missy. She was I don't even know. So half these people lie about their fucking gender and shit. But this person used to be in our server, and they were also in the secret server, talking about how they wanted to come into my server to argue about Israel so they could feel something, because they woke up feeling meh. I'm like, oh god, oh no, mental health, oh no. Anyway. I only got like 20 seconds through this. I still don't even know what the fuck it's about, but okay.
You live in a world where Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And also...
Is Barry Weiss installed as the Free Press? I thought Barry Weiss was involved in starting the Free Press, wasn't he? Am I wrong there? Yeah, Barry Weiss found it. Or maybe he was installed to Paramount as the editor of the Free Press. Yeah, I thought Barry Weiss founded the Free Press, yeah. Because she used to be New York Times. Installed to CBS. Yeah, gotcha. But she started the Free Press, and her thing was like, her claim was that she was basically kind of fed up with the ideological orthodoxy of the lib woke media, whatever the fuck, which obviously overlaps a lot with the drift away from like the polarizing of opinions on Israel, right?
Social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting.
Wait, let's just go.
The Ellisons own TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, content of a certain persuasion. That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years.
Disproportionately pushing content, disproportionately in comparison to what? Hang on. Americans have increasingly negative views on Israel. We know that. On the whole, as of April, it went from this to this very quickly, somewhat unfavorable. Very or somewhat unfavorable went from 42% to 60%, and favorable went from 55 to 37. Okay. So it's still, if you're rounding up, it's still like just about a 60-40, a bit less than 40 situation in America. Republicans, I'm pretty sure, are still more favorable to Israel, aren't they, on the whole? Probably not by much, though. More Republicans and Republican leaners have a favorable than unfavorable view of Israel, 58 to 41. Okay. So I guess disproportionate would have to be that you're showing the media not really reflecting I don't know if you want to say whether it's reflecting this or this, because it's Republicans who are in power right now, and Trump is a deranged, opportunistic, fascist fuck who is using his presidency to push his friends into advantageous positions that also advantage him, like media. Especially since a few older allies are less reliable now, like Tucker.
And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition.
Hang on.
That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition. And they are benefiting massively from this industrial force, this international industrial force behind them. To try and, yeah, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of Israel. It's online Israel. They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively from the industrial machine.
Who the fuck are we talking about that they align perfectly and they're on that cause? Because Barry Weiss, Barry Weiss, the Ellisons, Mary Madison, like these are people who are all like lean to one degree or another in favor of Trump. I think all of them have friendly relations with Netanyahu and the Israeli right. But who are we connecting them to?
That keeps that running. You can't stoop to their level, but you can't. You have to be firm. You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, do this divide and conquer bullshit and try and police associations based on some shit that happened years ago, that someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing, and it's built into a total lie narrative that is made to vindicate someone on their sex crimes and crush the opposition to their political perspective.
So he's linking that to Destiny, and is there context to this? Is this like, because at first I thought maybe out of context because it's Missy is the person posting it, but Missy's like a viewer, like a fan of Queeman's, like, so they like this person wouldn't maliciously clip him. What is what's the through line here between Barry Weiss and all these like the Ellisons and all these Trump sycophant retards who like Netanyahu? Where's the connection between them and Dan, Destiny, and Ethan and Hutch or me or anyone? Like, what's that? Where's that connection? I'm not really. What does that have to do with any of the drama that's going? If we're talking about, that sounded like they were talking about the doxing thing there. Or like the loose connections. What? Is there a stream that where he talks about this, or you get a mention as well? Do I? Is it a fucking segment? Let's see. I'm taking an interest. Is it? He's wearing the same thing in this segment. They're ruining the internet. Is that what this is? Where the wait? Where'd it go? It just changed size. Everything's they're ruining the internet. Okay, is this it?
So you may be aware, Shamu has been outed for the terrible crime.
Wait, this isn't what this is about, is it? I thought it's worth commenting on Trump abusing his position in power to elevate people who support him and incidentally have the same views as him on Israel, especially like the Ellisons and Barry Weiss and all that shit. Like, that is worth calling out because he's obviously like he's abusing his position to fuck with the media into his favor and incidentally into Netanyahu's favor as well. But what the fuck does it have to do with and Israel. Okay, that comes in 10 minutes in. Okay, let's see.
Doxing in sector troll groups 4 years ago. Okay, and apparently that means everyone has to disown Shamu. Seems to be the prescription here. Now, I don't have any hard lines for association. I've literally never enforced hard lines for association. I say that if you have hard lines, you should stick to them.
Yeah.
So I will not be totally disowning Shamu. That will not be happening. And I want to use this as sort of an opportunity to, go into a bit more of this. Because stuff that all of us, and I say this, not just talking to my chat right now, speaking broadly, people who enjoy this kind of content, people who make this kind of content, that the principles and standards that you probably hold quite dearly are under attack in a way they really haven't been since Keffels, frankly. And it's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting. I'm a very abrasive person. Okay, I understand not liking me. I understand
Is
having
this to do with like free speech and deplatforming and everything? Okay, I will say one thing. Okay, to Queenman's credit, he did ban Kosher Kathy from his community because that guy, it's a guy, was trying to get people to report me every time I told someone to video game themselves in a joke, right? And I'm like, there's no fucking way that Queenman endorses that kind of behavior, right? I was a bit curious about why that person was allowed to exist in that community for so long, because that person like is a serial fucking lying, bad faith, disgusting piece of shit. But maybe he didn't know. We'll see. But to my knowledge, that person has been banned for doing that specific thing. Okay.
For me, in fact.
Did he do it after you brought it up? Yes. The one thing I might be... This can go both ways. I'll just tell you what my thought process was at the time. When I told him about it, I don't think he... Did I say I would... I don't think I showed him evidence. So maybe he checked himself and just saw, or...
I totally get that, okay? What I did hope, is that there were some people that were discerning enough. And there are, in fairness. I'll give one credit, one shout out. Specific shout out. Styro No One. This guy hates me. This guy hates me. He's an RFC guy.
Kathy's already been getting re-added to communities, so I'd fact check if he's still banned. Well, if you want to show me, you can show me.
See him standing on what he obviously should believe. What I would assume he believes. Total random just a random shout, just to cite one person that I saw being quite discerning about this stuff. But yeah, you don't see it from a lot of content creators, to be honest. You really don't. So I don't know how I want to really go about explaining this, because it's something I want to try and convey, but it's tricky. It's tricky, man.
Okay.
There are some base level principles in this kind of content creation, in this sort of, I don't want to say sector because that is a specific thing, but this area of the internet. The idea that when you participate online as part of a community, you are responsible for your actions. You are not responsible for the actions of everyone around you, or if you post on a subreddit, you're not responsible for every discrete instance of harassment, especially illegal harassment that happens as a result of the general air of negativity towards a person. Great example of this. Some of you may remember back in the Keffels drama, Stardust had a big fight with Keffels that resulted in Keffels screaming obscenities at Stardust because Stardust stood by Flamenco. For those who don't know, Flamenco obviously was around with doxes. He threatened to send letters to Xanderhall's mother, and he would post on Kiwi Farms very frequently. Very big KF poster. And Stardust defended him firmly. And honestly, that's one of the few times where I've thought Stardust won a debate. I thought Stardust did well there. That was one of the few times ever where she stood firmly on the idea that Flamenco isn't responsible for your swatting. It's not just group harassment because he's on the forum. But that's totally been abandoned. That has totally been abandoned by these people. And that is a core principle that allows not just KF to operate and people there to be able to talk their shit, but allows DGG to operate. It allows Leftovers H3 to operate. It allows H3 Productions to operate, because there are always negative, illegal, harassing behaviors that occur as a result of significant negative attention online, but not each individual engaging with the negativity is responsible for each discrete act of harassment. You are responsible for harassment that you do, which hopefully you don't do. So I really do feel like
probably a caveat that you're also responsible for. You're also responsible for a kind of culture that you cultivate within a community, I guess. But I don't think you would disagree with that. Like, negligence is a form of responsibility. But.
Like, with a lot of the lawsuit and doxing stuff that's going on here, I would hope there are a lot more people that are willing to sort of put differences aside. You know, this isn't really a matter of whether someone says slurs or whether someone's right wing or whether someone's a communist, whether someone's a tanky, an ML. The principles that allow this type of content to continue should matter to all of us. They should matter to all of us. And a key point to this is that when you're going against that, you don't win by betraying what you're fighting for. You know, you do not win by adopting the tactics of the enemy. You know, you see people say this sort of stuff a lot of the time. People wanting to take things further. They see someone do something absolutely insane, horrible, and they want to take things further. They want to retaliate, but you literally can't. You literally can't. You have to maintain the high ground every time. You cannot allow yourself to just become whatever.
Yes, Embo, I know you're saying that the Israel support that I linked in from the Pew poll, even amongst Republicans, is over concentrated amongst older people. I understand that, but who's watching mainstream media on average? Who's voting on average? It's still older people, like by much more disproportionately than it is younger people.
It is you've got a problem with.
Which is obviously what's going to influence. Like, if you want to run a media operation in any country, even if you're a Russian propagandist, you can't just plot thoughts into people's heads, like, and mind control them. Like, you have to be working with something that's already there. You have to have some demand, like you have to. And one of the things with the free press and everything that definitely Barry Weiss spoke about, it wasn't just like, oh yeah, we want to like come in and be sycophants for Trump and manipulate our way and abuse our way into these high positions of American media. That's the very, very negative and condemnable side of what they're doing. But the other side of what they're doing as well is noticing that since October 7th, there's been a polarizing of opinion when it came to Israel and October 7th. And a lot of the mainstream media were accused not only by right-wingers, but also of like liberal and center people of being biased in one direction, or just like the environment, like the situation in Gaza, like leading to a biased result in some of the media. Like, but the fact is that America still it's dangling on, has a bunch of people who are old and traditionally cling on to the Israel narrative, and they're going to want some media that's not CNN still talking about fucking 500 trucks, or like we're just going to assume like everyone in the strike was a civilian, even though like a year later Islamic Jihad will admit that it was a bunch of their commanders and all that shit, or like the New York Times and Ezra Klein pontificating over the one state reality, which is like so divorced from fucking reality. It's amazing that it gives himself that title. But that's like really what happened. That's why you have the situation now where people who are pro-Israel and people who are pro-Palestine both feel like they are in ecosystems that are completely against them for whatever reason. Like they both feel like the media is not on their side because there's a polarizing that's gone on. Because people who are more pro-Israel don't feel like their perspective is being spoken to by the likes of New York Times and CNN and all those people anymore. And obviously people on the other side who spent like one half of the like the people who were treating fucking TikTok as a reliable source are feeling like they also feel like people like CNN and all that aren't on their side either, so they drift to more extreme polls as well, like in the alt media. And then it's also become this kind of like lightning rod for people to split off. Like Tucker Carlson's big riff with MAGA is specifically over Israel. Candace Owens, same story. Marjorie Taylor Greene, same story. So to say like that thing he was saying earlier about a disproportionate presence in the media over the last couple of years, dude, you sound like Israelis who will tell the exact same story, but instead of pointing to Barry Weiss and and the switch over on TikTok and everything else, they'll do the same thing, but they'll talk about what's happened to the New York Times in the last couple of years, or what, like just recently publishing a fucking story, taking very seriously some very unserious and very unsubstantiated claims that dogs are raping Palestinian prisoners because they're trained to rape by the IDF, or how every mainstream outlet basically believed after the Al-Ali blast that Israel had fucking J-dammed a hospital and flattened it, killing 500 people. Jeremy Bowen, like Middle East guy for the BBC for decades, believed that and said he regretted nothing after admitting he was wrong, even though it didn't map onto anything that's ever happened in Israel and Gaza for the last like 5 wars that they had, a strike like that. But, you know, or the way that Israelis will complain about fucking Qatar and how much, or like the Gulf countries and how much they fund Middle East studies education programs in American universities, which they do, by the way. And that's kind of why, like, people go in, like these students go into Columbia and then 4 years later they come out in fucking keffiyehs raiding a building and then complaining that they're not getting given the fucking food deliveries from the university and calling it humanitarian aid. Like, that's so. But what the media is reflecting there, both parts of it, the Barry Weiss thing and TikTok and Paramount and CBS, and also what's going on with the complaints about like the kind of increasing drift on things like the New York Times or CNN, and like the way that liberal media has been moving, and also even the way that the alt media has definitely all coalesced around the anti-Israel thing. That's all reflecting something, which is that opinions since October 7th have polarized on the issue. That's like the before anything else, before reflecting Trump's corruption or before it's reflecting a polarization.
Can't start filing lawsuits because, oh, well, fuck them. Fuck them. You can't start doxing because, oh, well, fuck them. They did it. You can't start lying because, oh, well, fuck them. They do it. Dan's doing it all the time.
I believe that. Because I am a Taylor Lorenz head, okay? I'm a Tayloroid. And some motherfuckers, the justification for Taylor doxing Libs of TikTok, by the way, is not because she's a journalist or what the fuck she would say. No, it's because like the person had crossed a threshold, a very clear one. People can argue about where that threshold is, but to me, that's just an easier position to hold. I don't know why there's so much other like shit that you can do to fuck with people's private lives online. But for some reason, doxing is like the arbitrary red line. That, to me, that doesn't make much sense.
You can't just start doing that. But you do need to hold firm. And you do need to be aggressive, okay? You do need to hold firm.
I'm feeling aggressive.
You do need to be aggressive, and you need to stand confidently. You can't, this bitchy, almost, I don't want to call it infighting, because there isn't this broad group. But the idea, for instance, here, I'll give you an example. I will frequently see, I'll use myself as an example. I will frequently see, say something gets posted of me, there will be a comment from someone who will agree with me on the core issue being discussed, and it's a very important issue, and it should be an important issue to them. But you may see a comment say, oh, well, why are you supporting this guy? He says the N-word on Kick. I don't at this point anyway. I don't do that. But you know what I mean. They'll say something like that. And that's got
like the only slur he doesn't say.
Stop, I think. I'm not saying that about me, that you've got to stop saying things about me. I'm saying, broadly, if you care about this stuff, you need to forget some of these internal differences. An example of someone else, Bungie, recognizing some of the existential issues that are being presented to this space right now. He's taking stands on the right side of that. I don't care if he supports Restore. I don't care if he thinks, you know, black people are disproportionately low IQ, or whatever the fuck Bungie thinks. I actually don't know what Bungie thinks. Whatever he thinks. I don't care in the context of this, right? There may be another time where he's expressing that, where it's worth me fighting with that. But when there is a concerted effort to fracture and smother an effective ecosystem, that's a problem. That's a real big problem, and that should be really kind of, you know, firmly opposed by everyone in a firm line. Yeah, it should be firmly opposed.
If you guys want a summary of what he's saying, he's basically saying the internet is like the internet's a bit of a shithole. It's full of fucking nutters, but also the thing we celebrate with the internet is that it allows people, the little man, to have a voice that they otherwise might not have, and people can speak their mind and they can argue and they can fight and all that. And sometimes it gets really bloody and dirty, and some people can't take the heat, so they have to get out of the kitchen in certain situations. But it's also got your safe spaces, it's got your unsafe space. It's got the internet's a great place for people to fucking fight and speak shit and make communities and all that stuff. And it's becoming threatened by litigious and hyper-aggressive, sensitive bastards like Ethan Klein and Destiny, who are just out there to dox and intimidate people who are fucking with them, or to use the legal system to crush criticism, and trying to use like mass reporting and all that other shit to basically kill this ecosystem. That's the sort of fucking call to arms that he's making. So when he's talking about people who restore and fucking, they think black people are genetically inferior and all that. Yeah, he's saying that, yeah, because although we all fucking disagree with each other, we're all the way from fascists to communists to tankies, the internet's a fucking home of free speech and it should be treasured as such. And when there are threats to that, then it's something that we should all be united against, right? Like, that's the gist of what he's saying, okay?
And you have to consider as well sort of the context this is happening in, right? And why it's being portrayed the way it is. Destiny has spun up this narrative that this server has existed for 2 years. Why is he saying it's existed for 2 years when it's actually existed for 10 months? Well, just think about that timescale. What would that encompass? What would that encompass? It would encompass his allegations, everything leading up to them, and everything he did in response, right? So it is a retroactive justification and attempted vindication narrative to make it seem as though the only reason anyone ever even cared about the fact he was sharing nudes without consent.
Why ever he said the 2-year thing, if it was an accident or if it was an intentional, god damn it, it really had an effect, didn't it? Because now, I guess the result is that people don't, but it's just, to me, it's just be feeding into the whole thing about like not letting people know what you know to see how they behave.
It's because other people were spinning it up in the background. But we know that's untrue, don't we, guys? We know that's untrue. Because not only does the timeline make no sense.
Do you agree with what he just said? Liquid Sonic, if we were going down, so in principle, I'm not sure. It's like, in principle, there's a point where I agree with the free speech idea. I think the internet should be a place where people can generally say what they want, so long as they're not like, I'm maybe a bit less free speech than Queeman would be, in the sense that I think there are levels of like harassment and maybe even like across like bigoted lines and things like that can actually serve to make a space like too free, in the sense that it becomes like unlivable for a large amount of people. So for example, let's say there's a forum where anyone can be homophobic, right? So you're free to be as homophobic as you want and do all your homophobic slurs and all that shit. And then and they just say like, oh yeah, we're a free speech platform, we're Wild West and all that. But then it's going to fill up with people who are like taking advantage of that and see that as like a perk, in the sense that they're attracted to the place where you can be as homophobic as you want. So that's where they go to be homophobic. And then, okay, well, how free is that place? Because that place exists for a year. Like, how many gay people are there, right? Like, or how many of them want to be there? So there is a level of like freedom that you can have on the online that pushes people out, which is why there's a lot of case by case stuff. There's like, okay, well, what behavior constitutes harassment here or there? When he's talking about concretely what are the threats to the online ecosystem that's comparable to Keffels, who was trying to shut down a website, Kiwi Farms, and also by trying to basically like destroy every left-winger who wasn't on her side, I guess. Okay, well, Ethan doing a defamation suit because Noah Samson said he supports genocide. That goes against my values when it comes to free speech, even if Noah wins the case, because obviously it's like even bringing a lawsuit against someone will drain them, right? Like it fucks their resources. If you don't have the finances to defend yourself, then you're giga-fucked. I don't think it's a threat to the general ecosystem. I think the problem is that people like Noah were also getting away with behavior that is also actually quite troubling online. Like the amount that these people are able to get away with fucking lying about people and smearing people, and also in a sense like to what point is it like that it's going to hurt their advocacy and their like public speech online? Like there should be some recourse for like the amount of lying that goes on there, but like it just shouldn't be defamation suits. I don't know what it should be though. But as for the specifics, that's probably the one where I would maybe agree with Queeman, was like using the law to shoot down a YouTube video. Because I don't think it's going to succeed. Unless there's something about the American defamation suits that are just a lot more loose than I used to think they were. I don't know what else he's talking about though. The doxing thing, like again, let's say like let's say you're Dan's situation, right? And you're doxing someone who has spent like hundreds of social media posts and best part of like a year or at least a few months, I can't remember how long it was, but like basically just like ramming into the public sphere with their following that you're a pedophile, like accusing you of being a pedophile. That at what point, like I don't know, like which one is fucking someone else's ability to exist on the platform and speak their mind and everything? Is it the one who's like insisting on calling someone a pedophile the whole time, or someone who says, "Oh yeah, well your real name is this. That's a really bold accusation. You should attach your name to it." I don't see that as a drastic attack on our freedoms online. My issue is that Noah didn't just say he supported genocide, he also made a call to action for others to make money off of harassing and trying to damage his reputation in business. But again, is that really illegal to say? I don't think that's illegal to say, well, people like drama, so if you want them to care about your topic, you can speak about it through drama. And that seems to be working for Ethan Klein. I don't know what's illegal about like how Noah Sampson was, because that's effectively what he was communicating. The call to action, which I think is in that video, it might be in another one though, that's a problem, but that's more to do with incitement than it's not illegal to sue. Okay. Send them a cease and desist, sue them, report them. There's so much more recourse than saying their name on a stream. I would argue that bringing a defamation suit to a fucking Twitter user would cause them more distress and fear and trouble than fucking saying their name. Jesus.
But Destiny himself, in this Bob 7 manifesto, destroyed Bob 7 for doing exactly that, for sharing a nude of Melina with Bose on a screen share in Discord. And in that manifesto, Destiny had admitted to doing the same behavior himself in the past and having issues with Melina over it. So we know it's total bullshit to pretend that this is just a manufactured standard that no one truly cares about, because Destiny himself has cared about it, or claimed to care about it in the past, even destroyed someone's online career over it. Deliberately, actively, actually destroyed someone's career over it. I'm not going around getting into private calls with Destiny's friends, recording them, and then chopping it up and trying to spin a narrative on my stream, am I? That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. That's what Destiny did with Bob 7. So it's all projection. It's all a retroactive vindication. That's what it's all about. And then, so that's the sort of drama context here, guys. But drop that into the broader context. The broader context. What's actually happening here? And it depends how schizo you want to go with this, really, doesn't it? You're in a world where I'm going to go full schizo. I'm going to go full schizo.
Okay, so this is to do with the Destiny Ethan Dan thing. That's fucking crazy. Maybe there's something after the clip.
Paramount has merged and owns the Free Press. Barry Weiss has been installed as the editor of the Free Press. The Ellisons own TikTok. And all social media seems to be disproportionately moderating, boosting, content of a certain persuasion. That appears to be what's happening online over the last couple of years. And then you see these content creators that are aligned with a certain side, that are willing to use every tactic possible to crush the opposition, and they are benefiting massively from this industrial force, this international industrial force behind them to try and I don't want to say it, but it is kind of
isn't it? If we're talking about the international industrial force, like what Trump helping these pro-Israel, conservative, anti-woke people get higher positions in American media with the mergers and everything, or Trump doing, isn't that also the same force that blew up Destiny on Fox News and got him demonetized on YouTube? What are we talking about here? I don't even know what to respond, because it's not really a concrete claim being made here, although there kind of is. It's well, an implied claim, I suppose. I just have no fucking idea what these things have to do with each other.
Israel. It's online Israel. They are perfectly aligned on that cause, and they benefit massively.
Like they're if let's do some let's educate the lefty. Let's educate the silly lefties, shall we? There are three broad umbrella positions on Israel, okay? There are three broad ones. There is the only correct... Fuck me, why is it so pixelated? Oh, it's on 500, okay. Okay, there is the only correct one. We'll do a little umbrella, okay? There's the only correct position, which is your fucking... There are two national groups who both have a legitimate reason to be there right now, whether you like it or not. You can argue with, like, you can have contentions about this or that, but like the fact that they're there now and they're not going anywhere, deal with it, fuck you. There are two national groups there. They don't want to share the country. They don't get along. They fucking hate each other. There is a rough separation of them on national and ethnic lines that they can they can still quite feasibly be separated into two countries. The Israelis have their country, the Palestinians have theirs, and then they do their thing and they build themselves up until maybe one day in the future they decide whether they want to merge or have a confederation or some fucking EU style shit or whatever. That's it. That's the only fucking rational position, okay? And then you've got your what we put this, the green one. The Israel is the fucking great Satan, fucking one state solution, Houthis are doing the right thing, all that kind of nonsense. And then on the other, you've got your fucking Bibi and right wing onwards. So everything from Bibi and everything to the right of Bibi, which is either at best status quo of settlement expansion, blocking Palestinian statehood, and fucking fighting as aggressively as possible to secure their safety in the Middle East and all that fucking nonsense. These are the only three positions really that exist broadly in Israel-Palestine. This is the reasonable one. These two are fucking retarded, okay? I would maybe argue that in some ways this one is the worst one, because at least this one, some people benefit from it. Like some group gets something out of it. Like Israel is currently militarily more secure than they ever have been. There's no fucking big armies anywhere near their borders anymore. But still, this is what we have roughly. People like Ethan, me, Destiny, Hutch, we are very, very solidly here, right? Like, and Barry Weiss and fucking the Ellisons and the Trump, who basically helped them get with getting where they are, they're solidly over here. They're very solidly over here. These are not the same faction at all. The only thing that these guys really agree on is that sometimes the claims that come from these people, or like a substantial amount of claims that come from these people, are bullshit. Like, that's it. But if I was going to find content creators who are aligned on this part of things, I'd be looking to like your fucking Nick Matow or your Haviv Rettig Gurs or fucking Natasha Hausdorff or Honest Reporting and all these, but or Camera. But these accounts get fuck all. They're not actually that big. So, And actually, also, it's not that unusual. People forget this, like with the Ethan Klein thing, especially with the E-Israel. You realize that if Ethan Klein was in Israel with his politics, they would call him a traitor, right? Like most of them. Ethan Klein's politics speaks for maybe like 5 to 10% of Israelis. Maybe. Like, that's it. So I'm not seeing the connection.
From the industrial machine that keeps that running. So again, you can't, you can't stoop to their level, but you can't, you have to be firm.
Aren't you forgetting there are people who are one democratic staters, not all Palestinians? That's who I'm referring to here. Yes, these people are retarded. If you want this, if you think this is a thing that's feasible, like anytime soon, you're just not living in reality. Like, what the fuck? Or you're just so fucking arrogant and pompous that you think Palestinian statehood should just fucking wait and sit on the back burner until they're ready to become fucking like Mandela or MLK or like this, whatever.
You can't stoop to their level, but you have to hold a firm line. You cannot allow people to, do this divide and conquer bullshit. And try and police
by the same token that if you're these people, you basically are fucking delusional into thinking that we basically want to say that this is all Israel, Judea, Samaria. This is like, you see Positais juris, it's all ours. But also, we're definitely not apartheid, and we're definitely not going to do ethnic cleansing, but also all the countries are ours, but we don't want to give them voting rights to the Palestinians and the 3 million people in the West Bank and the 2 million in Gaza. But we definitely never deport them or expel them like an ethnic. We never do that either. It's just like, well, okay, so you're just all the things that you like, even if they're completely contradictory. It's stupid.
Associations based on some shit that happened years ago that someone doesn't even do anymore, that you've got no evidence of doing. And it's built into a total lie narrative that is made to vindicate someone on their sex crimes and crush the opposition to their political perspective, right? Because that's what it is. Think about how all this works together, guys. Think about how all this works together. Why did Destiny cozy up to the commentary community all those years ago? Did he do it because the commentary community is a totally inconsequential machine for influencing on...
Really? He mentioned that he and Ela voted for Tzipi Livni during those elections. Kadima won plurality. Surely his opinion represents more than 5% of Israelis, right? That's not... No? How popular is the Kadima position right now in Israel? Are you fucking serious? What, when Olmert was running on the fucking convergence plan, on withdrawing from the West Bank just as they withdrew from Gaza? Really? No? Yeah, that's a faction of Israeli politics that is as good as dead now. Yeah. Well, we can look at Yair Golan's movement. I said 5 to 10, right? Let me see. Israel polls today. Maybe it's 13%. Who fucking knows? I think Golan plus his coalition allies, they're probably 10%. That's my guess from what I remember. But why was this so easy to find? Oh, I think it's like everything apart from Channel 14 has roughly the same results. Funny. Dems are 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 8, 8, 10, 9. Yeah, this is Yair Golan plus his coalition allies. I think Golan takes the majority of these votes, but then Meretz and... I think, is it just Meretz and Labour? Based on everything I've heard Ethan say, he would probably be like on the left of the, like on the a left flank of this party here. Whereas your Adelsons and your fucking Barry Weiss and the Ellison, like these guys are like Likud, like they're right wingers.
Line opinion, or did he do it for the opposite reason? Because actually, the ability to reach young men who otherwise feel apolitical, disaffected, or whatever, that's actually a very, very good method of influencing people's opinions. And that those people are often very active online and willing to spread the message further. It's probably more likely the latter, isn't it? It's probably more likely the latter. So why is it that suddenly...
I'm not sure which period he's talking about here because I used to ignore most of the Destiny drama stuff. Still do, kind of, but yeah, someone in chat said it. I thought a lot of these commentary people were like orbiters, so I don't know if I don't know who made the first move there, or like, yeah, I don't know how that works. Whatever.
When that's been torn away, all of a sudden, every tactic is on the table to try and crush what has replaced it. It should be pretty obvious to you guys. It's because people were being too effective. All comes after the Kilo video. Nicandros gets targeted because he argued with Dan on Twitter. Leftovers H3 are being targeted because Ethan was being smeared as a Zionist, something that he 100% is. It's just so.
Is that really what he was being smeared as? Is that really where the smear was? I feel like the smear was more to do with the Gila Klein baby killer loves it when fucking Palestinian kids get the shit bombed out of them. I thought that was more where the smears were coming from, but hey.
If you just open your eyes and look at the big picture here, it's so fucking obvious. And I just wish. And
that's where we're acknowledging that these communities see that and Zionism as synonymous.
There are a few more people out there, a few more content creators, a few more people, a few more communities that saw it, that kind of saw through it and recognized what's on the line here, what's actually on the line here, when you allow this insane, litigious freak to try and shut down anyone calling him a Zionist, while he goes on his podcast and bangs on about how anyone saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them. Recognize what's on the line when you're allowing that to happen.
Did Ethan say that? Wait, what?
He goes on his podcast. It's free.
Or is he talking about someone else on his podcast?
That saw it. That kind of saw through it and recognized what's on the line here, what's actually on the line here, when you allow this insane, litigious freak to try and shut down anyone calling him a Zionist, while he goes on his podcast and bangs on about how anyone saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them. Recognize what's on the line when you're allowing that to happen.
Can I see that? I don't recall seeing that in the... If we're talking in the wake of October 7th, was this when he was fighting with... when he was still talking to Hassan? Okay. I put it in Google. I just put all those words together in Google because they sound very specific. But I'm just getting AI saying he never said those exact words. He said it on the 10th. Did he say it to Hassan? Was it in that conversation? Because I watched all their conversations. Give me the slop. And if it's from the H3 podcast, we're going full context, okay? We're context broing the shit out of this today. This video, Ethan. Solo podcast responding to chat. Was it on the H3 channel? Because whether or not, you know what, I would even say, whether or not he said that on October 10th, I don't think that speaks to his commentary on Israel-Palestine. Like, do you think that characterizes his commentary on Israel-Palestine over the last couple of years? Even if we went with the most extreme, like if he had a fucking Howard Stern moment because he saw too many fucking videos of like Israeli people having their bodies dragged through Gaza. What, did he just convert like 3 days afterwards, or? I should look at the Leftovers podcast, but they might not have the original stream. Ethan Klein. It's obviously not a very compassionate comment towards those who were concerned about the retaliation. See, now your word choice is starting to make me wonder, because are you sure it was people who were concerned about the retaliation? Because I seem to recall that a lot of the Free Palestine calls from October 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, these were from people, this was people who were supporting the attacks. That's what I remember seeing. Like, there were people who were worried about the retaliation as well, but that wasn't like, I remember people reacting to the celebrations. That's why the Starbucks boycott happened. Remember that? The Starbucks boycott. It wasn't because Starbucks were loving the fucking IDF and all that shit. It was about Starbucks union branch that wanted to use their fucking logo and posted a picture of October 7th saying, what were they saying again? Yeah, they were saying, we stand with the resistance. Oh, we have a clip. Clip! It's in this VOD. Okay. God, he's so fucking bald.
Everybody.
I made a mistake, I'm sorry.
Welcome
October 9th. Okay.
To the H3 podcast, Bald Edition. Today is October?
It doesn't have transcript. Oh, it doesn't, no. No, it does! Okay. So let's just look at every mention of Free Palestine, I guess. Let's go here for this first one.
How? How is it wrong? How is it a bad analogy?
I think what people don't understand when they say that is like what it means to somebody in Israel who's going through grieving right now of so many people around them and their life as it used to be.
Do I want to watch that? It's too fucking long. Maybe something here? Because that's the first mention of Free Palestine, but it sounds like they're referencing it here.
Like, I can't emphasize how much Israel has...
I don't get your point of that because Starbucks is literally one of the oldest boycott targets. Starbucks was a boycott target for a long time because their CEO, I think, was either Israeli or connected to Israel in some way. But no, the post-October 7th blow-up was because of that union. It was because of that union branch. Why are you watching Hutch? I really...
suppressed, fucking destroyed, ruined Palestinians' lives. The worst thing that's so hard impossible to defend is the settlements that are government sanctioned in the West Bank. It's horrific, and it is an act of war and an act of fucking, cultural genocide, and it's horrific.
Okay, settlements are cultural genocide. Okay,
right. And the government of Israel is a colossal
I'm just gonna
failure.
watch.
Netanyahu's
Okay,
a
doesn't like the
criminal,
government.
a
Okay,
fucking
Netanyahu's a
psycho.
war criminal. Okay,
I voted against him every time I could, and young people don't fucking want him in there either. I mean, the whole country of
They
Israel.
hate him. They hate the government. They literally have been protesting. They've been out on the streets like the whole last year. People there are so fed up with the government in Israel. They could not feel any worse about it. They do not feel the government represents them at all.
Oh, here, this is a good analogy too. Let's say a group of Native, and I'm not saying that these are peaceful people. Again, I'm only speaking hypothetically. Let's say a group of Native American terrorists come off of a reservation and come to your fucking neighborhood and start killing everybody, dude. Are you gonna be like, hey, I support?
Say, okay, I deserve it. Come shoot me. Come rape me.
But listen, but
because
like,
I was born in this country. Just come and rape me freely. It's my fault. No, if I was there, I would fight for my family and for my home because I need a home to live. My family needs a home to live in, right?
And these,
like, it's a basic right. Everybody needs that. And the same for Palestinians. I'm not saying they don't. Just like Ethan said, I never voted for Bibi in my life. I never would.
people are wishing death on these kibbutz families, kids, women. Their only crime is being born somewhere. Same as the Palestinians, frankly. I mean, obviously, it's way better off to be on the Israel side, but their crime is being born somewhere. They didn't choose to be born in fucking Israel. They didn't choose.
I will. Even if this clip is real, like you understand that, like what a fucking weird way to like. Would you say that that accurately summarizes like Ethan's broad position on the conflict? It obviously fucking doesn't. But we'll see. Maybe he had a fucking. Maybe this is a schizophrenic stream. I don't know.
Political turmoil, and they're not. They weren't settlers.
Well, we'll keep going. We'll find it. We'll get to the bottom of this bastard.
Think about what they're saying. When immediately after a terrorist attack,
I know they worked hard. Okay, I know that somewhere one of the Discord rooms worked really hard to get this clip to kilos so I can see it. Okay, so we have to let it pay off.
I support Palestine, and what they don't mean Palestine, they mean Hamas. Let's say the Native Americans, they come to your neighborhood and they just start burning people alive, killing people, kidnapping kids, desecrating bodies, and the first take is, I support the Native American revenge. I support Native American
resistance. Let's go.
Militia. I support Native Americans. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, of course I support Native Americans too, but like, did you not just see that they killed 700 people? So Somebody said I found a two. Oh, maybe I shouldn't read that. It did catch my attention though, and it wasn't about this. I'm only saying that from what I saw, there are people on fucking Twitter, prominent lefties, who are so callous. They feel nothing for these fucking
Are we on 1.25?
dumbest analogy
Holy
possible.
shit.
Shut the fuck up. What's dumber? What could be? It's right on. How's it dumb? The Iraqi one, the Native American one, they're pretty much right on. It's war, innocent people die. All right, so let's bring the Iraqis out.
We haven't seen the whole. We haven't seen. There's like 7 Free Palestine mentions here.
Terrorist groups to your neighborhood and see if you care. If people murder everyone you love, burn them alive. You're such fucking cowards, such losers. You're sitting here in America. By the way, America, who's probably committed the most atrocious crimes against humanity of any recent country, and you're gonna sit here and be like, "Go Hamas." Get a grip, dude. It's literally Columbus Day. That's true. That is an interesting coincidence. I'm sorry. I don't see what's possibly wrong with the analogy. How? How is it wrong? How is it a bad analogy?
I think what people don't understand when they say that is like what it means to somebody in Israel who's going through grieving right now of so many people around them and their life as it used to be. That nobody knows right now what to expect and how long this war is going to last. Like when you come out and say free Palestine after they just lost everybody, they have children taken away from them. That's not, if you're really for humanitarian reasons, that's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is. You're saying I support Hamas. I mean, that's what you're saying. Maybe not even intentionally, you know. But that
it might not be intentionally, but that is what it means. And that their mission was to kill all Jewish people.
700 fucking people were murdered, dude. Kids, man. They're killing kids, dude. Kidnapping children, burning them alive. And y'all are like, let's go Hamas. Not y'all, but like the left. There's some fucking liberals. They don't care, man. They don't
Is that
care.
where
It's
the
crazy.
burning them
It's
alive
crazy.
thing came from
You know,
as
in
well?
the same sense, it's like,
wait, what did
we all
he?
want
Wait.
While he goes on his podcast and bangs on about how anyone saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them.
And the way he's saying that makes it sound like the Okay, hang on.
And I'm readily admit everything that the government of Israel has done to instigate this, right? And like I also can look at it and admit that the terrorist attack is a consequences of Israel's occupation. I see that, and I understand what you're saying. That being said, I'm pretty sure that you don't need to slaughter 700 civilians and
That number is going to go up, by the way. There's 2,000 injured still, besides that 700, and a lot of them are in a bad condition.
Yeah, and again, it's like the people that they're killing are probably the majority of them are free Palestine too. Palestinian children are dying right now too. Right? Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah, and I wouldn't.
And I'm not saying go Israel when Israel goes and
I wouldn't
bombs.
celebrate that. I wouldn't put on music and start dancing to that.
I wouldn't when Israel attacks blows up like a residential building. I don't go to Twitter and say I stand with Israel. I mean, some people do, right? And that's barbaric too. That's psychotic, you know. But I don't do that. If y'all really want peace, it just makes me wonder, like, do you really think that cheering on Hamas killing 700 people and to be going up is like the Israeli military and even the people of Israel now are being galvanized to go on a full-scale fucking invasion of Gaza? Like the result of this is going to be so horrific. And
the only part here that I think like a left winger would want to take issue with is him saying that at this time, if you're saying free Palestine, you're basically saying you support Hamas, like because of the timing. Like, am I gonna like hold someone to that on October 9th? Like a fucking spurg out comment. It's funny because like Ethan could actually be more correct than he thinks he is when he's saying that, because like if you take free Palestine in the most literal sense, the reason Israelis get that response and the reason it's actually a fairly it's not even that crazy to walk down that line. If you wanted to steelman it, like it's kind of like saying, well, who is the government in Gaza? It's Hamas. Who's the most popular political movement in the West Bank? It's Hamas. If you free Palestine, as in you lift the blockade in Gaza, you pull all the way out of the West Bank and end the military occupation and support for the PA and everything else, well, who takes power in the West Bank? Well, you got Hamas. Like logically, they've been leading the polls in the West Bank for the last 15 fucking years. Why wouldn't they take over now that they've got the freedom without the IDF there to stop them using their weapons to take over? And then you've got a situation where you've got like Gaza, but 16 times bigger, and on hilltops overlooking fucking Tel Aviv. That's why even when Olmert was considering unilateral withdrawal from the West Bank. Even like European countries and even like people close to the UN were saying like that's actually not a good idea because like withdrawal and free Palestine is not supposed to be like unilateral, and especially not after like right after a fucking terror attack. But even then, it sounds like this is very specifically pointed to the people who were bouncing around and celebrating the attacks, which was a thing that was going around on in the media at the time. So I really, dude, I'm just saying, like whatever I'm seeing here is not quite it's not quite this. But let's see.
And I feel for the people of Gaza. I feel so bad for them and what's gonna happen to them. And Netanyahu's a fucking moron. He goes, "People in Gaza, get out now because we're gonna level it." It's like, get out where, dumbass? It's like a joke that he says that, and he's a bloodthirsty fucking lunatic.
Why should Palestinians ever concede refugee right of return while Israel can still continue doing birthright? Just completely ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's a really good question. Okay, and if you understand my answer, then you're fine. If you don't, you're a fucking retard. Okay, let's see. Israel-Palestine map. Okay, so when Israelis claim birthright and they say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna return to our ancient fucking homeland of 2,000 years ago," for the most part, even the early settlers, where did they go? Did they go to, this is our ancient hills of Judea and Samaria and the fucking wall no, most of them didn't actually go here. They went to the coast, to places that were, some of them had like some historical Jewish significance, some of them were empty, some of them were Arab areas. This is kind of where they went initially. They were not claiming right of return down to the exact fucking coordinates and the house that the plot of land where their old house was 2,000 years ago, even if they could trace that. They weren't going there, okay? They weren't going there. They were going just around the area. Right of return for Palestinians can have this exact same thing. Israelis don't say there's no right of return at all. They offer right of return to Palestine, as in like somewhere, as in like Gaza and the West Bank. And if you do that, if you say it to Gaza and the West Bank, well, that solves it for a lot of people because a lot of those refugees from the 48 war and their descendants are still in the West Bank and Gaza. Like that's why some of those communities there are called refugee camps. And the rest, Lebanon, some in Syria, and other international diaspora, a lot of whom have perfectly good lives outside of Palestine anyway. So it's like, do you understand that both groups can have their right of return? The issue is saying that you have to have a right of return to the exact fucking town or to the door that you came from. That's, oh yeah, Jordan as well. But yeah, that's not what right of return means when Israelis do birthright, right? Or when they do aliyah. And for the ones who do that, actually, it's fucking horrible. For the ones who do try to claim right of return down to a land plot because they have a document from the Ottoman Empire, that's what Jacob the Settler did. That's what that fat fucking disgusting, wretched cunt did when he basically moved himself into an annex of another guy's house, where they split this fucking poor guy's house halfway down the middle. This guy, Nabil al-Kurd, who had literally given up his refugee status for this house, only to get moved into by a guy from fucking Long Island. That's what they did, because they claimed that they had a document that was owned by Mizrahi Jews, not even Ashkenazis, from 1870 or something, even before the Zionist movement. That was Sheikh Jarrah, yeah. That's this thing. Where is it? Jacob the Settler. So, yes, right of return to a country makes sense, to a broad country. Yeah, like... Especially if you still don't have a state. If you're in Lebanon and you're Palestinian, you don't have a state. If you're in Syria and you're Palestinian, you don't have a state. If you're in Gaza and the West Bank, well, as soon as you get a state, that's kind of solved, right? But right of return to a country makes sense. And Israelis can have their right of return to their country and the Palestinians to theirs. But this idea but that's not what right of return means to Palestinians. You tell a Palestinian right of return means, well, they carve out a Palestine from Gaza and the West Bank, and then you can return there. That's not what it means. It means I've got this big fucking rusty key that I'm going to put in the door of my old house that doesn't even exist anymore, and I'm going to remove whoever lives there, or they can just live next to me, I guess. Deal with me. Like, yeah.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back. So what's the problem? Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
But
it's easy to yell at me, but I didn't do this.
Yeah, you are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي.
זה לא שלי להחזיר. גם אני אצא מפה והוא לא יחזור, אז מה?
Like that's not that's what right of return means if you're talking about I'm going to produce my Ottoman documents to get the land back. That's that in practice. It's fucking disgusting.
You know this
Like,
is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back.
because this house, I've been here, but we took pictures of this and spoke to the guy who lives there. The story behind this is that basically, people forget that there were 2 ethnic cleansings in the 48 Wars, just that one was much, much smaller, right? One was much smaller. They talk about going to specific towns and cities. One, not all of them say that. I've spoken to Palestinians as well in the West Bank, fuck you. But 2, okay, do you think that then have a Palestinian state and have them allow Jews to go and live in the West Bank? That wouldn't happen. That would not happen. And it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't have to happen. Like they shouldn't be obligated to let people fucking do that. But did he end up stealing the house? He still lives there. So what happened here was that in the 1870s, this is just outside of Jerusalem. It's kind of like just on the edge of the municipality. There was this plot of land, 2 plots of land that were bought by these Jewish organizations that were from, one of them was Mizrahi. I don't know if both of them were. They were from the Middle East. And yeah, it was like 1870 or whatever. They bought this plot of land to build on. In the 48 War, when the Jordanians mostly pushed back the Zionists, and there was the Jordanians took over Jerusalem and leveled the Jewish quarter, and took over the wall and everything else, and the Green Line was drawn. This was on the Jordanian side of the Green Line. So the Jews who owned this land or who lived here had to leave. They ran away. They didn't want to live in a state that was controlled by Jordan. So they left, but then after 67, when Israel occupied the West Bank, there's an in-between there. When the Jordanians controlled this place, some of these Jewish plots were given or sold for very cheaply to some of the refugees in the West Bank. So the guy in particular here, Nabil al-Kurd, was a 4-year-old refugee from Haifa, which became part of Israel. He was a refugee from Haifa. He went over here with his dad, and they were allocated this piece of land to build on. This particular bit wasn't built on. It was owned, but it wasn't built on. And in exchange, they would give up their UNRWA privileges. So their UNRWA, so he's no longer a refugee. He's just a citizen of Palestine. Or I don't know if he actually was given Jordanian citizenship, maybe. But in any case, they give him this house. So after the 6-Day War, Israel reclaims the West Bank. They jump in, they claim, they occupied the West Bank. And settlers start moving in. And there's like a dispute here over this house for a long time. I think it's up until the 80s when an Israeli court rules that the house is built kind of on the edge of the Jewish-owned plot from the 1700s. So because it's built on the edge, like half of it's in the plot boundaries and the other half isn't. They sealed off half of this house. And then for a while, no one lived in it. And then after that, they eventually started moving people in. And this is how Jacob lived there. So now Jacob lives in half of this house in what is the most disgusting fucking shithole shed, like bomb site. And there's a whole fight now where the settlers deliberately trash this garden and this whole area and graffiti things and just make it like a disgusting place, because the idea is that they want to pressure the Al-Kurd family to leave, and they still don't. That's what they do there. Yeah, that's it. So it's pretty fucking mental. But this is what happens when you talk about right of return in terms of land plots or individual houses or whatever else. It's just a total fucking mess. When they talk about returning to an individual city or a town, again, it's like that. For one, that's just not a privilege that refugees generally get in the world. Most refugees in the world get displaced and then they stay in the country they were displaced to. They become a citizen or whatever else, especially in a conflict unless it's like a quick conflict, I guess. But when a conflict lasts this long, usually right return, passing down descendants like that, normally you'd have a place to live and become a citizen, and that would be you. And you move on, you build a life. But because the Palestinian refugee question is something that is kind of like maintained because of anti-normalization and because of like the stances of Lebanon and Syria and the rest of like the Arab League at one point, it's kind of made to be a permanent issue, which means that rather than 700,000 or be less because West Bank and Gaza, but rather than 700,000 refugees, you got 7 million, right? And then, okay, are 7 million people gonna, like Palestinians gonna move to Israel? And that's like, and until they do that, then they just have to be stateless, wandering there. Like, that's a ridiculous proposal. It's stupid. But the way that you could get some of it started would be to have peace between the two countries. And then they can start negotiating from there on immigration and stuff like that. If Palestinians even want to, I know they say that they want to. Like one of the refugees that I spoke to was very insistent that he wants to live in Lud, even though it's like a Jewish community now. I'm like you would just go and live with them and leave your family and everything else behind here, like all of your friends or your job and everything. Is like yeah. I'm like okay, but really, that to me that's not the most pressing human rights issue of the conflict. Not even the top 5. Let us half and half. Oh. This is the clip. Okay. Where was it from? Ah!
If you think Hamas is dope, just remember that you, even more than Israelis perhaps, deserve to be burned alive by terrorists. And your whole family.
If you think Hamas is dope. Okay. No one gives a fuck about this kind of like rhetoric. I'm sorry. Wait. How autistic am I? Don't answer that. That's a rhetorical question. Do I still have? Were these clips spliced together? How far apart are those? 2 hours 1:40. You said they were spliced together. Ah, okay. Damn. Dude, if Queeman caught me doing something like that, I would be getting it right now. I'd be getting raped, as they say. Fuck! Rhetorically and verbally raped. What the fuck? Click the... Oh, wait, do these cards not all match? Oh, that one doesn't match. It's different. He's in a tank top. He's responded to people saying free Palestine in his chat, Loner. They're connected. Thought you're actually fucking retarded. I'm sorry. That's just what the fuck. If you sincerely believe that Ethan Klein believes that people who say free Palestine, no, I'm not entertaining. I'm not entertaining it. Okay. I like to view people relatively holistically. I don't do this shit. Where the fucking... Pick all animals that begin life in an object like this one. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, they do. Okay, gotcha. Continue. Is there more context? We just look at... Come on, give me this fucking clip, dickhead. Come on. This is the best clip. If I remember this. A popular streamer on October 11th. Oh, shit. I can't believe I remember this.
An aspect of the
October 11th, my boys.
Civilians are an aspect of the state. Okay. I mean, how do you... This is the problem that you've got. How do you deal with someone that believes that a civilian is a justified target? I hope that you get fucking wiped out in some terrorist attack someday. I just hope you get fucking beheaded by ISIS, okay? That's what I fucking hope and pray for. Fucking, what's your name? Jimmy D, right? I hope I see you tied up with a fucking orange jumpsuit on, getting your fucking neck sawed through by a blade. That's what I fucking hope for one day. And then I'll go, well, that guy's a civilian. He's a justified target. Anyway, sorry. That is actually a thing that I've seen, though. That is actually a thing that I've seen, though.
Who is this fucking Ethan Klein fan over here? Okay, context. There might be context. I'm being retarded. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm lingering on this too fucking long.
Thank you. That's all I have to say. So if you think Hamas is dope, just remember that you even more than Israelis perhaps deserve to be burned alive by terrorists.
More than Israelis, perhaps. It's so couched, man.
And your whole family murdered in front of you. So there you go. In fact, why don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor and just let them, just serve yourself on a platter for them because you deserve it. Fucking scumbags, freaks, bloodthirsty savages.
He even said ISIS,
freaks,
bro.
Man. Oh, here's another Israeli one. Ethan, Eli, I know it's hard to present this position to your audience who have difficult time to accept it, but that's why your statement is very meaningful. People need to hear these things. Thank you, Asaf. And again, I'm not even voicing the smallest support for Israel. I am, again, so opposed to the Israeli government, and I fully acknowledge the cultural genocide, the stealing of land, and the provoking and the creation of terrorism are a result of Israel's actions. I don't doubt that at all. In fact, I mean, that's literally what's happening. And also, Palestinians are not fucking Hamas. So y'all being like, Hamas does a massive terrorist attack and your response is, I support Palestine. You're not doing them any favors because guess what? They're not terrorists. 2 million of those people are probably just peace-loving folks that want to not live in fear and watch their loved ones and homes being blown up.
I mean, Hamas is bringing hell on them too right now. Because you know that Israel is going to react, and that's not going to be good for the.
It's like the most fucking milquetoast. It's like the most milquetoast conversation that Israelis can have on this topic. Holy fuck, man!
Civilians, they're going to die because of Israel. Because the Israel government is fucking barbaric, genocidal freaks, and I hate them.
Here come the black helicopters.
Fuck, I know. I hear
you criticize
coming.
Israel.
You know what I mean? What more do you want me to say? I'm just stopping short of saying.
I guess the chat probably didn't hear it. There was a helicopter flying over the building really low just now.
Basically, I agree with you up to just coming close to saying normal civilians deserve to be murdered alive because of where they were born. I guess that's the only. So if you think that I'm missing the point, then you can fucking go to ISIS and let them kill you for the crimes of your country. Crazy, man. I don't know.
Do you dispute what's happening in the conversation? I just don't want whatever the fuck you're smoking. That's all I can. I can't. I feel like I'm being trolled. I feel like I'm legitimately just like, I feel like there's a group chat. There probably is. There's a group chat of people like workshopping this shit and being like, he's getting so triggered. He's getting so triggered by what you're saying. It's really winding him up. He's really fucking confused right now. No, I'm sorry. Listen, okay. I think Ethan does really fucking retarded shit sometimes, okay? Very retarded shit. Some of it actually on like stuff that I'm quite principally opposed to, like taking a defamation suit to someone because they think you're fucking, because they're calling you a genocide noir or whatever. But at the end of the fucking day, dude, I'll take 1 billion shout outs from this fucking moron compared to like a guy who like literally like openly with his entire fucking chest supports Houthis. Fuck off. Leave me alone. October 9th was when there were still Hamas militants, and because we're talking about someone who's like Israeli and has fucking connections to the country or has even just seen the scenes. We're talking October 9th when Hamas militants are in the country. What does Free Palestine like literally mean? It means end the occupation and lift the blockade. I'm going to say probably that October 9th, when there are still Hamas militants in the country and hiding in people's fucking houses, pushing beds over it to use them as barricades. There are still rockets getting fired. They're cheering it on. Ismail Haniyeh is literally going on Al Jazeera telling the rest of the Arab world to fucking join in. And you're like, now's the time to lift the blockade and to move the fucking military out of the West Bank. Like, yeah, and you think that someone hears that and they think, sounds a bit like you want the attack to like continue, or you want it to be kind of like loosened up and just let them go further. Like for someone to think that on October 9th and to make that assumption or to go with that logic is just like, fuck me, man. And how is that whole thing characterized? We've gone from there's a sentiment. Surely that's literally the exact prescription being made when they say free Palestine. No, I agree with you, Kilo. I agree that most people have no fucking idea what they mean when they say free Palestine. I'm completely on your side there. We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about what it is reasonable for someone to interpret those words as.
Is that saw it, that kind of saw through it and recognized what's on the line here, what's actually on the line here, when you allow this insane, litigious freak to try and shut down anyone calling him a Zionist while he goes on his podcast and bangs on about how anyone saying free Palestine in the wake of October 7th is saying they love Hamas and they deserve to have their family shot, killed, and burned in front of them. Recognize what's on the line when you're allowing that to happen. Recognize what's on the line when you don't
like
take
it's just a mischaracterization of Ethan's entire position on the conflict. That's it. Like, you can hate him for all the other things, but it's just, you know. Where are we? Where were all the other free Palestine mentions in the transcript? Did he say here?
Oh, really, for humanitarian reasons. That's not what you should be saying right now.
And I'm free Palestine too, right? It's just the timing. I know what it is.
It sounds like you think Hamas is fucking amazing, and you should probably hand yourself over to ISIS on a fucking plate for a bit of a you know, make a film together. You know, like a little orange themed film. Let's see. Wait. I'm dying, bro. I'm fucking dying.
Yeah, and again, it's like the people that they're killing are probably the majority of them are you know, free Palestine too. Palestinian children are dying right now too.
That's a reference to the kibbutzim and them being like peace activists or whatever.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's two. So he's free Palestine. The people who Hamas killed, he's saying a lot of them are free Palestine.
The reason I asked is just because you yourself saying that, you know, you have a lot of sympathy for Palestinians and understand the Free Palestine movement and everything. And I just wonder, are people explicitly saying that they like Hamas, or are you reading between the lines?
How would you interpret? Okay, here, let me show you this, and then you tell me what you think. Hold on, I'm trying to find.
Oh, they're going to look at an example. Okay.
I'm just scrolling. So much fucking. Hold on.
Did you send something?
No, I'm scrolling still.
Oh.
Go ahead.
It's hold music.
Oh my god.
Ugh, God. So many posts.
Something I would chime in with, you know, obviously I'm not from there. I do have a family member who lives in Israel. He's lived there since the 60s. And so I was speaking to him over the weekend. And I was very curious because, you know, obviously he's older. And like you were saying, Ethan, that most of the young people are not fans of the right-wing government that is in control of Israel right now. But I didn't know. I didn't know what his opinions would really be like. So I asked him, and I was relieved to hear that he hates Netanyahu and has been against him for a long time. And I guess I'm just bringing up that point to show that it isn't even just like a young generational thing. I mean, there are a lot of older boomer age people as well.
Here.
That,
well, the young Israelis are more right wing, but
here's Mia Khalifa. Okay, fuck it. This picture is from a video of them in trucks just indiscriminately killing people. They're going through a village and they're just murdering people. There's a video of it. And she tweets it out and said, this is a Renaissance painting.
This is a Renaissance painting?
That's what she said.
Like, I don't know how much more clear it can be. I don't know how you can make it any more clear what he's referring to.
It's a weird thing to say.
Fuck that, dude.
It's psychotic.
Fuck that, dude.
It's fucked up.
The murder scene.
You're just
That's like putting on,
you're
like,
just a
murder
terrorist. You're just pro-terrorism.
I'm sorry, that's horseshit.
It's fucking disgusting. And like again, I support Palestine as much as anybody does. You know. And by the way, irony alert. Hamas would love you, Mia. Go fucking go enlist.
Uh-oh.
I see what you're saying.
By the way, I see a lot of people asking, so my family is okay.
Okay, let's just get through every other
they're safe.
Free Palestine
It's just-
mention.
It's really scary. My mom's like scared she can't, because she's by herself,
Okay,
so
we've done
she
three.
doesn't want to be alone right now.
Okay, here.
With this.
And that's it. People go, oh, really? Well, name one person. It's like everywhere all the time. If you don't see it, great. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't have to prove it to you. I'm just telling you my experience. Just telling you what I see. Again, saying free Palestine does not make you a terrorist. I say free Palestine. You know what I mean? Let's go. Let's free Palestine. It's the timing. What's so hard to understand? If the first fucking thing after news breaks that 700 people were murdered is I support Palestine. What does that mean? That means something. What does it mean? That's the first fucking thing. Your thoughts isn't like, oh man, wow, a bunch of civilians were murdered. It's let's go. Let's do more of that. Let's keep it going, guys. It's got nothing to do with caring about the freedom of Palestinian people. Just saying, it's like so fucking obvious what it means. Don't need to act silly like that's not what it means. Preemptive support for Palestine is not endorsement for Hamas. We knew what was going to happen after October 7th.
Right. I almost brought this up as a potential explanation of people realizing immediately what the implication of these attacks are in terms of the retaliation and the hellfire that's going to be brought down on Gaza as a result. Which they're not wrong. Yes, that is going to happen.
The news is like they're still counting warm dead bodies.
Right. Yeah. It's what upset
there
you
hasn't
is the
been a
fact
single
that it was still
retaliatory
playing out.
It's also the fact that like you're saying this when there are still Hamas soldiers in Israel, and they're saying this when Hamas are doing this with initially, if you looked at the polling, the majority of Palestine supported the attacks. And they were operating as the most popular movement in Palestine, with Palestinian flags as the fucking spearhead of the Palestinian resistance movement. So it's quite hard to disconnect Free Palestine from that, unfortunately. Even though after all these caveats, like he's still saying it. But man, on October, like if someone said this maybe now, not even then, like this is just the thing where people have boxed themselves into such a fucking insanely far left position that they're like literally there's a platform with left and right as a spectrum, and you're so fucking far left that you've fallen off and you're literally in the realm of the irrelevant. Like it doesn't make it's so fucking stupid.
People are quick to rush to that, but I mean, obviously, this situation.
Do you agree that clip is unambiguous? Unambiguous in which direction? It's unambiguous in the sense that he's saying, yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying free Palestine, like I'm free Palestine, but also when that's like all you're going to be fucking chanting, like while there are still militants in the country and while there are still bodies being counted, and when literally this attack has been carried out by the most popular movement in Palestine with the support of Palestinians in majority at this time, and when they are literally spearheading the Palestinian resistance movement, then it's going to sound like you're a little bit, kind of sounds like you support it. That's fine to say, yes. Jesus.
And start this weekend.
Like if you want to free Palestine, if you care about the conflict, you have to understand the people who can free Palestine, and that's Israelis. You have to understand why they hear that phrase in certain contexts and why they jitter, like why they jump at it, like why it bothers them. And it's not because they're just fucking racists who want to, a lot of them are, but it's not just because they have this innate or like ideological need to like spend a third of their fucking budget or whatever on keeping Palestinians prisoner and risking the lives of their own people in fucking drafting soldiers to go and police these areas. It's not because they just like doing that. It's because they understand that when you do the thing in the most literal sense, like when they went out of Gaza or when they withdraw from South Lebanon or wherever else, that just withdrawing without any assurances or any compromises or any agreements from the other side, you just end up like giving a victory to the militants who want to use that freedom and that space to take over and to attack you with more of an advantage. Like that's. But if you don't understand that, you don't understand that sentiment, and you characterize it in this way, you're lost. And this is like the kind of is a perfect example of why this movement has failed so fucking miserably. Because they don't understand. There's like basic things they don't understand.
Firm stand on that. Recognize how the abandonment of that
But by the way, we can never say that Hassan supports Hamas, right? Because he said, oh yeah, I don't think it's a good idea, it's not productive and all that. Meanwhile, he goes on fucking Twitter and tells everyone that Hamas like supports a 2-state solution and that they want to that they just want to end the apartheid. That's all they care about is ending the apartheid. Like they're just a bunch of orphans who want to end apartheid. Like, okay, dude. I'm not drinking it. I'm good.
To fuck you very quickly. Could come back around and fuck you very fucking quickly. That principle that you've relied on for your entire career, that you may have made tens of videos defending. First I came for Hassan. Again, that's a corny quote, but absolutely true. But absolutely true. That should have been your warning sign, you know? And we're way deep into it now, you know? Hassan should have been your warning sign. Casey Tron-Frogan Denim definitely should have been. The Snark lawsuit. Dude, if you weren't off by that, you're a fucking insane person. Noah Sampson being sued for saying he backed the genocide. Now it is patently obvious what's happening.
So this is all about Ethan Klein. This is all about Ethan Klein. Specifically. But whatever that has to do with like what we were saying earlier with Barry Weiss and the Ellisons, or even Destiny. I thought Destiny hates fucking Ethan Klein. Didn't Destiny call him a fucking... Well, they both see each other as pedophiles right now. That's kind of that's where that got left off.
Yeah. Now it is patently obvious what's happening here. The goal is to litigate criticism of Israel in a courtroom.
It's funny that your chat is declaring it a lie, but you seem to agree with us being characterized. To be clear, what, Queeman's characterization or Queeman's characterization is not accurate, to be clear. Like if you were like, who's Ethan Klein in a sentence? Oh, he's the guy that says that if you say free Palestine in the wake of October 7th, you love Hamas and should be fucking executed. Like, no, that's a smear. That's not an honest characterization of Ethan's politics. Not even fucking slightly. What are you talking about? I was just saying that if you want to understand why someone who is Israeli, or even just like someone who understands something about the conflict, like a bit more than the average pamphlet shagging Westerner, then it's worth understanding like why the phrase free Palestine, especially on October 9th, would be like concerning to people. But these are two different things that you're lumping together to try and sow division. I will not stand for this divide and conquer, okay? You guys, you love me, okay? And you will destroy all my enemies. And the next clip I do, you'll boost it with the rockets and the sirens. Get them out.
People understand that their position has influence. That Ethan Klein understands that him being...
I'm not sowing shit. I didn't say you were sowing shit. I said you were trying to.
Labeled as this crazy Zionist not just makes people hate him more, but makes people hate his country more, his wife more, all this stuff. And so he has both personal and political incentives to try and shut that down as hard as fucking possible. But people just don't clock that. People just don't clock that. People want to pretend there's no underlying motive. So there's no, broader narrative motive here. It's just shit flinging. It's just shit flinging. No, there is power centralized in a lot of these communities around a lot of these content creators. There is power and influence centralized around them, and they have to maintain that. And they will try and pretend.
Again, I'm not sure what we're talking about here with power being centralized. I can't get... if you're saying they're big creators, like these people are millionaires. Dan, Destiny, Ethan. I'm up 20K, but you know, it's not quite a million. But the Barry Weiss connection is so it's so weird, man. I don't get it.
And like they're not doing it for Israel or for politics or something like that, but that is always in their mind. That is always in their mind, and it comes out in their actions. And it comes out in their actions. It comes out in their target selection. It comes out in their actions.
For
it comes
Israel?
out in the opinions they express. It comes out in what they cover.
Remember, and anyone can we can rewatch the. I remember them quite well. The talk between Ethan and Hassan after October 7th. Bear in mind that Ethan was trying to be on Hassan's side in that. He was shitting all over the Israeli government. He was crying about Palestinians who were dying. Hassan literally had to fucking leapfrog him and cry about his own little story about Israel-Palestine. And then it was their fallout was over Ethan expecting Hassan to not support people who celebrated October 7th, like the deprogram. They'd probably still be on the same side with a few disagreements were it not for that issue, right? Like that was the beginning of it. The beginning of it was over like second thought and shit like that. They argued before over capitalism and over fucking China and all that, but it didn't end their show. The beginning of the end was Ethan realizing that Hassan thinks terrorism and support for terrorism is acceptable. Even if you want to endorse it directly, he thinks it's acceptable. It's an acceptable position to be second thought saying that, oh yeah, well, those kibbutz dwellers who were murdered on October 7th, well, you know, they actually stole a bunch of land and killed people's grandparents in fucking 48. So they're criminals, you know, they're not civilians. No, there's no Israeli civilians. And Hassan just sitting there trying to intellectualize that position. Dude.
And it goes all the way down. I'm not just talking about Destiny, Ethan, whoever here.
Oh.
I'm talking about Nick, you know? I'm talking about Augie. I'm talking about myself. Everyone has an understanding of how this actually works, really, deep down. People will try and pretend, like Chud, will try and pretend to absolve himself of any responsibility, that there is no influence from any YouTube video ever, that watching a Turkey Tom video on, you know, the Charlie Kirk shooting, where he says, Charlie Kirk was a little bit controversial. Anyway, there's a trans cult spreading widely across the internet, like that Crimes New Romans guy said. People want to pretend there's no influence that has because they want to both absolve themselves of any responsibility so that they can sleep easy at night when they know they're betraying their principles, and also so that people are unable to latch on to something they say and make a criticism of them that bites. Because if you say that I have no influence, I have no effect, you're able to take the wind out of a lot of criticisms. But that's not true. That's a lie. People do have influence, and it's obvious they do. You will hear Diorio viewers say things like, dude, nothing has made me hate the pro-Pally cause more than seeing Nick cover Casey Tron Denims and Frogan. They say that. They say that. You can find Reddit comments saying that. You can find YouTube video comments saying that. Because that is the purpose of the content.
Who's having the influence there, though? Because what I see is people like Hassan or Casey Tron or Denims and all these people deliberately shrinking their movement. I think people like ContraPoints would quite gladly be part of that little group if her position was a bit more accepted, which I guess was, let's maybe not try to destroy Israel or try to speed run into the 2024 election, a full defunding of like decades after decades of precedent supporting it with Israel. Like, yeah, that was but it seems like these movements like to shrink themselves. They like to close themselves up. It's not just that you, you're not just someone who wants to end the war, wants to oust Bibi and Hamas and establish a Palestinian state alongside Israel so there can be peace. That's not the movement. The movement is Zionism is the fucking devil and needs to be rooted out from the Middle East like a fucking cancer. And and actually a lot of these resistance movements are kind of based actually. Oh, whoa.
Whether Nick wants to consciously accept it or not, that is the purpose of the content. It is to absolve Ethan, and by extension, absolve Israel. And that's why there's so many interested parties. That's why the ADL latches onto his campaigns. That's why Dan works with the ADL. That is how it functions. So there really is quite a lot
Holy fuck, man. It's this thing. It's this thing. No, absent this, these guys are fucking mortal enemies, just to be clear. Like, not to mention the fact that they're like, anti-Trump, pro-Trump. That's a general thing as well. Not to mention that, again, you put Ethan in Israel, he's a traitor. To most people, he's a traitor, okay? He's a fucking danger, accusing them of fucking genocide and calling settlers military targets and all that shit. Dude, like, man, he would be so fucking hated by the majority of people in Israel. Just because these two people see problems with this, and because also the stats show it, there is a pretty unprecedented, very large rise in anti-Semitism in the West. So obviously people who coalesce around not liking anti-Semitism are going to have like a fucking issue with that, even if it means, I guess did Dan do an article in the Free Press? Was that what people were saying? Shit, man. I feel like half of Ethan's complaints is he wants people to think that he doesn't love Israel as much as they say that he does.
A lot when you're, when you are posting like hell.
Also, if I remember correctly, that article, was it in the Free Press? He was trying to advocate for like Mallory McMorrow for her record.
There really is quite a lot against you, okay? You are actually going up against quite a sophisticated international psyop machine. And Stale, I spoke to Stale the other day. Stale's got some crazy claims he makes about this stuff. This was said in the public VC, so I'll just share it now. Stale literally claims, this is what Stale claims.
Dude.
Stale claims, no joke.
He's international. He's talking in the same way that Israel talks about that, like the Hasbroids, the way that they talk about the UN and Qatar and the education system and all that. Like, which again, in both, like in their case, there is also some truth in it. Like there is a lot of funding to Middle East studies programs that comes from Gulf countries that sell a very, very biased perspective on the Middle East. The UN, for whatever reason, there are maybe a few reasons, has appoints very biased people to positions where they investigate the human rights situations in Israel and Palestine, and you can literally just demonstrate why their reports are biased or like unreliable in a lot of ways. But by the same token, also America has a pretty sufficient amount of people who are still Republican, who are still pro-Trump, and by extension pro-Israel, and there is a media demand for that. And Trump is a corrupt fucking buffoon who is going to elevate people who want to be in media positions where they can propel that argument. It's not just the Israel thing though. With them, with people like the Ellisons, it's like, aren't they also? I can't remember which one it is or if it's Barry Weiss, but aren't they also like quite big on the anti-woke thing as well, domestically? Because not everything is about Israel, but oh god. But this is just, again, what the reason both of these things are true is because there's just polarization. But like, again, international fucking psyop, dude. Fuck me.
But FBI agents or government agents contacted him through family members to inquire why he was deleting so many negative posts about Casey Tron and denims. Now, I don't know that I believe that. I wouldn't go the full way. I would need to see a bit more. I would need to see way more, I would never stake anything on that. I would literally never stake anything on that. Don't get too excited by that, because I would literally never stake anything on that. Ever. That sounds crazy.
Barry Weiss is really into anti-cancel culture, free speech junk. Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember Barry Weiss, that's kind of like the explanation for the New York, again, for going their separate way from the New York Times, right? It was to do with the fucking, been taken over by wokeness and woke orthodoxy and shit. Yeah.
That sounds crazy. However, the point that's being made there in that story is true. The point is true. There is massive interest from these huge, powerful bodies across the world in how these issues are presented on the internet. There is a huge incentive for, say, the ADL to run a PSYOP campaign on Reddit, to run a PSYOP campaign on Twitter. That is the reason, I believe even explicitly, that the Ellisons bought TikTok is because of the anti-Semitism on there. Because that does actually, this stuff does actually have an impact. So that's sort of like the more political side of it. But there is just a baseline, even if you don't give a fuck what happens with Trump.
Pretty sure the main incentive for the TikTok switchover was because of the fact that it was China and national security concerns. At least that's what they spoke about a lot, because of like American data and shit like that. That's even if you assume the Ellisons particularly took it over for the anti-Semitism, but no, like the reason they were able to do it would have been because of the China thing. Remember, Trump and his administration still fucking hate China, and they're still obsessed with the Chinese national security question, and they all think that there's going to be a fucking war with over Taiwan in 2 years. But okay, and also they are pro-Trump, and Trump is pro-them because they're pro-Trump. Like, there's it's not quite that single issue.
Trump or the Democrats or Israel or Palestine or fucking, Sudan or whatever even if you do not give a fuck about that and you just like watching internet content and talking shit about it, they are breaking those principles. They are not just breaking those principles as in they're doing things that break those principles. They are trying to break those principles. They are trying to obliterate them from the internet for the benefit of Israel. So you can ignore all the political stuff, but they are still trying to fuck with what...
The stated reason is always the reason. Trust the admin at their word. Well, given that it was bipartisan legislation, I don't know. Why am I engaging with these fucking idiots, man?
You enjoy. They are still trying to fuck with your life, basically. They are trying to make it so you cannot talk as freely online. That if you have an issue with a big content creator, you are looking over your shoulder because what if they sue me? What if they dox me? And who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit everyone, does it? It doesn't enforce a new standard where people are just nicer online. It benefits rich, amoral scum. It benefits people who are insulated from the effects of lawsuits, doxing. It only benefits people who can protect their own speech on their own. It does not benefit you as a chatter. It does not benefit you as a content creator. It does not benefit you as a Reddit mod or whatever the fuck. It benefits exclusively the most powerful scum in the world. And that used to be something people cared about. That did used to be something people cared about. And like I said, it's literally, it isn't a, it's not, it should not be, anyway, divided on political lines. As much as there is a political motive at the top end, and people on the bottom end, like the Oreo, serve that motive. Sometimes knowingly, I think. Sometimes knowingly. Serve that motive. It shouldn't be drawn along political lines when you're opposing the tactic. It's not. It shouldn't be. No bad tactics, only bad targets. You should understand that some tactics introduce a corrosive element that will only cause problems for everyone. It will cause problems for all sides.
I'm starting to think that this server, whatever the fuck is in it, is actually not that much of a nothing burger. I don't know why the fuck you'd be talking like this if the... I don't... Oh, God. What the fuck sparked all this, man? Where did this come from? I get they hate Ethan Klein, and Ethan Klein is litigious, and he does use the law to, I would argue, to just bully some people. I think with the or I guess in his eyes counter bully, but whatever. But how this connects to Diorio and Destiny and Dan? What the fuck, man? And this is happening when Hassan is getting fucking puff pieces in every other mainstream outlet. He didn't get that 2 or 3 years ago. What are we talking about? Frogan just defaulted. What happens there? She defaulted and she said, I can't pay for this lawsuit, or she defaulted as in the judge did a default judgment? What does that mean? Science. Let's go dump the logs, big gup. If the people in that server are so convinced that it's a nothing burger, why don't they dump the logs? Dude, dumping the logs, that would entail me looking at them and wasting my fucking time with them. Yes, thank you, Spider. Thank you very much for this fabulous fucking discourse. Chub logic. Is that because he was saying something similar to Heathen Klein? I don't fucking know, man.
I remember just a few years ago, you know, MAGA people would have banged on like crazy about people getting doxxed and fired from their jobs for, you know, saying, yeah, what the fuck would they say? What do MAGA people say?
For saying trans
I love
women
ICE.
are...
I don't know, bro. They would say some shit like that and they get doxxed and fired from their job. Now they clap and laugh us on the other side. And don't get me wrong, lefties were doing that for a long time too, you know. But there used to be a bit more of a centralized nexus on the internet of people who opposed it either way, right? There would have been 5-10 years ago, even for someone as hated as iDubbbz is now, if what was happening to iDubbbz now was happening back then, there would be a massive rallying. And anyone saying, oh, actually, no, fuck, I would have been chased down, You know, you can go back and find old commentary community tweets where they're saying stuff like, with all these deplatforming campaigns over jokes, we're clearly not doing our job well enough, because they understood that their position was to appeal to this core online of young, often disaffected, often white, you know, let's be real, men who are very active online and very willing to spread messages, and they would weaponize that for the sake of maintaining some kind of order, maintaining some kind of, you know, the gentleman's agreement of online discourse. But that has been completely abandoned. That has been totally fucking abandoned. So I really do feel like if, you know...
Do you think Queeman genuinely believes any of this? He probably, yeah. I don't think he would say something he doesn't believe. I don't know why he would do that. It's just I just wasn't aware that he was that kind of, like, there are some things that I saw in the logs that I guess are maybe a little bit fucking that make more sense right now. I remember he was really giddy because Hassan attacked me. He responded to me over the United States of Israel thing. Him trying to make like all of the ICE killings about fucking Israel. It's like the Israeli training that made them do this type shit, right? And I remember Queenan being really giddy about Hassan like calling me a fucking retard or a cuck over that or whatever. But I thought he was just like enjoying the, I don't know, the fucking the memes or the, oh, you're getting owned on the internet or whatever, like you're getting blown up. I didn't consider for 1 second that that Queenan might have been the kind of person to believe something like that. Because the very simple response to this is that countries all over the world, even countries that are technically rivals, will cooperate on international and on domestic security. They'll share intelligence, they'll share training methods, they'll share all kinds of shit with each other. They'll train each other because this just, it seems to benefit all groups, because groups different police forces, different security forces deal with different situations, which is why post 9/11, lots of countries want to talk to Israel because Israel knows how to deal with suicide bombings. They went through plenty of them. They know how to deal with like particular kinds of terrorism better than other countries do. But to say that because like an unspecified really number of ICE people went to Israel for seminars or training suggests that ICE were trained or like barely trained apparently. Like ICE, I thought the whole thing with ICE officers was that they didn't even get training, like barely. Like I thought they were very untrained and they behaved like untrained people. But yeah, the idea that some of their like brutal methods are influenced by Israel, or their, what was it Hassan said, spiritually Israeli. But the connection was so fucking loose. It's like, yes, some officers are like, there's some overlap in terms of like political allegiances between Trump's guys and Netanyahu's guys. But like, I'm sorry, but if you said this about any other country, you would just call it conspiratorial and racism, right? Like, you know that, because I could do this, right? Imagine there was a country, okay, that hosted that first of all was clamping down on protesters back in the 90s and actually massacred some of their protesters. And around the time that they were doing that, one of the only countries that they were cooperating with in the West with riot control experience and anything else was the state of Israel, right? And what if later on, when Israel was fucking sniping people during the March of Return and like kneecapping 6,000 fucking people and their soldiers were bragging about it? What if I told you that on the same fucking year, there was a seminar being hosted by Israel that was being attended by a Chinese ambassador for Israel to talk about national security? Like, that country is China, right? Like, way back in the day, before Tiananmen Square, China was dealing with rising discontent, right? I took some notes on this from a book because this is kind of where the thread was to begin with. This is from Maurice Meisner, who's a historian on the CCP, the Chinese Revolution. The social unrest did not escape official notice. Mobile armed police forces were organized in anticipation of disorder, and police officials were dispatched abroad to learn the latest anti-riot techniques. Remember, it was the Chinese the PLA, the military, that fought with the protesters in Tiananmen Square. Well, one of quite a few, not that many countries, that was actually China's back door to Western technology, military technology, in the 80s was Israel. And America had a big problem with Israel for doing this. Before '89. So when you've got like the PLA going through Tiananmen Square, like one of the few countries that was giving them access to Western military technology at the time, it was Israel. In 2019, Israel, along with 30 other countries, went to a counterterrorism forum in Beijing that was particularly focused on sniping by special forces, like special forces sniping units. And that was in 2019. What was going on in 2018, 2019? It was the March of Return. And it was an exchange. It wasn't Chinese people teaching Israel. Like, so what's happening here? Were the Israeli snipers at the Great March of Return, were they spiritually Chinese? Or the Chinese being spiritually fucking Israeli when they use sniper units? Like, no, countries cooperate and they exchange information, even when they are on not the greatest level of allegiance. Yeah, Chinese police trained in Israel before the Olympics. Fucking, dude. People talk about the LAPD. Hassan the other day was talking about the LAPD and their fucking Israel IDF influence. But they'll never talk about, there's a whole like audit actually of the LAPD in particular. One of the countries that the LAPD trained in was Thailand. They trained with the Royal Police at a time when Taiwan.
9 one-piece images and tell me what you see.
At a time when Taiwan was being described as a semi-elected government that was military dominated and was using repressive tactics, including arbitrary arrest and intimidation. So was the LAPD being spiritually Thai if they arbitrarily arrested something? Like, no, because at the end of the day, these countries exchange information all the fucking time. Jordan actually is another one that does a lot of counterterrorism cooperation with America and Europe. Like, there's so many. Like, it's a lot. In Iran, their internal. I said Taiwan. Oh, Thailand. Sorry. Iran, when they were murdering fucking 7,000 protesters in the space of like 3 days, mostly unarmed protesters as well. Like almost all of them were unarmed. The Iranian security apparatus for domestic security and internet control, especially, is Chinese. But are they being spiritually Chinese when they do that? When they murder their protesters? No, because for all of these exchanges and all this training that happens, if America and American police or ICE do something that's against human rights, that's because America decided to, because the American forces decided to. It's their choice. The Israelis can say, "Oh yeah, well it is a great technique to fucking." My accents are fucked right now. It's a great technique if you just fucking. Well, I don't know, like shoot this guy in the fucking eyeballs for chanting Free Palestine. But if an American official decides to do it, that's on them. That's their decision to take on that thing. But yeah. Bro, why did I get onto that again? Oh. Oh yeah, so when I was making fun of Hassan for talking about the United States of Israel shit, because you could literally apply this to any country, any two countries that have security coordination, and Queenman was celebrating Hassan like blowing me up over it. I just thought it was for the memes. I didn't know he might be the kind of person who actually believes that shit. I don't know. Fuck knows.
Any of this is resonating whatsoever. Anyone that agrees with even a little bit what I said, whether it's a political angle or the more principle angle, consider that. I really do think, like, could I be doing more? Could I be doing more? You know? Am I on the wrong side right now? Have I been psyoped? Am I allowing my temporary emotion, the gratification I'll feel from watching a video of iDubbbz homeless, to overwrite a more reasonable, more honest core that you may have inside of you that actually says, I quite like the way the internet is. I quite like the way the internet was 10 years ago. I really don't want it to be like this censored, rigged, pro-Israel, you know, shithole. I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be that. I want to stop that. And just think, is there more you could be doing as a poster, as a content creator? No, Denim's just cringe. See, I know you're joking.
He is really making it a lot about Israel, isn't he? The thing about that is, like, even if you can take issue with the Allisons running TikTok, like I would, but and they're also, to be clear, the Allisons also run the same organization that handles their algorithms as well, so there's very direct control. Was it any better when it was fucking China doing it? Dude, the content on TikTok before the takeover was not exactly non-partisan either. It was fucking insane.
That is the mindset. Exactly. It's chilling to speech. It's chilling to speech. And that's the goal. And that is the goal. It is just to make it so the powerful can make you stop talking. That's the setup they want. People already in those positions of power want to make it so that if you're criticizing them, they can stop you talking. Yeah, so stuff like the skulls, you know, these are old principles that were held pretty firmly, is the harasser is responsible for the harassment. I mentioned this earlier. The harasser is responsible for the harassment they do. Or if someone incites it directly or coordinates it,
is community management not a thing as well? I thought it was.
They're responsible for it.
Again, I don't know who sent the skulls, but I don't think like it has to be direct. It's funny because a lot of you could quite easily put this same. Hassan doesn't use lawsuits because I mean, maybe he would if he was less lazy, I guess. I don't know. Or if he thought he could win a defamation lawsuit or a copyright. The copyright thing would be funny, I guess, because it's obviously empty chair boy. But if Hassan doesn't use lawsuits, but does he not use other kinds of tactics as well? Does he not like to blow up like some of the most unsavory like harassers on the internet so they can kind of like do his, and incidentally, whether he means it to or not, they do his dirty work for him? Or is Hassan not the one who's like fucking texting people when he thinks that they're like when he thinks they're doing him dirty and then they feel fucking pressured to change their fucking statements and stuff like that? Dude, there's a lot of Hassan pressure that goes out there. I remember that when he was friendly with me. I felt like for a minute, you can probably watch it happening on stream for a few weeks. Like when I'm like, I don't know, like, is it really worth it, you know, career-wise to go too hard on this guy? It's not like I need to use Hassan to push my fucking politics or whatever, but I just, you know, I couldn't help myself, dude. This guy was fucking speaking some shit. He was speaking some shit and I couldn't help make fun of him for it. And then, you know, he got really angry and said I wanted to fucking celebrate sniping children and shit. Fuck me. Oh yeah, you tried to fucking police Vosh over the Ukraine stuff. I remember that as well. Shit. Fuck.
You're not responsible by just being on the forum where all the people that hate this person are. You may even remember on that.
What about mods though?
Remember, Destiny went so far as to argue that KF wasn't responsible for the majority of the harassment that KF was receiving. It was actually website zero, right? You may even remember that. That may hit the back of your head. Obviously, that's not even a statement you can really prove. You literally can't even prove that's the case. It's kind of a stupid fucking thing to say, to be honest. I wouldn't.
That would be quite stupid. Obviously, the website zero would be more scary in terms of how much they can get on you. But as far as I recall, they weren't like a sizable community, whereas Kiwi Farms was like regular posters and discourse. So yeah, Kiwi Farms would obviously be more responsible, especially given Keffels, because Keffels didn't talk about Website Zero. She was quiet about them.
Like, I would never say, Leftovers H3 isn't responsible for most of the harassment that Ethan received. No, I would say you can't blame a subreddit as an amorphous collection for the actions of individuals that happen off platform. It's not about attributing it to a different place. It's about the standard being broken. It's about there being a standard of attribution for actions, and you ditching that for the purpose of getting one over, of shutting people up. And that's the only goal. That is the only goal. So I'm assuming you think Shamu shouldn't be disavowed because the behavior was 4 years ago. It's not even about being 4 years ago, dude. First of all, I said this at the start. I don't have hard lines for association. I've never enforced hard lines for associations for other people. Even for Destiny. I don't say no one should associate with Destiny. Never say that. Literally never say that. So I just don't have that standard. Sounds like Shamu did something fucked up. I don't know what else to do with that. I literally don't know what else you want me to say about that. That's just not something I believe in. I don't believe, it's like saying, oh, you're against shoplifting, but your friend shoplifts. Yeah, I know a bunch of shoplifters. Yeah. I know a bunch of people that shoplift. When Cream starts full screen, it's the same feeling I do when my boss tells me to close the door when I come into his office. Thank you for $5. Thank you. What do you think? Can you explain what Shamu did? Wasn't it just Discord stuff or more? It's stuff from a different Discord 4 years ago, where apparently he doxed someone involved in sector stuff, all the Ethan Ralph types. I assumed, and we were real, Shamu was pretty open that he was in
exactly 3 years ago, but there you go.
Sector troll groups. He said that publicly many times. I kind of just assume all that behavior kind of comes with it. When you're in those places, that's kind of what I assume they're doing. You say sector troll group to me.
Can you give me an AI summarization of his position? The thing is, he's not really committing to anything too concrete with the connections with Israel and the Free Press and Barry Weiss and the Ellisons and the industrial pro-Israel, e-Israel. Dude, it's so weird that happens when I'm literally on Twitter thinking I'm in the fucking Fourth Reich, which is also, like, incidentally, run by a pro-Trump guy, like a very pro-Trump guy, and Elon Musk, or at least that was what it was when he bought it. But no, like I guess there's a domino somewhere. There's a small domino, which is me making fun of Sulfur for her dog shit fucking research notes on my stream, and saying there's a server of unemployed retards who are fucking around. I think brigading was the one concrete thing I accused them of, and also unemployment. That's the small domino, and then there's a few missing dominoes there. But there's a few other dominoes, and then there's a big gap, and then there's Israel. Yeah, I'm not really seeing that bit.
I think, like doing crazy shit. Honestly, if all Shamu did was post a docs and a wellness check, probably on the lower end of sector troll groups, to be honest. Do you remember that guy's Zoom? I don't want to get into that, but if you know, you know. But it's not even about how bad it is. It's literally not even about how fucking bad it is. It's like, it's not relevant. Talk about the flashbang dogs. Oh yeah, he swatted someone and got their dog killed by a flashbang. That was it. Ian Miles Chong's dog got killed by a flashbang because Zoom swatted him. That can happen. Okay, so that was the claim anyway. That was the claim. Beast mode. Okay, man. So yeah, fuck it. Let's just summarize this. Principles you care about are directly under attack. Literally, no matter what community you're in. If you like posting in an inflammatory tone online, principles you care about that allow you to continue doing that are directly under attack from some of the most powerful, wealthy people in this space. Ethan Klein Destiny. Directly under attack, okay? The attribution of harassment, community responsibility, basic things rooted in internet freedom that have allowed this ecosystem to exist for the last 15 years it has. And when I say this ecosystem, that expands past just commentary, that's any Leftovers H3 and H3 Productions, that's any DGG, that's any Hassan fan. They all post inflammatory stuff online. They all enjoy doing this. And you should, when you post something inflammatory online, the response should be that they post something inflammatory back that debunks you, or they lose, right? The response should not be they dox you, they harass you, they swat you, they file a lawsuit against you. That should not be the response. People should be engaging, using the tactics, using the tools that are moral and right to use, that are just to use. And that includes snarking. That does include snarking. When has DGG ever doxed? Okay, that's a troll comment. That's literally a troll comment. That's literally a troll comment. They post JSOX docs on Twitter all day. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Are you retarded? Are you a fucking idiot?
Oh,
shit. You're dumb as shit. Wow, you're dumb as shit, bro. So, yeah, these principles are directly under attack in a way they have not been for years, okay? And it is honestly disgusting that even though iDubbbz has fallen out of favor, even though I understand iDubbbz has fallen out of favor, he does fucking suck now, he did a lot to generate and protect those principles in the early part of his career. And even when he turned on that version of himself, he didn't attempt to destroy those principles. He cried and said he'd learned empathy and he felt bad about stuff he'd done, but he never attempted to break the principles. He never attempted to stop people behaving within that scope. He never attempted to coerce them out of it. He never attempted to financially extort them out of it. Never. Just not the case, period. So it's quite disgusting to me. But given he has had a good few years of decent service, if you want to call it that, followed by a few embarrassing years, people aren't willing to stand up and just say, actually, no, that's fucking wrong. What's happening there is actually fucking wrong. And be firm, vocal, forceful even about enforcing that, about making sure that stands. He didn't DMCA or sue Snark, which by the way, H3 fans run a Snark. Yeah, and they will post insane stuff. All those people will post insane stuff. iDubbbz A-logs are insane. See, I guess I am it's kind of an appeal, okay, to no more brother wars, okay? No more brother wars. If anyone gives a fuck about this stuff, focus on the enemy, okay? Seriously. And that's not me talking to the Aidens, the J-Stooks Morales. I think they all understand. This is more broad. I'm trying to get this message a little bit out there more broadly do I even name names? I don't even know if I want to name names. But there are people who I know must see this and must see how fucked up it is. And they just aren't pushing the boat out. They just aren't sticking their neck out just yet. They just aren't standing on their own 2 feet. Augie's in hiding, okay? Augie's in hiding. But Turkey Tom is a great example. I've got huge issues with Turkey Tom and many of his past videos. I've talked a lot of shit about Turkey Tom. I'm sure he feels like I absolutely fucking hate him. I'm sure he probably doesn't feel much different about me, okay? But that really shouldn't matter when there's this sort of existential threat. And it did not matter to him in the past. That's why he had Destiny and Null.
No more brother wars. I wonder if that's the same rationale that the coordinated international effort between liberal Zionists and right-wing Zionists was then saying, listen, okay, we don't like each other. I kind of want you guys to die. I want to put you in Hamas in a fucking cage so they can just kill you all. But also there's a lot of anti-Semitism, so no more brother wars. But that would obviously assume that the international industrial effort is like a valid theory.
On his stream to talk during the Capital stuff. That's why he interviewed Null around that time. I remember I was watching a bit of that last night. I hear him say, I've only just started caring about free speech. It feels like it's being ripped away online. Well, that incident didn't end up being quite as devastating as it seemed like it was going to be at the time. Yes, Cloudflare removed Kiwi Farms, and that was totally fucked and fucked Josh's site for fucking ages. But he did get his own bespoke solution set up. He is able to still operate. He is able to still operate. So it didn't end up being as devastating. But imagine precedent gets set off of one of these lawsuits. Does anyone take Turkey Tom serious to begin with? I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah, you can like cope, but I don't take him particularly seriously. But he's got a multi-million sub channel, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
Not really knowing what he's responding to with this. I'm not really sure what he's responding to, where people are saying that people don't have influence. But okay.
Video. They listen to the things he says, and they intake his opinions.
That can't be anyone we know.
Take his recounting of a story, of a drama, and they incorporate that into their understanding, and then they go out and post about it, and they go out and influence other people. So there are people like Turkey Tom, who I know deep down they must know how fucking wrong this is, and they're either scared or too self-interested to take a stand right now. So I'm appealing to people like that, maybe. Stand on your own 2 feet. I'm appealing to the Noah Samsons and the overzealots, who may not like the fact that some people around here say slurs or that Big Bungie's a Restore supporter, but they must recognize the shared principle that allows all of us to operate. They must recognize that. And Noah Samson, I'm not talking shit with Noah Samson. Noah Samson's in a lawsuit. Noah Samson is fine. But there are other people, even overzealots, I think, he's sort of just a little bit more firmness, a little bit more aggression.
Bro, Noah Samson's fighting because he has to, because he is sued by Ethan Klein. Noah Samson doesn't give a fuck about you. Or like, if Noah Samson saw like 0.1% of the slurs in your Discord, he would fucking... Maybe you'd get a fucking smear piece about you from him if you wanted to. Dude, like, Noah Samson used his YouTube channel to like do a fucking call to arms against people. Like, what the fuck? Like an actual, like you can say it was thinly veiled or whatever, but it was not. It was like, it was thin enough that it was very obvious what he wanted to happen. That's why he deleted it from his fucking video as soon as he was caught doing it. Yeah, shit. Overzealots. What's their connection to overzealots, I wonder? Wouldn't think overzealots is the kind of person that would come across Queeman's radar. Oh, was that why one of the times I spoke to Queeman, he thought that Ethan was wrong about the the Iraqi bombings. I feel like that came up, but that might have been an overzealous point. Because I know that he made that. Overzealous, to be clear, is the person who I managed to convince Teuton, actually, that he was being somewhat anti-Semitic, at least by lefty standards of calling people bigots. But I don't recall Queeman fighting very hard on that point. I say bombings, it was like a grenade, but let's see.
This is a time of.
Was it this one? I was playing chess. Well done, retard. The overzealots video. What the fuck? Yeah, it was this video. I remember once Queeman said something that reminded me of this take, but maybe he got it from overzealots. Okay. But I guess this is like what's the common cause here? That's what I find that's why I don't understand, because from my understanding, I think Queeman's like a center left guy. Like he votes Labour and shit. So, and actually, as far as I remember, last I heard when we spoke, he thought my positions on Israel and Palestine were like fairly reasonable when I was actually fleshing them out. I'm sure he doesn't think that anymore, but I don't think he supports the same shit that Noah and Overzealous and those people do with regards to like the future that they want for Israel and Palestine. But yeah, the common cause here, actually, to be fair, if they probably knew like a fraction of Queeman's opinions, they'd probably fucking despise him and call him a fascist. But the common thread is literally just that they don't like Ethan Klein, isn't it? They're anti-Ethan Klein.
A little bit more focus on how fucked everything is getting and how fucked the context it's happening in is. Because they must see that. They must see that. Even if they don't like the slurs, they don't like the racism, the Restore supporters or whatever, they must see how fucking corrosive this is, and they must recognize it in that broader context of the moves being made around social media in the last couple of years. They must see that. So it is kind of now or never.
These people, the two of those people you mentioned, support and gleefully support authoritarian regimes that don't give a fuck about free speech. I don't understand this. It's silly. Like Noah Samson and Overzealous, these are like the kind of people who would 100% support free speech exactly until the moment they have power, and then they'll be against it. Like back when we had the fucking deplatforming discourse, do you really think, like, what side of that do you think they'd have fallen on? Like FD Signifier basically just arguing like ban conservatives. Okay, that's quite a fucking that's a broad brush.
Do or die, exactly. It is. Either you stand for this shit like now, or there's going to be some serious fucking rape on people that don't deserve it, and it's going to chill speech in a way that is just totally fucked. It already is, to be honest. Already is chilling speech in a way that is totally fucked. There is no reason you should be concerned about calling Ethan Klein a genocide supporter. There isn't. There is no reason you should be concerned about talking about Destiny sharing non-consensual sexual images and videos. Yet people are. Because people who are in those positions of power and influence have neglected their role. They have neglected their responsibility. Your Dioreos have neglected their responsibility. They took that position that they hold now by appealing to those principles, that every young man online gives a fuck about. And that's how they rose. That's how they got respect. And now they're in that position of power. Now they're essentially the custodian of that principle, not just the
I don't know about Diorio, but obviously Ethan called Destiny a non-consent sharer, and quite a lot worse as well, didn't he? Wait, did Ethan call Destiny a pedophile, or was it just Destiny called Ethan a pedophile? My understanding was that they were mutually assured pedophile. Like they called each other pedophiles. They traded accusations. They double nonced. Literally, no one is scared about calling out Tiny. Yeah. Again, that whole thing with obviously Destiny believes that there's been like a level of A-logging and special interest in his personal life that he's used to justify doxing people. I have not followed enough of Destiny's drama to know what the correct answer is there. I'm as far as Dan's one goes, I'm kind of understanding of it with the Gato and Liquid Sonic guy. No, not Liquid Sonic. Sorry. Who the fuck was it? Why did I keep bringing that name? Lamb, Comrade Lamb. What if? How the fuck would your brain get those two? Anyway, because Comrade Lamb was calling Dan a pedophile like incessantly across hundreds of posts, and the Gato guy was trying to dox Dan first publicly. Liquid Sonic is another. Is he? I've never seen Liquid Sonic doxing anyone.
Coming up, criticizing the ones breaking it, they have abandoned post. Kino Casino are the biggest hypocrites of the shit. Another great example. Facts, actually. Facts. Kino Casino are genuinely just beneath contempt with the way they act about this. Cry about the quartering, but, oh, Ethan's so epic. Lex Luthor, go home.
Lex Luthor.
I remember watching Kino. I was a day one. Kino Casino guy, okay? I remember PPP calling on them fucking, what was it? I remember it was Killstream or whatever, but hassling them all over fucking, what was it, New Project 2 or some shit? I remember PPP going hard on them for that. I remember PPP's, who's the fucking bear guy who lives out in the cabin? Who's the fucking bear guy who lives in the cabin? Who's that fucking dude? Owen Benjamin. I watched his Owen Benjamin video back in the day. I watched the start of Kino Casino, where they were going after people like Fuentes for breaking principles, essentially, for hanging out with, what's the fucking pedo's name? Ali Alexander, and for trying to cover up like the weird grooming stuff that was going on there. And now it's just it is literally just vapid farming. And I know they believe more than that. Maybe Andy Warski is literally too dumb to have a principle. Maybe that's the case. But I know PPP must. I know they must deep down. So it really is like a broad spectrum thing. It's not about, you know, one end or the other, or even pro-Israel or anti-Israel. To be honest, even if you're pro-Israel, you should recognize how the principles are being broken in favor and say, well, that's not winning, is it? If you win by betraying your principles, you haven't truly won. You would hope they would think that, but I don't expect that. I don't expect that in any way. I don't expect some, you know, drone fucking third worlder shilling Israel online to clock out how bad all this shit is, obviously. PPP said the Noah lawsuit is too far, but it's not enough to make a comment like, oh, I think that's too far. The only way rich fucking losers like Ethan stop is when the cost of success is greater than any benefit they could have hoped to achieve from it. That is the only time they ever learn. You know, dude, Leafy made endless violent insinuations on the YouTube platform. He talked about showing up to protests with a gun. He talked about shooting people.
DeOrio isn't even pro Ethan's lawsuit against Noah. I know I'm not. I know, I don't know if Destiny's for it or not. I'm going to assume Pisco's not for it. Where did DeOrio talk about the Noah lawsuit? Destiny's pro copyright lawsuit, but anti-defamation one. Okay. Interesting. What's he talking about? How is his way of life under attack because of the Discord leak? That seems like normal stuff, isn't it? Well, I don't know if Destiny's already doxed Quayman, but I think he would if he could. And I think I'm still yet to see why he wants to do that, like, or what his like particular rationale is. Is Quayman even a pro-Pally creator? Not like, not by what you would consider to be like the default pro-Pally creator, no. He doesn't really speak their language, exactly. Is there a valid reason? I mean, you can dream of one. Yeah, like they can exist.
He got banned from YouTube for it. And everyone rallied behind him because Ethan, I think pretty sure Ethan Klein got him took down. And everyone's still rallied behind him, even though he was making like explicit threats, like, claimed to be jokes, but explicit like threats on his platform. People rally behind him. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So hopefully, you know, that's resonated with someone a little bit. Someone has understood what I'm conveying to them.
He says a losing case. What, the defamation one? I mean, it looks like that to me as well. But again, I don't know American defamation law in the slightest. I just know that they have a high standard, and that just does not look like a lawsuit that would meet a high standard. But who knows? Even if it did, I don't know if I'd want a lawsuit like that to be successful. There'd have to be a very good. There'd have to be like an argument that I just haven't heard yet. It's because Quayman and JSOC have been telling people to spam report Destiny's channel and get them demonetized. Have they? Not aware of that. I thought he was already demonetized. Were they saying that beforehand or different channels? Fuck knows, man. I want to Google something. Random. I'm gonna Google a list of random fetishes and just pick one at random. Okay. What the fuck is okay? I'll tell you why in a second. No, not autogynephilia. That's too controversial. What's a really weird fucking? Oh, coolrophilia, the kink for clowns. Okay. The question I have about this ethic around like doxing or like putting out someone's real name or like a picture of them or some shit if they're hiding behind an avatar. So I know for a fact that let's say I was a coolrophile. Okay, I apparently have a fetish for clowns. Okay, and let's say someone who I was messaging. Let's say someone who I was messaging, I was talking, was like indulging my fucking coolrophilia, my thing. And I was, I was leaving it all in like messages, and there might have been a fucking picture exchange of a clown outfit or like a mime. And let's say that these DMs all got leaked, right? Because because my clown partner, my mime, was upset that I was a bad communicator or some shit, right? And I'm like, I know for a fact that if those DMs got published by someone against my will, I know that like people like Queeman himself would be coming out of their fucking eyeballs with glee, just because it's a laugh, right? It would just make them be funny to them. Even if they thought that the person who leaked it was being a cunt, right? Even if they disagree with the person who leaked it, they'd probably still go through the logs for the content, right? I know this because they've done it before, and again, I didn't really like think that much of it, but that is private information that is being disseminated against someone's will, and whether you do it for the purpose of humiliation or harassment or not, like that is, and it's obviously going to happen. It's obviously so. Why is that okay in these communities, but but fucking saying what someone's name is not? That I don't fuck is weird. Weird. I will not release the clown files. Okay. And I don't think it's because the real name can entail like swatting and all that shit. Because I'm like, at the end of the day, bro, most people are comfortable putting their names out. Like, or enough people are comfortable putting their names out as political creators and all those kinds of people. But like, I don't know. Like, to me, the standard, the fucking categorization of what's okay and what isn't is just doesn't make that much sense to me. Seems a bit goofy. Pennywise is sweating right now. I know you fucking better. Depends on where you are in your career. Well, when I brought this up, someone was saying it's because like Owen Jones, right? Like Owen Jones has been attacked, like I think physically attacked, I think once or twice in the last 10, 15 years by someone calling him a fucking by some fascists, right? I think it was on his birthday actually. I know, and Owen Jones knows that like loads of like fascists, like there's a community of fascists in the UK that knows everything about him. They know where he lives and everything. And even he has been like, for the sheer scale of his profile in the country, got attacked like once or twice. I think the time he was attacked that I know about wasn't even his house. It was when he was out, when they saw him. But the fact is that when people talk about getting your name put out online, and this is not an endorsement, okay? This is just me talking about the comparison between the two things. To me, it's like a really scary thing when it happens and your heart rate goes up for a bit. But then within a couple of days, maybe even after the first day, it's actually not that. It's actually just not as bad as people think it's going to be. That's kind of how I'd say doxing is, like what the effect it has on you is. Because the first person who ever doxed me was fucking Bad Empanada, okay? Like, and he's got a very mental community. It just wasn't as like intense as I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to have to deal with like fucking family members getting DM'd or addresses going out and like people showing up on my door. Like I thought all these things were going to happen, but no, it didn't. Yeah. As far as like that compared to if you have like an embarrassing kink or like just like something in your private life or like your romantic life gets leaked, honestly, like having your name put out is preferable. And I'm not the only person who thinks that. Like by far, like, anyone who's experienced both would agree with that. But I don't know. The standard people draw is just very bizarre. Or like it's not even bizarre. It's actually no, I wouldn't say it's bizarre because it's just kind of default. But I just don't think it's as well thought out as people make it out to be. It's like a truism that people just don't think about that much. And then there's the whole question about A-logging, right? Like, because I think the phrase A-logging, A-logging, would you support mandatory real names? No. I think it's like the whatever, the Taylor, we'll call it the Taylor test, the Lorenz test. There's obviously a level of public influence that you have, or the way you use your influence that probably should entail you attaching your real name to it. I just don't know where that line is. Obviously, libs of TikTok had crossed it. I think someone who is going to devote their time online to incessantly calling someone out, like accusing people of crimes, is probably a thing. If they're malicious, like if they're obviously malicious, like the pedophile thing with Dan. But yeah, I don't. When it comes to A-logging, because A-logging is obviously, it can be very intrusive. It can be much more intrusive than someone just putting your name out there. But I do wonder, like, where the line would be for that to be like that it warrants you getting like doxed in retaliation. I don't know. And even then, it's not like the doxing is like an ethical dox. It's just like we've both agreed to go into the mud pit right now, because that's part of the internet as well, right? Part of the internet as well is there are mud pits in the internet, and some people jump in those mud pits, and not everyone agrees on where the mud pit is and where the fucking gentleman's code is, right? Like whether you're fighting gentleman's rules or you're in the mud pit. But I would consider, if you're A-logging someone to a particular point, I think you are kind of telling them that you're okay to be in the mud pit, which means that if they dox you in retaliation, then that wouldn't be like unexpected or immoral of them. It would just be like a neutral act because you're both in the fucking cage, like the cage match. But we'll leave that one to the internet philosophers. Granky is so mad, and that's why they will never have an interesting opinion. They're just too fucking angry. Okay, you gotta do news next. Too much of this shit. The industrial Israel machine thing is really fucking. Is this conflation? Is this conflation of I support a Palestinian state and hate the Israeli government, but I also take very massive issue with this enormous fucking movement of pro-Palestine protests that's just like ignorant and scary and like is enabling anti-Semitism and violence, all that shit. That side, and also the Barry Weiss side, and the fucking, what do you call it, the Likud Netanyahu connected Trump side, conflating those two was a bit, I don't know, gay. It's making me wonder, like, who are the What is the Hasbara industry on, like, say, on YouTube? If I look up a few names for the Hasbarists, the Hasbaroids, Haviv just started his channel not that long ago, 31K subs. Fucking Nick Matau, not Hick Matau, God. He gets a viral pop-off every now and then when he's talking to fucking Sneeko or whoever else. Traveling Israel is probably one of the bigger ones. How's Alan Levy doing? $15K subs with 1,000 videos. Jesus, this guy's fallen off. This guy was the government spokesperson, bro. Not that that means much. This shows you, if anything, it's a testament to how little the Israeli government cared about their international English-speaking spokespersons. Haddad, yeah. Emily, does he have a channel? He might be a bigger channel because he's a rage bearer. Even then, he's a big name, but man, he's not even... It's not exactly popping off. Saw those beady eyes look over at chat, but nope, nothing. I know you want to be the center of attention for the entire fucking stream, bro, but my, first of all, my eyes are not beady, okay? They're deep and adorable, like an undiscovered planet. 2 of them, actually. But, fuck you. Emily Schrader? You're a coward and you know it. Yeah, you're very scary to me. What am I cowering from exactly? Drew Pavlo, true. 36K, 300 videos. How's Hausdorff doing? Does she have her own channel? Or is she Lawyers for Israel? Is it this one? The UK Lawyers for Israel. 25K. Yeah. And these are like the big names. These are the ones who got to go on Piers Morgan and all that shit. Like the Israel focused channels that are like actual Hasbara channels that won't say a bad word about the government and all that shit. They're just not that powerful. They're just not that big. Because Israel doesn't really care about international propaganda all that much. Like they care a little bit, but over the years they've cared less and less because they think the world is just against them by default and everyone's too anti-Semitic that to even take them in good faith. So why bother? That's like the general right-wing Israeli position on international propaganda. Oh, you're trying to do the association thing with Destiny. Oh, okay. But I thought the dear leader in his call to arms said don't do that. I haven't spoken to Destiny since 2024, retard. What do you want me to do? And I don't think the Destiny viewers come to my stream for my opinions on doxing. They're mostly here for the eye candy. You're on his anti-Snark crusade. Who's been attacking me for the last year, you fucking idiot? Oh my god. Jesus. What the fuck, man? Release the logs. Oh, I'll release the logs. Just you wait. Just for you. I'll release the logs. 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks. 3 weeks. Maybe 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
2 Donalds.
Come on. Wait. Was the 20K only for Hutch or was it for like anyone? 20K?
I mean, if anyone else wants them for 20K.
God damn. Wait, but like, shit. So why are you so like anti Noah Simpson on like the lawsuit that he declined suing Noah Simpson for?
Why am I against the lawsuit?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, why are you against the lawsuit?
Oh, because I just don't think it's a convincing defamation case. Yeah, that's it. I just don't think it's a convincing defamation case, and it's obviously going to cost Noah Samson a lot of time and resources just to prove it, just to exonerate himself. Like, which is obviously that's like, yeah, you bring a lawsuit that's like, I don't know if it's like, but again, is it frivolous or just wrong? But in any case, I'm not for it. It's just not like saying you back to genocide with given the fucking how liberal people are with the definition of the word genocide. Yeah, given all that shit, it does make me think that like it's not a very specific claim. It's not a very specific claim to sue someone over calling you like. No.
I guess so. I think like but like, would you have that same for like if someone calls someone online a pedo?
I think a pedophile is a much more. What? Because pedophile can mean someone who kissed someone at a bar because they thought they were 19, but they were actually 17, and that can make you a pedophile. I don't know. It depends on the context in which it's being said, right? Like, obviously, accusing him of being a pedo can probably be more actionable because people have a bit more of a clear understanding of what a pedophile is.
So, like, in hindsight, Hassan could sue Mr. Dan Solomon, right? Hypothetically.
What, for the brothel thing?
Yeah.
It depends if he could prove that what Dan believed it didn't actually believe it and was just saying it like maliciously, maybe. I don't know, because it makes me wonder, like, what would happen? What happens in defamation suits where two people are just lying about each other constantly, or like what happens there?
Oh, because like Hassan calls Mr. Dan
Diddy Saltman, yeah.
Diddy did.
Yeah, Diddy Dan.
Diddy
yeah.
dead. That's a funny nickname though, not gonna lie. Interesting. 20K though? You don't think that's like a little bit too high?
No, why?
Why did
The
like
buyer didn't think
20,000
so, did they?
shekels?
The buyer doesn't think so.
Wait, someone
Welcome to the free market, retard.
Someone actually slide you $20,000?
Listen, okay, I'm not gonna talk too much about my personal transactions.
You're
Okay?
fucking correct. You're literally Israel, bro. Holy shit.
That's what Israel's always doing. Selling Discord logs for 20K.
Oof.
Dude, I was, man, fucking Ogre Boy talking about it was so funny. Ogre Boy and his fucking thing, like, dude, there's no way 20K, the Hutch spent the 20K. Like, wait, did he? Did he actually spend it? Oh, wait, did he? There's no way. That's so fucked if he did. No way, did he? Wait, there's no way. Did he? I'm like, I'm sitting here thinking, are you fucking seriously asking this question? Like, you fucking retard. Do you think streamers are poor? Fucking baldy cunt.
I feel like Hutch,
I'm
like,
scattershotting
like
there, but
yeah.
fucking, I don't know, it's silly.
I feel like Hutch, he's like an 800,000 sub channel. He's been streaming for like what? No, he's been doing YouTube for like damn near like a decade. You don't think he got a little bit more? Come on, bro. It's like, I think 20K for Hutch is like nothing. Come on. It's crazy.
Okay, what's your story? Do you have takes or?
Shit, I got docs. You know, I'm in you. We're in the getting docs club now. So
we're in the same boat.
Sucks. We're in the same boat. Plug up. Over doxing, bro. Got doxed for saying for calling out doxing, bro. It's fucking crazy, but
isn't it a very strange listen, I haven't seen all the logs. Maybe in 2 weeks we'll find out. 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
It's good.
Maybe we will find out. But is it interesting that like this server gets alluded to and joked about by me, and then then it goes to Destiny and Dan, and then people get doxed on Kiwi farms. But that's a strange chain of events.
True.
That's a strange domino.
Strange.
What do those things have to do with each other? Shit.
Very, very interesting. Sucks. It sucks. What can you do? Well, I'm gonna let you get back at it to the swap. So.
Okay.
All right.
Loner docs, true. We're channeling Keffels again. Yeah, it's completely unrelated. True. Wait, are people really confused about what I meant by that statement? Wait, what? Wait, no, that was clear. What the fuck? That was clear. I even said earlier that, like, whatever. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Don't mention the targets of doxing attempts. Yeah, maybe I should have told him that before he came in. I didn't expect him to just come out and fucking say it. Oh well. What can you do? I was saying, is it not a bit of a fucking coincidence that that I talk about this little server, this weird server that's up to some shit. I think the thing that I specified was brigading, right? I didn't say they were doxing. And then there's a big fight between Destiny and Dan and Chud Logic about all this stuff. And then very shortly after, a couple of people who are associates of me actually get doxed. And I'm just like, what's the connection there? As in, like, this server has nothing to do with doxing. We're not like connected to that at all. Like, that's not really what we're into. And then I don't know. I'm just saying it seems like there's a bit of retaliation for me speaking a bit of shit about this server, right? I'm like, who's got an interest in doing that? You guys are fucking stupid. These guys are mental. I don't know. This is the actual toxic, cancerous DGG. And people thought I was implicating Dan and Destiny for what? Doxing people who are close to me? What? No, that would be the whatever. Holy shit! I'm gonna drink. Fuck you guys. I need a break from this. Everyone's so sensitive. Everyone's just very vigilant. They're like, what? Who said that? What do you say about me? Fucking hell, chill. Just take a step back. Take a step back. Ugh. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Look at this. You think this is a deep fryer? Look in here. These are Kalashnikovs. These are RPGs. These are Katyusha rockets. Long-range missiles, anti-tank missiles, grenades. Look at this other deep fryer. You think this is oil? No, it is rocket fuel. You think you can cook a large fries in rocket fuel? You cannot. Doesn't taste good. Look back here. You think these are burger buns? No. These are grenades. This is not the appropriate equipment to produce a Happy Meal. These are not Happy Meals. These are unhappy meals. Terror meals. Meals of death. And then he'll just take like 2 steps to the left. Whoosh. Today I'm in Gaza. We killed Yahya Sinwar. Shalom, shalom, Shabbat. Yeah, Churchill knew. Churchill was like, hey, stop giving this guy shit. Because he's just going to take more. This guy's insatiable. He didn't say it in that way. He said it more like that's what he said, and the British fucking Chamberlain was like, nah. I always wonder what the fuck chat's talking about when I come back, but it's probably because of that waiting screen. That's what you're responding to. I see. Okay. It's so fucking mad that like people who are I guess like sympathetic to this, anyone who's adjacent involved in that server, are like saying I'm doing like the bidding of DGG by making fun of people in that server who were literally going after me, as in like there are people in that server who have been obsessively going after me for over a year, but apparently it's like it's Destiny's fault that I'm speaking some shit. What the fuck, man? That's crazy. That's crazy. But I think that's more because they probably believed that I could be more of a fucking useful asset in the TDD, which is called Total Destiny Destruction Project. And they're maybe annoyed that I didn't fucking join in. That's probably the issue that they have. As far as whatever I bought into, dude, I just read what I saw and I spoke about it. That's it. That's it. TD was a thing that appeared on my Discord like once, and then I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I just never heard from it again. But it was this idea that like people wanted to get like it was the shared cause of like total destiny destruction, as in like if we fucking call him a pedophile for the next 1.5 or 2 years, then there will be a result somewhere in there. And maybe if Lornabox joins in, then we'll. I don't, dude. I'm too employed to. What the? I mean, it's not Trump derangement syndrome. Oh yeah, they have the same. Huh. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Fairly new viewer, just saw that you paid the guitar. You should check out Yamondu Costu if you don't know of him already. Maybe the best guitarist on the planet right now. Pado de Lucia gave him a standing ovation.
Whoa. Thanks for the $20. Usually when I hear best guitarist or whatever, I wait, what? Wait. Is that a fucking joke? I don't know. I feel like you're making up names and there's like some pun in there that I'm not noticing. I can't do it. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they play very well. Usually when I hear, oh, that's the greatest guitar player, I'm usually just like, this person's probably like hyper technical and very impressive, but I just would never sit and listen to any of it. Ugh. Whatever. Do you fuck with Polyphia? Isn't that like when you have loads of girlfriends? Nah. Lona was supposed to be their Neo, and he was an Agent Smith the entire time. Neo. Well, unfortunately for them, everything I knew or thought I knew, I guess, about stuff that would relate to the Destiny court case, like everything, every piece of information I had or thought I had is out in the documents now. There's no fucking big doozy that I'm holding back. I'm gonna do politics. Fucking. Are you gonna ask H3 for some of that Frogan? Shut up. 20k. Maybe I saw it 20k. Okay, listen. Cost of living is going up. Oh, I wanted this article. This is, I think this is just anonymous testimony, and I don't know, New York Times anonymous testimony. I'm kind of like getting a bit black-pilled now, but fuck. Put it past this administration? Probably not. Okay. I never thought I would see this guy in the fucking breaking section of the New York Times in relation to the Iran war in 2026. This is Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who was a former president of Iran. And if this is true, I don't know if it is. It doesn't seem to add up to me, but like, okay. Apart from some things that Trump said that suggest he might have believed it already happened, but okay. Early war goal was to install hardline former president as Iran's leader. Again, why? The Iranian president in their current regime form doesn't have that much fucking power. They're pretty beholden to the Guardian Council. But okay. An Israeli strike designed to free Mahmoud Ahmadinejad from house arrest in Tehran, US, officials said, was part of an effort to bring about regime change and put him in power. Days after Israeli strikes killed Iran's supreme leader and other top officials in the opening salvos of the war, President Trump mused publicly that it would be best if someone from within Iran took over the country. It turns out that the United States and Israel went into the conflict with a particular and very surprising someone in mind, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the former Iranian president known for his hardline anti-Israel and anti-American views. Wait, was he the Holocaust denier? Like the open, like they kind of all are. Was he the open one? Hang on. Did he actually... took a very, very firm, like unlike most Iranian leaders, he took a very firm one. He frequently claimed the Holocaust was a myth. Delegations walking out of a UN speech. He referred to gas chambers and concentration camps as a story about which its truth was not clear, and which was being used as Zionist propaganda to gain the sympathy of the world. Okay. Holy shit. That's wild. Okay. But the audacious plan developed by the Israelis, and which Mr. Ahmadinejad had been consulted about, quickly went awry, according to US officials who were briefed on it. Mr. Ahmadinejad was injured on the war's first day by an Israeli strike at his home in Tehran that had been designed to free him from house arrest, the American officials and an associate of Mr. Ahmadinejad said. Oh, really? Multiple testimony. That's crazy. Fuck. Mr. Ahmadinejad was injured on the war's first day by an Israeli strike at his home in Tehran. Okay. He survived the strike, they said, but after the near miss, he became disillusioned with the regime change plan. He has not been seen publicly since then, and his current whereabouts and condition are unknown. Damn. I find this extremely unlikely. How reliable is it to bomb someone's under house arrest to free them? I guess you bomb the front where the security people are. I don't know. It seems like a really like an unlikely story, which is why even if it's completely false, I guess it's funny that the New York Times went with it. And if it's true, then it's even funnier because it's holy shit. Oh. To say that Mr. Ahmadinejad was an unusual choice would be a vast understatement. While he had increasingly clashed with the regime's leaders and had been placed under close watch by the Iranian authorities, he was known during his term as president from 2005 to 2013 for his calls to wipe Israel off the map. He was a strong supporter of Iran's nuclear program, a fierce critic of the United States, and known for violently cracking down on internal dissent. How Mr. Ahmadinejad was recruited to take part remains unknown. The existence of the effort, which has not been previously reported, was part of a multi-stage plan developed by Israel to topple Iran's theocratic government. It underscores how Mr. Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel went into the war not only misjudging how quickly they could achieve their objectives, but also gambling to some degree on a risky plan for leadership change in Iran that even some of Trump's aides found implausible. Some American officials were skeptical in particular about the viability of putting Mahmoud Ahmadinejad back into power. From the outset, President Trump was clear about his goals for Operation Epic Fury: destroy Iran's ballistic missiles, dismantle their production facilities, sink their navy, and weaken their proxy. Anna Kelly, a White House spokeswoman, said in response to a request for comment about the regime plan and Ahmadinejad. The United States military met or exceeded all of its objectives, and now our negotiators are working to make a deal that would end Iran's nuclear capabilities for good. A spokesperson for Mossad, the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency, declined to comment. U.S. officials spoke during the early days of the war about plans developed with Israel to identify a pragmatist who could take over the country. Officials insisted that there was intelligence that some within the Iranian regime would be willing to work with the United States, even if those people couldn't be described as moderates. Mr. Trump was enjoying the success of the raid by U.S. forces to capture Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, and the willingness of his interim replacement to work with the White House, a model that Trump appeared to think could be replicated elsewhere. In recent years, Mr. Ahmadinejad had clashed with regime leaders, accusing them of corruption, and rumors have swirled about his loyalties. He was disqualified from numerous presidential elections, his aides were arrested, and Mr. Ahmadinejad's movements were increasingly restricted to his home in the Narmak section of eastern Tehran. The American and Israeli officials saw Mr. Ahmadinejad as a potential leader of a new government in Iran is further evidence that the war in February was launched with the hopes of installing more pliable leadership in Tehran. Mr. Trump and members of his cabinet have said that the goals of the war were narrowly focused on destroying Iran's nuclear, missile, and military capabilities. There are many unanswered questions about how Israel and the United States planned to put Mr. Ahmadinejad in power, and the circumstances surrounding the airstrike that injured him. American officials said that the strike, carried out by the Israeli Air Force, was meant to kill the guards watching over Ahmadinejad as part of a plan to release him from house arrest. On the first day of the war, Israeli strikes killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. Dude, look at the... Do they have the... Remember, dude, oh God, the fucking Snark server's in my brain now. Oh God. Remember, I should look back to the day that this war started because they were tweeting, they were watching me and Dan and they were tweeting to try and, to try and get me in trouble. Oh, fuck. And we watched one of them, remember? I need to watch this one again. It was so funny. Fuck. Where was it? Andrew Windsor, Hassan, Ayatollah, how long ago did this fucking war start? Oh, it was here. Wait, protests. Did I not have a full segment about this? What the? I must have. I remember because it was a full stream with protests February, 3 months ago. Huh. I honestly don't remember. I can't find it here. Huh. I might not have made it a segment. That's shit. Okay. Let's see. You took a break around then. Yeah, but not after. It was like a week into the war, wasn't it? Hangnails was on the stream. I remember. February 28th. I'll just find it. Okay. You should do a show with Sitch and Adam. Yeah. Wait. Fuck. People are asking why a bunch of my videos have disappeared from the VODs list. I think it's just because you like copyright claims come in from like 5 seconds of Guardian content or whatever, and then it gets blocked. That's all that's happening there. I haven't taken anything off myself. It was February 28th. Okay, it was because after I debated Hutch on the on the militant democracy. It was here. This was such a mad stream, man. Let's see. So February 28th on the logs. I might have to get an eye in. Where was it? It was over the sirens. The sirens tweet. Fuck. Where is it? Was it early? It can't have been early. Purging the archives, true. All right, we will find it. It's gonna be so worth it. Fuck. Dude. Would probably be. It must be.
Incredibly crazy.
It must be later on, right? They couldn't have been on my ass right from the beginning. Looks like a skull was hit. Skull was hit. Okay. Oh yeah, we still haven't had an answer on that
This
from
is
the Americans.
hold on.
Not a good one anyway.
Can someone tag some of these
Shut
people?
the
Tag some people.
fuck
Come
up.
on, Starbucks.
Oh, it was the. This was this person was from the server. This was Ral Kittenhouse. That's who this was. With the signature siren.
This shit.
Loaderbox and Saltman celebrate. Alarm bells on each side. Saying they were almost certain that because of the Ayatollah almost dying.
Hey, Ayatollah almost
certainly dead. Whoa.
Oh, great, Loanerbox. You really fucking did us in there with the fucking sound effects.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
That's a good clip. Oh no, 6 likes. Really? Me going, whoa, because the Ayatollah's almost dead didn't really take off, did it?
If I'm in the call, we'll be good. I'll fight with them back.
This shit.
Hey, Ayatollah almost certainly dead. Whoa.
Oh, great, Loanerbox. You really fucking did us in there with the fucking sound effects.
We look we're so fucked. That's a good clip.
Can we get a live squirrel reaction? Oh, for fucking Christ's sake.
That's such a good clip. What the fuck? Who's that guy? The Humboldt Hannibal. I bet they hate me. They have no idea. Yeah, there was a Ral Kittenhouse, wasn't it? Yeah.
It's just, one of these.
Gold.
Who is this
they
person?
Don't even know it.
I guess the fucking rocket spamming didn't. Maybe they discovered that later. Maybe the boosts and the 3 rockets wasn't coming in too strong today. Not enough fuel in the rockets. Shit. The fucking ineptitude. Holy fuck. Anyway, I was distracted. Sorry. Ooh. All right. Oh god. There are some funny things that just kind of I think it's echolalia. That's what it is. It's literally just looping in my head now. The fucking air horns and the sirens. It's just so much stimuli. Fuck. Okay, I'm over it. I'm autistic, but I'm also functional. On the first day of the war, Israeli strikes killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader. The strike at Ayatollah Khamenei's compound in central Tehran also blew up a meeting of Iranian officials, killing some officials whom the White House identified as more willing to negotiate over a change in government than their bosses. There were also initial reports at the time in the Iranian media that Mr. Ahmadinejad had been killed in the strike on his home. Oh. The strike did not significantly damage Mr. Ahmadinejad's house at the end of a dead-end street, but the security outpost at the entrance to the street was struck. Satellite imagery shows that the building was destroyed. In the days that followed, official news agencies clarified that he had survived, but that his bodyguards, in actuality Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps members, who were both guarding him and holding him under house arrest, were killed. An article in The Atlantic in March, citing anonymous associates of Mr. Ahmadinejad, said that the former president had been freed from government confinement after the strike at his house, which the article described as, in effect, a jailbreak operation. A bit risky, isn't it? How common are those? After that article, an associate of Mr. Ahmadinejad, I feel like I have a fucking speech impediment, or I'm just saying it too fast. Ahmadinejad. Okay. I feel like if I say that fast enough, I might accidentally say the N-word, but that's a joke. Shut up. They confirmed that they saw the strike as an attempt to free him. Okay. The associate said the Americans viewed Mr. Ahmadinejad as someone who could lead Iran and had the capability to manage Iran's political, social, and military situation. Mr. Ahmadinejad, fucking hell, I'm like pausing now, it's so stupid. Okay. Would have been able to play a very important role in Iran in the near future, the associate said, suggesting that the United States saw him as a similar to Delcy Rodriguez, who took power in Venezuela after American forces seized Mr. Maduro and has since worked closely with the Trump administration, the person said. During his presidency, Mr. Ahmadinejad was known for his hardline policies and his often outlandish fundamentalist pronouncements, such as his declaration that there was not a single gay person in Iran, and his denial of the Holocaust. He spoke at a conference in Tehran called A World Without Zionism. Western satirists lampooned these views, and Mr. Ahmadinejad became something of an unwitting pop culture curiosity, even the subject of Saturday Night Live parodies. Oh no. Not the SNL parodies. Ugh. Although the Hexeth ones are good. They are good. He also presided over the country at a time when Iran was accelerating the enrichment of uranium it could one day use for making a nuclear bomb should it choose to weaponize its program. An American intelligence assessment in 2007 concluded that Iran had years earlier frozen its work on building a nuclear device, but was continuing the enrichment of nuclear fuel it could use for a nuclear weapon if it changed its mind. Fuck. Mr. Ahmadinejad, after he left office, he gradually became something of an open critic of the theocratic government, or at least at odds with Ayatollah Khamenei. 3 times, 2017, 21, 24, Mr. Ahmadinejad tried to run for his previous job, but each time Iran's Guardian Council, a group of civilian and Islamic jurists, blocked his presidential campaign. Mr. Ahmadinejad has accused senior Iranian officials of corruption or bad governance and become a critic of the government in Tehran. While he never was an overt dissident, the regime began to treat him as a potentially destabilizing element. Mr. Ahmadinejad's ties to the West are far murkier. Yeah. Mahmoud had some banger pro-Ukraine tweets and also a lot of basketball tweets. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these fucking people are just memers, aren't they? Like, big memers. What's going on in my fucking stream chat? Why are people... No, it's not. It's the drama farm. Why are people popping off? What's going on? What's the news? No. In a 2019 interview with the New York Times, Mr. Ahmadinejad praised President Trump and argued for a rapprochement between Iran and the United States. Mr. Trump is a man of action, Mr. Ahmadinejad said. He is a businessman and therefore he is capable of calculating cost benefits and making a decision. Wow. What a fucking cookie for the big fat fucking whale president. Nice. We say to him, let's calculate the long-term cost benefit of our two nations and not be short-sighted. We can both tax the Strait of Hormuz. People close to Mr. Ahmadinejad had been accused of having too close ties to the West, or even spying for Israel. Esfandiar Rahim Mashai, Mr. Ahmadinejad's former chief of staff, was put on trial in 2018, and the judge in the case publicly asked about his links to British and Israeli spy agencies, an accusation publicized by state media. In the past few years, Mr. Ahmadinejad has made trips out of Iran that further fueled
could get millions and millions of dollars. It is possible that some of these people who beat cops that day are now millionaires.
What's going on?
And that's the
Oh God. Why did I have fucking oh shit, it was DGG chat. Because they were fucking spurging about me earlier. I thought that was Spider speaking some shit. Oh, he's arguing with who is this guy? Brian Shapiro. Okay. Jesus. Orbiter confirmed. I mean, they were embedding me earlier, so they were fucking yapping. Okay. I'm gonna get so doxxed. Double doxxed. Esfandiar Rahim Mashai, Mr. Ahmadinejad's former chief of staff, was put on trial in 2018, and the judge in the case publicly asked about his links to British and Israeli spy agencies, an accusation publicized by state media. In the past few years, Mr. Ahmadinejad has made trips out of Iran that further fueled speculation. In 2023, he traveled to Guatemala, and in 2024-25, he went to Hungary, trips detailed by New Lines magazine. Both countries have close ties to Israel. The Hungarian Prime Minister at the time, Viktor Orban, has a close relationship with Mr. Netanyahu. During the trips to Hungary, Mr. Ahmadinejad spoke at a university connected to Mr. Orban. Oh no. Is Mahmoud Ahmadinejad part of the thing? Is he Israel? Shit. Not good, bro. He's in trouble. And them trying to kill him was, his trying to blow up his house to save him. That was a ruse. Fucking Twitter, bro. The thing. He returned from Budapest just days before Israel began attacking Iran last June. When that war broke out, he kept a low public profile and posted only few statements on social media. His relative silence about a war with a country that Mr. Ahmadinejad had long viewed as Iran's main enemy was noted by many on Iranian social media. Oh yeah, they would rake him over the coals for that. He doesn't go to the E-Israel meetings. Well, maybe that's why they bombed his fucking house arrest surveillance apparatus, because they wanted to get him to the meeting. He was late. They were like, what the fuck are you doing? I'll bomb your door open to get you out here. Discussion of Mr. Ahmadinejad on Iranian social media picked up after reports of his death, according to an analysis by Filter Labs, a company that tracks public sentiment. But the discussion declined in the weeks following, mainly amounting to confusion about his whereabouts. At the outset, Israel envisioned the war unfolding in several phases, starting with air assaults by the United States and Israel, plus the killing of Iran's supreme leaders and the mobilization of Kurds to fight Iranian forces, according to two Israel defense officials familiar with the operational planning. Then the Israeli plan foresaw a combination of influence campaigns carried out by Israel and the Kurdish invasion, creating political instability in Iran and a sense that the regime was losing control. In a third stage, the regime, under intense political pressure and the weight of damage to key infrastructure like electricity, would collapse, allowing for what the Israelis referred to as an alternative government to be established. Other than the air campaign and the killing of the supreme man, if Israel thought this as well, that makes the idea like the fuck. How fucking stupid do you have to be? Like, I can expect the American military, like, and their politicians to be naive about this kind of stuff because they just don't know the region that well. Israelis, for their even the fucking right wingers, you expect them to know the region a little bit, or at least to have people underneath them who understand the region a little bit. The fact that they literally thought this was a good idea is so fucking stupid. Like, it's so mental, disgraceful. Ugh. Other than the air campaign and the killing of the supreme leader, little of the plan played out as the Israelis had hoped, and much of it appears in retrospect to have profoundly misjudged Iran's resilience and the capacity of the United States and Israel to exert their will. But even after it became clear that Iran's theocratic government had survived the first months of the war, some Israeli officials continued to express belief in their vision of imposing regime change in Iran. David Barnea, Mossad's chief, told associates in several discussions that he still thought the agency's plan, based on decades of intelligence collection and operational activity in Iran, had a very good chance of succeeding had it received approval to move forward. Goddamn. Saleh and Al-Hamdi are going to make an appearance as well. Wow. Good Yemen civil war reference that everyone gets. Holy shit. Did you get yesterday's connections right? Fuck! I didn't even do it. So I'm behind in the streak again. And the spelling bees are really hard as well now. Maybe I'm just losing my brain. Maybe I'm just debraining. Fuck knows. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. My throat's sore as well. What the fuck? Dude, how much drama was I doing? Holy fuck. Going senile. Yeah. I'm curious what was going on here. What was I interrupted by? What was I rudely interrupted by? This fucking video.
This is not a story that's being covered in the media for the most part, that Trump has bought literally and sold, hundreds of millions of dollars in stock in a span of 3 months.
Oh my fucking, what just happened?
What, so you're not allowed to trade stocks now if you're the president?
I guess I don't know. I mean, they were complaining about Nancy Pelosi and possible insider trading, and now we've literally.
This guy's like a lib lefty guy, isn't he? Am I mixing him up with someone else or what the fuck? Whatever. Yesterday's was stupid hard. Okay, let's do it then. Shit. Also, I need a new goal. New life goal. I was supposed to do Bosnia reading today as well, but my throat's fucking ruined. Lib radio host. Oh shit. No, not that. Fuck. Trump insider trading video. Oh, I saw that. That Trump's been. How many? Oh, how many stock trades has Trump done since being president? Like one every 7 minutes or some shit. Okay. Grind set. Sigma male. Huge cock. Wow. $60 a day. Yeah. And Sigma? GigaChat? Alright. I'm connecting. That's what I'm doing. Buying stocks and then shilling the company the next day. Based? Sigma? Rotund genius? Yeah. Huge gut, huge brain. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there's a new goal, guys. Get on it. Shit. And Jack O'Lantern, that's the tier 2 sub for 31 months. Lil Bro trying to assemble the anti-Semitic Avengers. Business Time, that's the 10 gifted memberships. And ZJM for the 5. Wow. And Raiders Cat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And Captain Dan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Oh shit. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's be quick, and then we can do some other nonsense. Forever Salon Cook Surgeon. Nurse Doctor Fudge Super Fudge. Cry Blubber Trot Alter. Founder Babble. Deanie Teeth. And this is the hard one. I don't care about the hard one. We're doing this one doesn't even contribute to a streak because it's from yesterday, which makes me just want to move on really quickly. Nurse, doctor, surgeon. What's the last one? Is it even? Fuck. Cry. Blubber. Cry. No, wait. Blubber. No, you can cry, babble. Babble? Fuck. Teeth? Is that like snitching? Like telling on someone? I don't know. Blubber. Fudge. It's like make a mistake, like to fudge something. Blubber. That's like fat, or it's also. Let's just try. Okay, just be quick. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god. Oh, it's close. Deanie? Is it fucking Deanie? Oh my god. It's one of these three though, isn't it? You're gonna fudge on me. Is that an American thing? Okay. Don't care. Don't care. Get me out of here. Get me out. Cook. No. I don't actually know. Like none of these seem like they could be. That wasn't even 3 out of 4. Nurse. Judy Bloom. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Flounder. Salmon. Sturgeon. Okay. Don't care. Get me out. Now we focus. Okay, now we're in the real game. High. Might. Training. Concentration. Key mode off groundhog. The longest. Force medium intensity. Independence. Interval. Simmer. Scale. Well. Music. Key mode. Interval. Scale. Buh. Hell yeah. High, medium, off, simmer. Oh, heats. Maybe. Intensity. Actually, I don't know. Concentration. The longest. Oh. Groundhog Day. The longest. Is it The Longest Yard as a film? Independence Day. Oh, Groundhog Day. The longest day would be. Is that someone in the Discord or is that my fucking stomach? All right. Intensity. I don't know what the other day is. Concentration day? Training day? Off day? Don't know, but it's okay. We got the idea. Okay. Might, intensity, force, concentration. This is like the heat, off, higher, simmer, yeah, and then these are all days, film day. Okay. Well done, buddy. Well done, bub. Never seen Training Day. No, I haven't. Fish minus a letter. That was crazy. That was pretty rough. I have not seen Training Day, no. Shall I get distracted by more Snark shit while it's going around? Dude, who is this fucking Dickers guy? What's he do? I've seen him come up a lot, but is he important? Do I give a fuck about him? He's another bonger. Well, that's not inherently bad, is it? Unless he's English. Ugh. Stardust, DGG. Oh god, they really love the Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck about any of this. What are these people talking about? Oh, Oh, Liquid Sonic has a video on Taylor Lorenz. Well, I'm pro Taylor now because she doxed someone. And my newfound ethical doxing arc. It's not even that new. I supported that at the time as well, but There are other things I was going to watch, but I'll probably leave it till tomorrow. I've got a few things to do before 10 o'clock. Nah, we good. Wonderbox has been on Live and Learn, right? Yeah, I have, yeah. I've been on once? Yeah, once to talk about fucking foreign policy and shit. Actually, I think we were talking about Iran when I was on there, and a bit about the UK as well. There wasn't really a set plan, but yeah. No, it went well. It was a good one. I was in a good mood that day, I suppose. At least I seem to remember being. Dude, Hutch is really milking those leaks, isn't he?
Hutch can't fathom that there might be some statement, some joke that I could easily say that's antisocial, that's weirdo behavior.
How long was he watching J-Stock yesterday? I felt like he was watching him all day. I mean, yeah, you're going to get that 20K back. Fucking hell. There's a bit of milk in them. I mean, I noticed. Maybe I'll do more. Fuck knows. I'm bored. I'll do 6 hours. Okay, I'll do 6 hours of. Maybe I'll read the logs. maybe I'll leak some of them. Maybe we'll get ahead of it 2 weeks in advance. Shit, 2 weeks, 2 Donalds. Can we get more WoW streams? I might use Kick for that. Who knows? Because it's I think there's an arena season that started now. That means you could do PvP and just spurg out over fucking 2v2s all for 8 hours. Why not? Just become a WoW streamer. All right, make a dono goal for it. For what? The Snark stuff? The logs. Like every time I finish the goal, I leak another DM, like a random one. Nooney and Star, thanks for $5. How about suing his government and settling with himself for 1.7 billion? What? I think I know the joke there, but do you have a partner for 2v2? No, I just play with anyone. And Dense Pixel, thanks for $5. Thank you so much. Wow. Trump sued the IRS. Oh yeah. That's what you're for. Okay. I thought you were talking about something completely separate. Okay. I'll probably do some more news tomorrow, actually, before I do more slop. Because that was too much. There was too much Snark today. Anyway, I'm fucking off. Get me out of here. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.